Coffee in Tow is an interactive world news podcast, a dynamic and engaging live show that streams across multiple internet radio stations worldwide. This podcast brings you real time news updates, in depth analysis, and interactive discussions on global events, making you a part of the conversation no matter where you are. With a diverse range of expert guests and listener participation, it's your go to source for staying informed and connected to the world. Coffee in Tow is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to lormelskinfood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grand Coffee House. Stick up in. Happy Thursday. Thank you to everyone. Thank you for joining me for Coffee Until World News on the Go. It is Thursday, March 27, 2025. Thank you for joining me for Coffee Until World News on the Go. 4 hours filled with news from around the world. Always great conversation and music. Coffee and Tow streams live weekdays starting at 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern on QMZRadio.com. That's what like I'm said for quality music while you work or play. JanoRadio.com, your non-stop party vibe station, and MadMusicHouse.com for any genre, anytime. We're also live on YouTube starting at 9:30 a.m. Eastern. Remember to go ahead and subscribe. Welcome to my TikTok family. Good morning. Thank you for being here with me. As always, I appreciate you all. All right. I had to do my intro. I almost forgot about my intro solo. Morning, John. Morning, Dr. Sharon. Morning, Soji. Good morning, John. Rastafari.
Good morning. Good morning, all.
Good morning.
How you
Good
doing?
morning, Adam. I'm good. Good morning, Soji.
Good morning, Joyce. How you doing?
All right. Enough of that. I'm jealous. Bye. Good morning.
I need to put some rum in my coffee.
Rosolo, I love you. Good morning,
I
Dr.
love you more. I love you.
Moments. Wagwan.
Wagwan popcorn. Medea. Listen, I need to ask Dr. Sharon a question. Dr. Sharon, why is it? I'm not ashamed to tell nobody. A lot of women are very secretive about the phases that they're going through in life. This girl here, me not care. So I'm going through the beautiful season called menopause, right?
Preach on it.
Me would I like to understand, Dr. Sharon, why me sweat so much at night time? When me tell us at the bed wet.
And not lose no weight, Dr.
I'm
Sharon.
not losing any weight.
No weight.
Me putting on more weight. The more me sweat is the more weight me putting on.
Please. Dr. Sharon, because I sweat so much at night, I figure I would do a better and just sleep in a sauna suit. So I figure I would do some extra losing of weight. It's not working.
It's not working. I thought that sweating at night would, compensate for my not working. And ladies and gentlemen, everyone listening, Dr. Sharon is a board certified OBGYN. Go right ahead, Dr. Sharon.
Ma'am, you're not gonna lose weight from sweating. I mean, granted, you can lose a couple of pounds from water weight, but sweating at night does not compensate for a good balance, calorie reducing eating plan and exercise. The sweating at night is what we call vasomotor symptoms of menopause, which can be treated. Treatment depends also on your medical history. So that you definitely would have to discuss with your, with your physician. But to me, there's no need to suffer. And actually, exercise does help menopausal symptoms. So you might want to start actually doing some exercise.
So what are you saying, Dr. Sharon, just stay in the gym? Like I started, just stay in the gym.
Oh, absolutely. It does.
Okay,
It
yes,
helps. It
ma'am.
helps so many different things. It helps your cognitive function. It helps you maintain and build muscle because we lose muscle from the time you're about 30 years old. We start losing muscle. Maintain and improve your bone density. And when we get to that menopausal age, we start losing bone also, some more so than other people, also depending on other medical conditions and medicines that you might be taking. So exercise helps so many different ways. So I definitely encourage exercise, weight bearing exercise particularly. Don't be afraid to lift weights, and a good nutrition plan.
Dr. Sharon,
Okay.
Dr. Sharon, you know what? We need to have this conversation when certain people are not in the space, aka Mr. President. Look at what Mr. President put in the chat.
No, the
One,
men
one
need
would.
to know. The men need to know.
Oh, this is
Because
the
when we
president.
go back and like break out on you, you're gonna understand why, and you're just gonna hold up your hand and give in. The men need to know.
No, but I think what I'm talking about is the comment input with the running emoji at moments and some more running emoji. Listen, I'm like that girl who booked the Uber, right? In my mind, I'm seeing one thing, but in reality, it's another. Dr. Sharon, you know what? I like this little segment, a medical minute.
Thank you, Dr. Sharon, for that. Thank you.
You're
Brain
welcome.
fog,
My
Dr.
pleasure.
Jan.
You're
So,
welcome.
Dr. Sharon, you're telling me
So-
take off the sauna suit at night? It's not working?
Yeah, you're
Okay.
probably more dehydrating yourself. The sauna suit,
Yes,
I would not sleep in a
yes.
sauna
I-
suit. Right?
Okay.
Yes, brain fog also is a part of those menopausal symptoms. Some people might be candidate for hormone replacement therapy, but it just depends on the medical history. So that you got to check with your physician, and if not HRT, there are other things out there that can be done to help all of those symptoms. We don't have to suffer. We don't need to suffer. It's not like our parents and grandparents just went through menopause and suffered, and back then they didn't talk about it. It's like a big secret. No, we're big and bold. We're talking about it. We want better quality of life.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Sharon.
Dr. Sharon,
You're
does what Adesoji put in the chat work?
Extra
I just need to
nocturnal
know.
activities.
Yes, I want to know just for asking for a friend of a friend.
Oh, I always encourage extra nocturnal activity. It does help.
Where's the bell
I
moment? Where's the bell? Ding, ding, ding.
Yeah, I do. Yes. And actually, even treating those menopausal symptoms will help with that nocturnal activity. Yeah.
Yeah. You hear it, ladies and gentlemen?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Men, you hear that? You hear that, men?
You know what
Word.
Mr. President is saying? Yes, we did say we were going to do a segment on that, and it is
We
going to come.
did.
We're going to coordinate it. I have not forgot.
We did.
We're going to coordinate. But you know what? I like this, Dr. Sharon. Medicine minute. We need a name. A medicine in 60 seconds. Something. We need a name for it, right?
You got the name.
Medical
The
minute.
first medical minute came out the
Okay.
first time.
So
Yeah,
let's go with
that's
medical
it.
minute.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Perfect. Alrighty.
Thank you, Dr. Sharon. Thank you for indulging us. All
You're
right.
welcome.
So y'all heard.
No, that's no problem.
Yeah, man. If you're going through what I'm going through, and like many of us are going through, do not be ashamed to talk about it, right? People experience it in varying degrees, right? Everybody doesn't have the same experience, right? Another thing that is not similar when we talk about menopause with women is that the length of time. I think I've been going through this for over a year now. Some people tell you it was just a couple months for them. So everyone is different. My story is not going to be your story. However, there are similarities and there is so much to learn. And Ja, you always say this, Ja, embrace the different stages that we're going through in life. We have to learn to lean into it. And leaning into it is talking about it because it's a part of who we are. It's nature. There's nothing we can do. But wait till I catch that girl named Eve Go ahead, Ja.
No, I was going to say things started feeling better for me when I leaned on it. When I kept fighting it, it would get worse. So I agree
Yeah.
with myself.
Yeah. Yeah. And as go ahead, Dr. Sharon. Sorry.
Let me just quickly add, you can actually be perimenopausal even 10 years before you hit menopause, right? So that will tell you the length of time that some women live in misery. I don't believe in that, right? So if you have symptoms, you start having symptoms early, and the average age of menopause is 15 to 52 in this country. So that means in your mid 40s, you already start having those symptoms. And yeah, to me, it treated have a better quality of life. Why live the rest of your life like this?
You heard it. You heard it
That's
from
it.
Dr. Sharon. You
That's so true, Dr. Sharon, because
yeah.
I started early. I used to feel the hot flashes, and I mean, it was daily. And it was this burn. And I don't get the hot flashes as bad. I'll get hot flashes, but not what I used to feel when I was. And I started in my late 30s, maybe early 40s. And I'm standing at work, helping someone. Someone comes in my office, and just this heat came in, in my body, and I could not explain it to anyone. And I was so confused. And even when I um, talked to my medical provider at that time, they made it look as though, more exercise, or probably it was the shot that I was taking, not understand that this was a change happening, a natural change happening in my body. And I could have handled it better. But back then I was very active. I was consistent with going to the gym. So I always assumed that because it was after a workout, that, my body was just, letting off more heat. But it wasn't that. It was now I know it wasn't that, but I wish I knew what I knew then. It would have made it so much easier for me, because it was traumatizing, because it would always happen in the middle of the day at work,
To
and
come
it
in,
was
Rosolo, why you
consistent.
watching crime shows so early in the morning?
It keep my company in the background. That means it's too loud. Hold on, because somebody called them. I go here.
I don't know why you're watching Olivia so early in the morning.
Listen, I watch Olivia morning, noon, and nights.
But
They
anyway,
keep me
I'm sorry to
company. Yeah.
distract you. I'm sorry.
No, no,
Yeah. So yeah, I'm
no.
grateful for this, and we definitely have to have more of these conversations.
Yes.
Yeah, it's who we are, it's how we're made. But that girl named Eve, wait till I catch you when I get to heaven. You gonna
Not even
catch
me
these
talk.
claws.
I don't even want to talk to Eve. I don't even want to talk to her. She has no explanation. Eve has no explanation for me. She can keep her excuses to herself.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't want to hear from Eve.
So I'm gonna read one comment here in the chat. Jab put that video, sorry, last year of the woman at the game and the steam coming off her scalp was epic. Yes,
Yes.
yes, that was something else.
That was the best showing of what we're experiencing when that heat hit us.
Yes, yes, absolutely. It's nothing to fear, folks, ladies, nothing to fear. Men, I know you have to um learn to deal with our roller coaster of emotions throughout that time as we go through hormonal changes. And we appreciate you for understanding. We appreciate you for supporting us as we go through that time. Now, I came across a video on TikTok, and I think it was a couple days ago. I saved it, and I think I unsaved it. I don't know why. Don't ask why. But there was a young lady, and I don't want to stay too long on the topic, but there was a young lady. She was, I guess she's a therapist, and she said she had a couple. The husband, of course, the wife is going through menopause, and she's not desirous of having any type of intercourse. So the husband says to the therapist right there in front of his wife, because he's not getting any physical activity from his wife, she deserves to be cheated on.
Wow.
I feel like I could have go through the video and grab the man. I said, is he listening to himself? And unfortunately, a lot of men feel that way because of whatever their wives are going through that at that time, that period of life, and they're going through a drought. They think it is justification, it is within their right to go and get their satisfaction elsewhere.
But I think that also stems from the ignorance of it because we don't talk about it openly. So the men don't understand what to expect because we don't know what to expect. I think once we start having open conversations, including our kings in these conversations, and everybody will have a better understanding of what's happening to the woman in this particular time. And men will be more understanding of what their role is or how to appreciate what's happening and their reaction. I think that's not, I mean, I'm not, I don't know what the man said. He's wrong, right?
Right.
But is it his ignorance to the fact of what her body is going through, the whole process? Because most of the time we're just called miserable.
Yes.
You know, people took hot flashes as a joke until, to Ja's point, until people saw that video. I don't think a lot of people understood exactly what our body was. That's the heat that we feel in our bodies.
Yes.
Imagine feeling that on a cold winter day. You know, imagine feel that hitting you in the middle of the day when you're at work. That's when you see these women just break out in sweat, they're going through something and it's not comfortable. You know, and sometimes we don't even understand to what we said before because you may be going through perimenopause. So I think to give that man a little grace, although he's a jerk, to give that man a little grace, it could be because of his ignorance and he doesn't understand because he didn't talk about it and his wife doesn't talk about it and his family didn't talk about it and his mother didn't talk about it. So he doesn't know. It's just taken as that, don't talk about that. You know, women go through this, shh, don't this, just like our cycles, shh, don't talk about the cycle.
Right.
You can't
Right.
mention it, you know?
I agree. We have to do better. But as you know, as we said, we're going to have more conversations surrounding this issue. It's not an issue surrounding this stage of life that all women go through. You're as long as you're a woman, you're going to go through it. It's a part of it. All right. Well, thank you. Thank you so much, everyone. Mr. President, you're good. Adesoji, you're good. Not Rosolo bringing the grace. We have to have grace. You know, as hard as it sounds, we have to have grace for certain for people because not everyone is privy to information. Not everyone has the desire to learn. And there are cultural differences too, right? Um, some cultures uphold certain beliefs. No, I know, yeah, I know that, but still, it's something for us to address. Some cultures hold steadfast to their beliefs, and you can't tell them nothing. Morning, 80, you can't tell them nothing. It is what they believe in, and they're hanging on to that, and it goes from generation to generation. It's a form of ignorance. And I know you don't like the word ignorant, but it is a form of ignorance, meaning an unawareness, right? So, yeah, maybe in his culture, in his environment, that is what the men in his life taught him. And some women will support that too. You'd be surprised when you listen to the things that go on out there. So we really have to give grace and raise an awareness and hope that we're giving them something to think about, something to consider, something to mull over, and it will institute some form of change, But no, man, no. Great point. I'm glad you said that. All right, folks. But some men wouldn't give their wives that great. Another thing, cultural, cultural. We're steeped in societal norms that a lot of what we do, um, a lot of what we do is what has been placed upon us. It's how we're groomed from birth. Every culture, every ethnicity, every sect grooms their people. It's grooming. For example, in some cultures, polygamy is the norm, but because we have been colonized, we look down on it. We say, "Oh no, could never." But that is how things were, even in the Bible. It was a part of life. Go ahead,
I
Jam.
I honestly feel that some men, not all, feel that what they're feeling is always more important than what a woman is feeling or experiencing or going through. So when a man has ED, they would not give that grace to their wives because as a woman you're supposed to respect your husband and keep your husband's wishes to the top. That's some, I'm not saying all.
Right,
So
right,
yeah.
right. Okay. All right. Thank you. All right, let's go ahead and get into it. By the way, so you liked last night's performance, skit, play, what you want to call it, Adasoji?
And action.
Lights, camera, action. I enjoyed it. Um, Pronounce her name for me again, please. The character whom you highlighted yourself and Aya highlighted yesterday from the beautiful
Marie
island of Haiti.
Marie Jean Lamatière.
Lamatia. Mm, loved it. Loved it. And there is a very valuable lesson take away from that. At the end of the day, we're all one, and yeah, we're all one. But we'll get to that, folks. If you didn't get a chance to watch the program on YouTube, Adasoji Speaks Knowledge, Women and Resistance, I invite you to check out his YouTube channel. Adesoji Speaks Knowledge, and that's ADESOJI Speaks Knowledge. He is every Wednesday, he does, along with Aya, they feature one woman in history, a warrior of sorts, right? Takes a warrior to give us freedom, no?
Yes, 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 yes.
Yeah.
And the fact that is women, 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 women.
Yes, yes. So I appreciate it. Thank you for it. Thank you for the education. And as always, we look forward to more in the series. All right, folks. Caribbean Corner. First article, first order of business. Kenya led mission officer missing after clash with gangs in Haiti. This article, oh, before me even get into it, Lord have mercy. Rosolo, that video that I sent to you on TikTok with the woman going off. I wish I could play that video.
Yeah.
So apparently, there are some miserable people on TikTok, people whose lives are sad, dull, and boring, people who are filled with nothing but venom and hatred. And I will say, I pray for you all. I really pray for you. I may God forgive you now. That it is you think it's okay to get up every day, and because you miserable, you want everybody to miserable. So remember the issues we were having a week or two ago with the constant violations, and even to the point where the room TikTok shut the room down, took away my live stream access. I had to appeal it, got it reinstated. Comments being flagged, Az's comments being flagged, Mr. President comments being flagged, um, Alexia being flagged. You remember all of that. Niece's comments being flagged. So apparently, there are some characters moving through the spaces, and they don't have to come into your space. They stay on the outside, and for no valid reason, they are reporting people's lives, people's accounts, people's videos, but in particular, the lives. They'll just be scrolling through, and them for whatever the devil tell them to do, they let the devil use them. Them allow the devil to use them as a portal to carry out his tasks. And they're just reporting people, getting people's lives flagged, shut down. This girl, she went off. And she said, what you have to understand is not everybody is on TikTok to make money, to get a check from TikTok. Some people use it to impart knowledge, education, and to build their businesses. She said she don't rely upon TikTok for a check. She uses TikTok to support her business. And people don't need to stop it. You don't really need to stop it. And unfortunately, but once your account is reported for whatever violation, even when there's none, of course, they're going to shut you down or flag you right away. And then you have to go in now and do an appeal. An appeal can be resolved quickly as well as it can take a while. We don't need to stop it. Me beg you please and thanks. If there's something in your life going on that is making you feel frustrated, if there are things going on in your life and you don't know how to deal with them, go to therapy. May I beg you do. Please go to therapy, but don't bring your problems to people. We don't want it. We have enough of our own. We don't need yours too. We don't. All right? Thank you. I had to make that public service announcement. Yes, Adasoji. I should send you the video. Make you see it. It's disheartening. It truly is. And we can do better as human beings. We can do better. All right? Okay. Want more for yourselves. And want more for others. Right? Okay. Next article. Let's get into it. According to CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com, a member of the Kenya-led multinational security support MSS mission in Haiti has been reported missing following a violent encounter with criminal gangs in Carrefour-la-Ville, a locality in Petite Riviere, on Tuesday. The incident occurred during a battle with members of the notorious Grand Griffe, which is a gang, which resulted in the destruction of 3 armored vehicles. Jack Ombaka, the MSS spokesperson, confirmed the details in a statement, revealing that one of the armored vehicles was set ablaze by the gangs during the clash. The incident began when a Haitian National Police armored vehicle became stuck in a ditch, which authorities believe was deliberately dug by the gangs. In response to mine-resistant, ambush-protected MRAP vehicles from the MSS's Pont Sandy base were dispatched to assist in the recovery operation. However, the operation quickly escalated when one of the MRAPs became stuck and another developed mechanical issues. As the rescue efforts continued, gang members laying in wait launched an attack on the team. Ombaka confirmed that one MSS Kenyan officer remains unaccounted for following the ambush. I hope they're able to find him. I really hope so. All right, next up, let's hop on over to Jamaica. Ghana, you get a break today. Jamaica, take up the Jamaica and the video light, the spotlight on Jamaica. The U.S. is committed to reviewing travel advisories against Jamaica, said Rubio. This article comes to us courtesy of Nationwide Radio, JM.com. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio says the Trump administration is committed to reviewing travel advisories that caution Americans about coming to Jamaica. He gave the commitment while speaking at the office of the Prime Minister on Wednesday. Secretary Rubio, who is set to depart Jamaica, well, he should have left yesterday, was on his inaugural visit to the country to hold bilateral talks with Prime Minister Dr. Andrew Holness. Here is Twana Thomas with more in this report.
The first thing is to separate the medical from the labor
sorry,
issues.
wrong one. Hold on, wrong one.
This is not about doctors. This is not about the provision.
No,
of
we're going to
medical
get to that one. That's the wrong clip. Hold on, folks. Let me pull up the right clip. Hold on, there with the dolly. Okay,
in 2024, then senior tourism strategist Delano Seawright admitted that the U.S. travel advisories had a negative effect on the industry. In travel advisories last year, the U.S. cited crime and substandard medical services as key reasons for Americans to reconsider traveling to Jamaica. The nation's Foreign Affairs Minister, Kamina Johnson-Smith, had also expressed concern over the scope of the travel advisories on Americans who intended to visit the island. In her engagements with U.S. officials, she expressed disappointment, noting that the language used in the advisories did not reflect Jamaica's significant progress in security and healthcare. Those concerns that formed a part of Wednesday's bilateral talks led by Prime Minister Holness have seemingly not gone on deaf ears. Coming out of the talks, Secretary Rubio announced his commitment to review the U.S.'s travel advisors against Jamaica.
We did talk about tourism because obviously it's a significant part of your economy, and we pledged we were going to go back and reevaluate the travel advisories as they currently stand to ensure that they do reflect the reality of the new numbers and what the numbers show.
Secretary Rubio commended Prime Minister Holness for his continued thrust to bring down Jamaica's murder rate.
You've made very impressive progress in your general numbers overall when it comes to the murder rate and so forth. But in particular, with those travel advisories are designed to American travelers. And I think we need to analyze that and just ensure that the status we're currently in accurately reflects the status quo and takes into account the progress you've already made this year and made last year, year over year, which I think is one of the highest numbers in terms of reductions that we've seen of any country in the region.
At the end of 2024, Jamaica recorded a 19% reduction in murders. So far this year, murders are down 35%. Meanwhile, Secretary Rubio says the U.S. is recommitting to doing more to stem the flow of illegal guns into Jamaica and boosting the capacity of the local police to combat gangs.
Our conversations that lead back to my time in the United States Senate, how many of the guns and the weapons that are being used by gangs to commit acts of violence here in Jamaica are purchased in the United States and then shipped here? And we want to commit to doing more to stopping that flow at the same time as we do more to commit to increasing your capacity. That's the other thing I underline. What we're talking about here when we talk about American assistance is America helping Jamaica build its own capacity, its own ability to confront these challenges and solve these problems, because security is a baseline for everything. To that end, we have some good things to announce today here. The Jolt Fusion Center that is starting up again, and that's been even further strengthened. That's going to help address lottery scamming. We can announce synthetics detection equipment for Jamaica's forensic labs, another counter gang recruitment program that we seek to launch as a result of our visit here today.
He also announced that the U.S. will be providing more intelligence software to the Jamaica Constabulary Force. Tona Thomas for Nationwide News.
All right, we have another story. We're not going to say anything yet. Let's get to the next one. Jamaica not singled out in row over Cuban doctors. This one also courtesy of Nationwide Radio JM. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio says Jamaica has not been singled out as a country regarding problems with the Cuban medical mission. He says the matter did form part of Wednesday's bilateral talks with Prime Minister Dr. Andrew Holness.
The first thing is to separate the medical from the labor issues that we are pointing to. Okay, this is not about doctors. This is not about the provision of medical assistance. We have no problem with medical assistance. We have no problem with doctors. We have a problem, and I'm not speaking about Jamaica. We've discussed this today about, following international labor standards and the like, but I'm just talking about this program in general, how it's operated around the world. And how it's operated around the world is that basically the doctors are not paid. In many other parts of the world, the doctors are not paid. The doctor, you pay the Cuban government. The Cuban government decides how much of anything to give them. They take away their passports. They basically operate as forced labor in many places.
Okay. The U.S. government announced recently that it was expanding an existing Cuba-related visa restriction policy that targets forced labor. The policy specifically targets individuals linked to Cuba's labor export program, particularly its overseas medical missions. It applies to current or former Cuban government officials, foreign government officials, and their immediate family members. The U.S. State Department says its policy is part of a broader effort to curb what it calls the forced labor practices of the Cuban government. Secretary Rubio says they intend to have further talks with Jamaica to see how the medical mission operates on the island.
There are places that have better labor standards. Perhaps Jamaica is one of those, and that's fine. But I'm describing generally what the program has been. It has operated in that way in many parts of the world and placed these people in tremendous danger. And so I think we can all agree that the trafficking in labor, be they doctors or farm workers, is not something that we would want to be supportive of. And we find that to be an egregious practice on the part of the Cuban regime. Now, every country operates their program differently. And obviously, because of our relationship with Jamaica, we're going to engage with them on that and talk about it further and have a better understanding. Perhaps none of this applies in the way it's handled here. But generally, that's the problem with the program. It's not that they're Cuban doctors. It's that the regime does not pay these doctors, takes away their passports, and basically it is, in many ways, forced labor. And that we cannot be in support of. Again, not speaking about here in particular, but in general about the program.
That was Marco Rubio, U.S. Secretary of State, and Prime Minister Dr. Andrew Holness has declared that no exploitation exists within the Cuban medical mission in Jamaica. He says it complies with all international laws and standards.
Let us be clear, the Cuban doctors in Jamaica have been incredibly helpful to us. Jamaica has a deficit in health personnel, primarily because many of our health personnel have migrated to other countries. We are, however, very careful not to exploit the Cuban doctors who are here. We ensure that they are treated within our labor laws and benefit like any other worker. So any characterization of the program by others certainly would not be applicable to Jamaica. We are ensuring that our program complies with all the international laws and standards to which we are a party to.
That was Prime Minister Dr. Andrew Holness. Both men were speaking at a press conference at Jamaica House on Wednesday. I'm freaking confused. Somebody clear it up there for me, because be confused. So you're generalizing. Why don't you get specifics? I mean, I understand. Come on, Marco. But hold on there. Thank you, Dr. Holness. Thank you, Dr. Holness. 100, never two. Go ahead, other soldier.
Okay, so first things first. You come to a country, you're talking about the murder rate in Jamaica. Does the murder rate in Jamaica compare where the so-called tourists are coming from? Does that equate with that of the United States? That's one. You talk about security in the United States, when even the highest people in your government don't know how to keep confidential documents or messages. Illegal guns. How are you going to deem something illegal in the United States?
Pew, pew. We have to say pew, pew. The articles can use the right word.
Okay. So when you're going to say, oh God.
Or illegal arms.
So when you're going to say illegal arms, in the United States, you have a law that clearly states you can keep no database. So how are you going to give that information to Jamaica when you clearly don't have said information? What's the other one he said? Yes, we're going to give the Jamaican Constabulary intelligence software, the one that your police doesn't use properly. My people have a saying, which is when somebody comes over to you and say they're going to offer you a piece of cloth, the first thing you do is you look at the one on their backs. Suffice to say, the ones on the Master RUBIO's back is not covering his
Be nice. Be nice.
He's not covering his posterior properly. So I would not, I mean, you're just basically going around throwing mud. That's with what is going on in the United States right now. I would not be in, and kudos to Mr. Holness for, you know, although it pains me to say that, kudos to him for, you know, holding his ground and saying that is, well, using the best diplomatic language there is. But I would have told him, dude, we don't want anything from you. You can go. But speaking of, we don't want anything from you, Mr. Holness is here to come out on his visa issues. So until then, I hold my peace.
Thank you, Adesoji. Ah, boy. Let me say this to Mr. Rubio. And I know it's probably not you. You're just following orders, right? And you're just doing your job. I get it. That's why certain jobs me can do, because I remember, let me say this. If I don't agree with certain things, make I tell you something, I agree with certain things. I guess like JD, right? Just like JD. JD not agree with certain things. I don't think JD not have the mouth, him not have the strength to say it. But anyway, I digress. So let's go to the first article. You were constantly putting, not you, the government of the United States of America was consistently putting out travel advisories against Jamaica. When did you review the numbers? Was it while you were on the plane from Washington to Jamaica that you decided to take a look at the statistics to then be able to say you congratulate Jamaica, you congratulate Dr. Holness for the direction, the downward trajectory in which the unaliving rate has been going? That's when you decide to look at it. So we were just arbitrarily throwing travel advisories on countries without having the facts, the details. I don't know. That's what I'm hearing. Adesoji, you're better at reading than I am. Is that what I should gather from what I heard in the article?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what you should. That's what you should gather. Basically, what he came out there to do is, aside from the fact that he is carrying water for whoever you might rightly point that out to be, is the point that he wants to go after that tiny nation next to Florida. But what he's doing is basically scattering the herd so that you can leave Cuba exposed and then you can go after Cuba. I see if you've not been going after Cuba for over 6 decades now. So I don't know what the point is, but it's not going to work. And you're right. That's what you can read from it. And that's what anyone can read from it.
All right. Knowing, because he acknowledged it, knowing full well, Adesoji, that tourism is our bread and butter. So the US is okay with putting a spoke in the wheel of one's economy because it's not affecting them. They don't care. That is what I'm gathering from this too. It shows me how nonchalant you are when it comes to the economies of other countries. Go ahead, Adesoji.
No, I was just going to add, when you brought up the issue of the economy, I wrote something down. Yeah, it's that you're going after Jamaica's bread and butter. Yeah? On the basis that you think laws are being flouted with regards to international convention when it comes to labor laws, right?
Right.
But yet, in the same United States, you have undocumented migrants that pick your food.
Don't worry, we'll have 14-year-olds doing that now.
And you pay them pittance. But you're not following international labor laws? Oh, okay, sorry. It's do as I say, not do as I do. Okay, I yield.
We don't like to pick the beam out of our eye. So I'm grateful that at least he took the time on how long is the flight from Washington to Jamaica? Not sure. But I'm grateful that he took the time to glaze over the details so that he could speak to it in his presentation. I'm glad he's aware that the flow of arms is between the US and Jamaica, because of course Jamaica does not make arms. So Papa come from Yasso. So I'm grateful for that acknowledgement. I'm grateful for the intelligence software Adesoji that will be given. Are they giving it or they selling it to the software to the Jamaica Constabulary Force?
They're not going to sell it. They're going to license it with a backdoor possibly created so that they can have a better understanding of what you guys
and so that they can have access to.
Yes, that's it.
Yeah, they'll be able to tap in and see what's going on. All right. So, Prime Minister Holness also disclosed that the expansion of trade was also explored during the bilateral talks with the U.S. Secretary of State. Of course, Ja is asking, will they also have access to the data? Ja, they're not us.
They will,
They will.
because this is the United States. Anything you put on their software, in the yeah, of course.
Yeah, and we bite the bait. We bit the bait for sure. All right, so so let us now talk about the medical issue as it relates to Jamaica and the Caribbean. So, in other words, there were no hard facts to substantiate the assertion. Is that what I should have got from the article, Adasoji?
Anytime
Okay.
an American official comes and tells you, well, I'm not speaking about this place, but I'm speaking about, and they're still making that statement there, you can be rest assured that whatever it is they're pointing at has no basis. But it's convenient at that point in time for them to make those outlandish assertions to the detriment of their. I mean, when you come out on a diplomatic flag waving activity like he did, you don't usually come and accuse whoever you're host of anything. Usually you come and build. I mean, you talked about the story yesterday that every time somebody else comes in, it's all about building relationships and building, you understand? That's the normal course for diplomacy. That's how it used to be, even from medieval times. When you go somewhere, you accord them respect and and hopefully you guys do not go to war. That's the point. You don't go to someone's house and tell them, I don't like the way your curtain is. And besides, I don't like where your window is. Why don't you put it on this side? No, you don't. You don't. You don't. So clearly, it's about exerting power, which I don't think, in the grand scheme of things, any country has over anybody anymore, because of the way the world is shaping out to be.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh boy. Let this be a lesson. Get your facts together. Because one thing I can tell you about folks in the Caribbean, not because we're classified as a third world country or we are classified as third world countries, not because we are labeled small island developing states. Don't get it twisted. We're an intelligent people. Very intelligent people. Okay? Enough said. Okay. Be safe out there. Be safe out there, Dr. Sharon. Be safe. All right. So moving right along, our next article, courtesy of the JamaicaObserver.com. Weeks after several Jamaica non-governmental organizations were left in limbo with their major source of funding cut following the decision by the Trump administration to shutter United States Agency for International Development, USAID, Secretary of State Marco Rubio has argued that this signaled a reset in America's foreign aid policy. Rubio, who was on an official visit to Jamaica on Wednesday, during which he held bilateral talks with government officials, said one of the reasons he wanted to visit the island was to highlight President Donald Trump's vision for foreign aid. The United States is not getting out of the aid business. We're going to be providing foreign aid. The difference is we want to provide foreign aid in a way that is strategically aligned with our foreign policy priorities and the priorities of our host countries and our nation states that we are partners with. And in essence, how that would work, how it has worked in the past, is USAID or some other entity would come into a country and say, this is what we think you need. And then they go out and hire an NGO that maybe are the ones that convinced them that is what you need. And they come into your country and do a bunch of things. Now, some of these programs are fine. They're nice things. Other times, not so much, said Rubio. He told the media briefing that with the reset, the US Embassy will be in dialogue with the host government to determine what its needs are. And we will provide assistance geared towards the needs of nation states that are hosting us and that we are partnering with. At the end, our partner is the host government who have a clear vision for the future. And to the extent that our foreign aid can be helpful, it is in furtherance of what the people of your country have elected you to carry out, declared Rubio. He argued the U.S. foreign aid should be geared for opportunities to improve skills training, opportunities to attract investment and businesses, and opportunities to expand U.S. domestic intelligence capabilities. This is in sharp contrast to USAID, which focused on gender based violence, HIV, AIDS, marginalized groups, including members of the LGBTQ community, education, health, and other areas. We're going to have foreign aid that is aligned to our foreign policy, and our foreign policy is going to be aligned to our mutually shared interest with the partners that we have all over the world. And I can tell you, Jamaica is an incredible partner to the United States. It's very cooperative on a number of fronts, and we will continue to work together. And we are going to work closer than we have ever worked before because we are going to have US programs for foreign aid, which are going to be aligned with the vision that you have elected your leaders to carry out for your country. Responding to a question later, Rubio underscored that the US is not getting rid of foreign aid, but is restructuring how it is done. When you restructure, there is some disruption, but it has to happen, said Rubio, in an obvious reference to the more than 5,000 aid employees who have been fired or laid off. He said, I recognize that there is disruption involved when you make reform and you make change. But it is necessary because our foreign policy and our foreign aid have to be aligned. Foreign aid is an instrument of foreign policy. It is not global charity. He argued that Jamaica is not asking for charity, but for development assistance so that the country can become stronger in its security needs and other things of this nature. Take it away. Who want to go on before me?
When you say disruption and 5,000 people, disruption and 5,000 people, that's 5,000 people that have at least, give or take, 2 people relying on them. So 5 times 2. That's 15,000 in total, including the person who is being relied upon. 15,000 people, and you call that a small disruption. Wow. I mean, well, my people will say, if you stand for nothing, you fall for everything. He has no backbone. I'm sorry. And this is not even a policy decision. This is not a well thought through policy decision. The idea that you cancel USAID. I mean, you could do internal audits. That's why you have the inspector generals. One, you've gotten rid of the inspector generals now. So who's doing the audit? Oh, that clown that you have, the one with the cars. I yield.
But interesting. And I hope everyone is paying attention globally. Foreign aid is an instrument of foreign policy. It is not global charity. Do you all understand what that he's saying right there?
Yeah, you guys are beggars. We are, from time to time, we have to drop something in your bowl. Bring your bowl. Okay, here's $1. Bye. No, everybody knows what the game is. The question is, your greater interest, does it align with what the aid is coming in from?
Hey.
You know, if he does, fine. If he doesn't, then you have to stop it. But the fact that, again, okay, he said it's not charity. I wish he went and told the farmers in the Midwest that the stuff that the USAID buys in order to provide help for everybody else is charity. And let's see how they come back at it. Are you?
So remember, we have had several conversations here at Asoji as it relates to aid. Mr. President is also one who has been very vocal about this. It's always something for something, right? And unfortunately, the something for something usually benefits the one who is doing the giving more than the one who is receiving, right?
Yeah.
As long as you have your hands outstretched and they are putting in your hands, remember the saying, he who hath the money hath the power. They are going to be the ones controlling you, dictating to you what happens in your country. You are, and interestingly, you know what? Let me just go ahead and bring up this article here, since we're talking about charity and the USAID. I have a video with Traore Ibrahim, who is very well loved, right? Loved by his people, loved by many, but not so much by others. Where is my video? Because I know I tagged it. Here it is. Let's go ahead and play it. So I'm jumping down to the international news segment because it ties in. It definitely ties in. Let's take a listen.
If you want to break with these imperialist forces, it's simple. We denounce the agreements. Everything starts from there. I think the example of Chad in any case is tangible. They started by denouncing the agreements. Otherwise, if we don't denounce the agreements, just saying that the bases leave, we haven't done anything. Because the problem lies in the colonial agreements, the defenses that have been signed since independence. The most dangerous is not the one you see in the bases. The most dangerous are the military advisors. Military advisors exist in all these countries. They existed in Burkina as well until the end of 2022, until we took responsibility. And who are these military advisors? They are the ones who are supposed to implement France's policy. Here, they must work to make our armies very weak so that France can always have the argument to exist here. Under their influence, they had succeeded. Our sentinels were therefore standing guard with sticks. That's what France wants from our armies. When we reach this stage, we have no choice but to want them to come and settle. But the Burkinabe army managed to get rid of the military advisors. Unfortunately, I think that in 2019, after Operation Otapono, where the French saw that the Burkinabe army still had the capacity to respond to terrorists, they called the chiefs of staff in France. They instructed him to reintegrate the military advisors throughout the structure. Well, they did not agree. But upon returning to the country, the politicians instructed him to accept the military advisors. And that's when the military advisors returned to the Burkinabe army in 2019. With all the consequences we know, the army was on the verge of disappearing in the years 2020, 2021. And indeed, this is the time when many soldiers had to desert because there was no longer any hope. We were in the process of collapsing. That's a bit how they work at the General Staff headquarters. In all army headquarters, in the schools, they are the ones who are supposed to dictate the policy of our army. They are the ones who tell us when to recruit, how to recruit, and what to do with them. They are in the schools to tell us how to train them, and so on. As long as these military advisors are there, you are not independent. Your army will just have the appearance of an army that is there to perform parades, a circus. But when war comes, you will realize that a parade is one thing, but war is another thing. You have to break the agreements. It's the only way to have an independent army and build strength. But many people do not understand this, perhaps. And even with these agreements, France selects from our states officer cadets to go and train them. It's through these same agreements. But in reality, these officers who go to train, for the most part for France, they come to serve the French state in their country. They do not come to serve our countries. They train them so that they come to serve the interests of the French state. I can provide evidence of this. When we revolted, many officers in Burkina who were trained in France were immediately contacted to tell them that it was time to take action because you were trained for this, to serve France's interests. Most of these officers reported back to us. We took note and we continued to monitor. When an officer trained in France returns to his country and unfortunately dies, either by accident or on the battlefield. In France, there is a night of tribute to the fallen in the army, as there is everywhere else. During the night of tribute to the fallen, the name of the officer in question is mentioned, and it is said, died for France. They do not train him to serve his country. They train him to serve their state. And in many African states, there are plenty of such officers. If you want to break with these imperialist forces.
Adesoji,
Yes, ma'am.
is he spot on? And what does his speech tie in with what I'm going to read again from the article printed in the JamaicaObserver.com? I recognize that there is disruption involved when you make reform and you make change, but it is necessary because our foreign policy and our foreign aid have to be aligned. Foreign aid is an instrument of foreign policy. It is not global charity, said Marco Rubio.
I'll go one step further. Ibrahim Traore was born in 1987. That was the same year Thomas Sankara was killed. And Thomas Sankara, you okay? Unalive. Thomas Sankara would say, the reason Africa's debt is the way it is because we've not been able to have a consensus as to speak to them that if we do, we'll be free from it. But if I were to stand alone and do it, I probably would not be at the next meeting. He made that statement in July of 1987. October 15, 1987, he was unalive, as he said. The reason I bring that up is he also makes a statement which ties in with what Ibrahim Traore is speaking to here. There's a book written out by, what's her name? Obimore. And the title of the book is a quote from Sankara. It says, to make change, you need a certain amount of madness. And I want to be considered one that has that certain amount of madness. Coming out to say what he's saying there is, for those who do read and those who monitor, it comes as no surprise. But to the layman on the street, probably it's best that it comes from somebody who is on the inside, telling them that this is what goes on. Because there'll be many people that have been trying to say it, men and women. But it's been one loud silence every time they spoke. And so when Marco Rubio said what he said, we already knew what he meant by what he's saying. But it's just a question of, I think it's time for you to play that soundtrack, because that soundtrack actually goes to speak to what everybody should know. What these guys promise you, you can be rest assured you're not going to get. You're going to be voting against your own interest. And it's a good thing that Mr. Holness, for all his failings, stood up and spoke the way he did. Because I wasn't expecting him to talk back, but he did. So kudos to him on that front. And it's not usually easy because you have to balance the domestics against what is coming out from the outside. And maybe that's why he kept quiet all along with regards to the visa thing and what have you, because he knew this day was coming. And so, going back to what Mr. Traore was saying, with regards to France, everybody sees France for what they are. Everybody on the continent knows France for what they are. But it pains me to say the giant of Africa is actually on his, it's not even on his knees, it's on his back. Because the kind of people that are running it don't know the kind of immense power they have. I used to say this thing, the United States, for all its might, cannot, and I repeat, underscore, cannot sanction Nigeria. Because if it does, you can be rest assured that country, the United States will tank. Why? Oil and gas. But we don't use that power. We don't. We don't. I yield.
Thank you very much, Adesoji.
Adesoji, doesn't 70% or so of Nigeria oil is owned by the West, or the West is benefiting from that because they're the third largest producer, and they have been benefiting from what, the 60s or whenever?
From the 60s, yes. Yeah. Right, 1967, in fact.
Exactly.
You know.
So, remember we had an article recently, within the last 2 to 3 weeks, and the essence of it is the US has grave concern or deep concern with the relationship that is being forged between Jamaica, Barbados, what's the other country? And Grenada is one. And it's 4 countries, Jamaica, Barbados, Grenada, and another one, with the relationship being formed with Nigeria. Remember we had an article? And that, in essence, issuing a warning to the Caribbean region. Be careful, you may be sanctioned if that relationship gets too chummy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because, I mean, that's always been the play. That's been the go-to play. It's called the Monroe Doctrine, which is the United States feels anyone that comes to play in his backyard, they must allow you in. You can't go around opening the gate to anybody. It's our backyard. Nobody has the right to play here. But here is the thing. The governments now should break out of that. I mean, what are they going to do? Like, you know, the question is, what are they going to do? Overthrow your government? Well, what are they going to do?
We see what's going on in Haiti, no?
No, I mean, Haiti is getting recompense for being, and we talked about it on the show yesterday, they were basically prior to Haitian Revolution, there were 2. There was the French Revolution, yeah? So the French Revolution was classist. It was the common man going against the elites. The American Revolution was about kicking Britain out so that they can corner the institution of slavery, get the plantations, build the states, you know, and all of that. The Haitian Revolution, on the other hand, did the first 2, which is 1, go against the upper class and also abolish slavery, which culminated in their independence January 1st, 1804. Now, the reason I bring all of that to fore is this. Now, that country in the middle, the one that kicked out the British so that they can get on with slavery, is the one now going around the world to tell you certain standards have to be. Make that make sense. Make that make sense. I yield.
You have to also understand too that Haiti, outside of getting their own independence and so, was very pivotal in like the South Americas and the Latin American countries to help them to fight against the oppressors, right? So outside of that, losing as the most wealthy colony, remember that was France's most wealthy colony, then there was inciting other people to do the same. But moments you made a point that I want to go back on.
Mm-hmm.
What I like that I see emerging within the Caribbean now is we have a set of leaders in the Caribbean that are emerging who they understand the strategic importance of the US.
Mm-hmm.
So they are not trying to challenge the US head on, but they are starting to make some collective decision and collaborate with each other and make some diplomatic statements in unison that checked America. Also, they more and more they're looking to pivot outside of the Western dominated circle. They understand that Africa and the diaspora has to reconnect. And every day you're seeing more and more diplomatic. For instance, Grenada just signed up bilateral diplomatic relations for visa-free travel to about 4 countries. Ghana, I think, is one of them, Egypt, but 4 of them, right? And you see Barbados, Mia Motley is always speaking to the African. Antigua had a deal, Jamaica. So now we're looking at direct flight to go to Africa.
Mm-hmm.
Secondly, we're looking at bringing investment out of Africa because there's a lot of people in Africa who have money. You understand? And yes, you might say you're replacing one with the other, but let's try ourselves to see how we work together. We have never taken the chance on ourselves. So at least let's give ourselves a chance to fail. But more and more, you're seeing that interaction. More and more, you're removing the impediments like the visa-free travel and all the different stuff. More and more, we're operating as a collective. And the rise of Guyana with the oil money also on the backdrop of that is literally giving us a little more to bargain with. And I'm hoping we do not squander this opportunity. Now it's time to speak about a federation again. You don't have to go into a single currency, but a single currency for the region would be great. Free movement of people and capital, transportation through the region. These are some of the stuff we have to hit on. Because politically, we're really not different, you know. And they can't use the democracy thing on us. Because in Grenada, you would have election today and everybody goes to work tomorrow. In Jamaica, yes, the campaign might be a little more, loud, but at the end of the day, people respect the result. Throughout the Caribbean, there is not a Caribbean island where people vote and the governments, the people do not accept the results. And for the last decade at least, I have never heard any case where some Caribbean government was elected and they're saying, oh, the election was fraudulent. We have better election than the US, I can tell you that. So it is good because they cannot use that against us, but it's good that we're seeing more and more of this standing together. The Jamaicas, the Grenada, the Barbados, Mia Motley is leading in that front also. And Jamaica has a lot of power, a lot of resources. And I'm hoping Mr. Holders continue to come around and we see a stronger CARICOM. We could only all benefit from that. I yield.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. All right, moving right along. That was a hearty conversation indeed. PNP Outlook. Niece, go ahead before we jump in the next article. Go right ahead.
I just wanted to expound on what you guys were talking about. That remember that during Lady Clinton's stint, that hurricane that was in Haiti, where the U.S. sent $300 billion in aid down there, and it couldn't be accounted for, or all of it couldn't be accounted for. It's the same thing with Red Cross. The Red Cross documented that they raised $500 billion for Haiti, claiming that they were going to build 150,000 houses. They could only locate 6 houses that were built. So I'm saying that to say that, you know, the whole thing of aid being used as a tool is very real. And there's also the component of misappropriation, and funds being diverted into open quote admin costs, close quote, using the aid money, in that they're diverting it under administrative fees as opposed to actually providing aid. I yield.
Niece, just a point to raise here. During the
Why
Clinton,
she want the box there? Go ahead, Mr. President.
during the Clinton era, a lot of the aid went to the farmers in Arkansas who send the GMO rice to Haiti and decimate the rice crop in Haiti. And now we are seeing the re-emergence of Haitian rice on the market because they rejected. Also, the GMO corn seeds that farmers realize, how are you planting corn and you can't get an ear of corn to plant next year? And they started to go back to the traditional Haitian corn and rice and stuff. So the aids didn't go out, it stayed here. And the GMO food went out. Yeah.
One more.
Why you open the box then? Go ahead.
One more thing. And also, when it came to the issue of the monies that was raised, the Clinton Foundation is yet to audit its account. How much was actually raised during the time, and the Oxfam is also under the COSH, as is Red Cross and the United Nations. So the money didn't really get into Haiti. The money never left. The money never left where it was supposed to.
Never left. And
So
that's why I don't donate to them things that I do not.
So you see why the actions are slightly justified?
Mm-hmm.
And as I said, it is even more scandalous that nobody else dealt with it then. And they wait until him come in and do it. But anyway.
Yeah, but his actions are not altruistic. His actions are very nationalistic. So yes, two things can be true at the same time, but with regards to how you could audit those accounts. If you wanted to know where all the Haitian money went to today, all you need to do is step to those organizations, send in the IRS, and say, you know what, open your books, and you will find the answer. You don't need to shut anything down. You don't need to destroy the lives of other people in the course of doing that. You don't. There are mechanisms in place. If the United States wanted, the United States did an audit of the Pentagon. Did they not get to know that they were spending 82 million on risers for men? Exactly. The information is out there.
But Anasoji, you're talking about auditing Haiti. Didn't you remember the first set of stimulus checks that went to corporations?
God, we are not going to rabbit hole now.
No, that went to corporations that was not qualified
to get them.
And we had to give a second round of stimulus check. Did these corporations pay it back because they took it illegally? You see them rounding up some people on the street who have some phony corporation to try to swindle $10,000. The millions of dollars that went to the chain companies, the millions of dollars that in the first wave of that so-called stimulus that went to companies that did not qualify, that you have a direct trace for. Why was this companies was not held responsible? Why wasn't they allowed to pay back the money? So we don't even have to try to audit Haiti. We could go back under the first term and audit those things. But I yield.
No, you know what, niece? I blame myself. I blame myself for us ending up in this rabbit hole. Why? Because me go pull up the Traore Abraham story for link it to this to try to make us think, right? Not to just look at the surface, but to go beneath the surface, to have a greater understanding that we need to be careful with how we move with anybody who come bearing gifts and are quick to tell you their terms and conditions. So me blame myself.
But you know, the key thing that was said earlier was all they need to do is send in an auditor. Here's my thing. Are they doing these things manually on a piece of paper? It baffles me because they have these size organizing. Listen, I'm so protective of my little $1,000. You can imagine me managing $500 billion of money that is not even mine and not have a full automated audit system.
One more comment and we have to keep it moving. Go through, Alexia.
No, but we have to understand, say, you know, right now, what you say, cheater does I do?
Please, let just use the right names because I'm in the States. I'm in a 191. What you call it? FBI show up at my door. Please, people. Because they're listening.
No, but if we use the right name, then
no, just use 47 or Mr. President because I can't afford because me not have no money. My family not have no money for dig me up, for go find me, for find liar, for find me, for get lost that they system.
All right, 47 just had a straight head-on collision. While all of who they come back at 47 was doing a roundabout thing. And they do a handing dagger thing. You get what I say?
I have to step away 1 second. I have to run to the door. 1 second. Carry on.
Because this particular country don't ever invest anywhere that they don't have interest. You understand me? And people overall, them know say this place don't go and say, all right, we're gonna help because you need it. No. Them are help because them need it. And the help is never nothing so substantial like that. It's always to make you think say something. So always make you think say yes, you're going to get better. So I don't know. People need to stop sitting down in that trickery.
I mean, you do have a point. Yeah, the United States never do things altruistically. But and also another point to make with regards to the chasing of monies is there's no organization that will sign that will release any money over a certain threshold and not keep paper records. So the idea that they don't have what's the word I'm looking for now? They don't have records of where the money is ludicrous.
Them have it, but
exactly.
Remember saying, when Doge did do the sift through, and they say which part, money when they spend on gas station in Emigla nowhere, just some nonsensical things that the money was going to, that's where the lost monies are.
Yeah, but when you have this organization like the Red Cross, that is a not-for-profit organization. Every not-for-profit organization that gets the level of funding that the Red Cross get has to account to the donors and to the general public. The Attorney General is they have to account for. So there are stipulations. So when you get all this money to build all these houses in Haiti, and you're telling me you cannot account for the money, it makes no sense. You're only insulting our intelligence. We know where the money go, and you know where the money go.
It's because
you cannot lose that much money.
Mr. President, it's because the people never made them accountable. We just know, say, foolishness go on, and we cut the eye and keep it pushing. No accountability was forced upon them. If you not pay your taxes, where uno there? Me not talk about Jamaica, right? If which part uno there right now? If uno not pay taxes, what happen? If uno not pay uno taxes, what happen?
Garnish your salary, they will get it. One way or the other, they will get it.
So I'm saying,
and sometimes they go to jail and they still get fined.
So I'm saying, because the people, yes, we know the heights of robbery always go on in the higher realms in a society. But we, the people, never made them accountable. We never come out and say, yo, come down now. You're thief. Come down. You're not them now move you to a different ministry. Come down. And you have to pay back at least half away your thief. Or mad things are going to go on. No society did that. So them just know say, hey, if we thief, we just can't continue. That's how you go. Do you get what I'm saying? There was never any accountability. So if we see, and them tell we say, oh, how much billions of dollars unaccounted for? Because they never did just jump and start thief millions, you know. They did a thief 1 cent and 2 cent and 5 cent first. And sister nothing nah go on, them nah get drop, nobody nah drip them feet until them go further. I just that.
All right. Thank y'all. Appreciate y'all. I'm back in the building. You see, I don't take me down in the rabbit hole. Me go fly the gate, me go peeping at the box, and this is where we ended up. Truth be told. Lord of mercy, but let's go ahead and keep it moving. Our next article, PNP outlines funding sources for budget promises. Oh, somebody sent him the message. I remember I said, we needed to end up here. Remember when Mr. Golding made his presentation and I asked where are the numbers?
Yes, you did, because you said how Auntie Favor had the number and he didn't have it. I remember that conversation.
I said about listen to it. Don't play with me. Don't play with us. When you know come good, because some of we have common sense and some of we think. Anyway, some of we have a little bit of education. Yeah, little bit. Not much. But we have a little bit. Opposition leader Mark Golding says the tentative total cost of the programs he announced in the budget debate presentations made by the People's National Party, PNP, is $23 billion annually. Mr. Golding, look for me. Are we to grab that number the out of the sky and fling it down? Let's be practical. For everything that you presented, you really think that $23 billion will cover that annually? I want to take me for. I never Sunday school alone, me going. My parents them send me go good school. We don't now go back in September.
Continue reading, man. Maybe that's just one section.
All right, let me start. You know what? You're right. Let me not embarrass my
Or it
parents.
could be the whole thing. It could be the whole thing.
Let me not embarrass my parents. Lord have mercy. I've embarrassed them enough throughout this thing called life with my ways. Opposition leader Mark Golding says the tentative total cost of the programs he announced in the budget debate presentations made by the People's National Party, PNP, is $23 billion annually. Mr. Golding made the revelation during a PNP media briefing at the residence of the leader of the opposition on East King's House Road in St. Andrew on Wednesday. That's very important. I need to know which part they have it. He says the funding for the programs announced would come from a readjustment of the existing $360 billion of discretionary expenditure in Jamaica's $1.27 trillion national budget. He also cites projected revenue increases of $242 billion for the next 4 years as another source of funding. This figure comes a day after the opposition leader sought to clarify the proposals put forward by his party in the budget debates during its closing in the House of Representatives on Tuesday. The opposition came under scrutiny for the lack of figures. Yes. Came under scrutiny for the lack of figures presented by Mr. Golding and opposition spokesman on finance. Can you imagine opposition on arms, finance? Never have no numbers to give it. But anyway, keep it together, moments. Keep it together. The opposition came under scrutiny for the lack of figures presented by Mr. Golding and opposition spokesman on finance, Julian Robinson, during the debate. All right, who want to take it? Who want to take it? Mr. Golding, do me a favor. You and Julian, go back at the table. Go back, go sit down. Get a calculator, a Texas Instrument, a Casio, I don't know which brand I want to use. But go back to the drawing board, take out your notepads, and start over. Because the math ain't mathing, for me at least. And I'm not no math guru. Me is no economist, but the 1 + 1 not equal 2 right there. So it's not adding up, it's not making sense. And it is such a shame. I think because of the pressure that you were coming under to clarify, it was a rushed number. You know, you just throw out an arbitrary figure. Like you got to somebody and say, boy, I want to start a business. I'm thinking it's going to cost me about $20 million. But me not have the details yet. That's what it's sounding like. You just draft your number. I know damn know where I play your son, a friend. See who I go back in September there. Get it together.
Miss, how do you come up with a budget speech and you don't know your numbers?
No, that way I thought about. That way I said too.
No, but I mean, you're telling them to go back and get a calculator, but they should start with a calculator. You must know. I mean, anyway.
Did you hear his press conference, Rebecca?
No, these people them. I need started this, you know.
Listen, when he was talking, I kept thinking, oh my God, somebody needs to get a nurse for him because him looking was going to have a heart attack. You could hear his voice trembling.
Okay, they already get.
Sorry, let me turn this down. I'm so sorry. Go ahead.
They already get rid of Lisa Hanna. Give Damian Crawford the leadership of the party. At least he could give a proper presentation.
Clearly, you didn't hear the press conference. Because you know what he said? When he was asked why wasn't the numbers presented, his response was, what was it? Better late than never.
And that is why, niece, me want clip to play when you're done, Todd. I can't blame Andrew at this point.
But he too late and he will never be the prime minister at that rate.
Oh, you should see, but you should have seen how the opposition leader side eye. I'm like, oh my God.
But niece, you know that Damian Crawford has always been an underdog in that party. And
he thought he on himself?
No. I suddenly love drop on Damian Crawford when things hit the fan. No joke.
Honestly, they hold him in high esteem. And they were truly hoping because he is bright.
No, niece, listen to me, man.
Hold on. Listen to me, Mr. Golding. You see why you're causing at my camp. Normally, my camp is a very peaceful and calm space, you know. But you come with your damn foolishness and make the people them get all wired up and heated up now. Go on through, Alexia.
Niece, I'm not politically inclined in any way, right? Me no vote.
All the dog in the conversation.
Yeah, call the dog. I say, achoo. And listen, Crawford is somebody I've always kept an eye on. Come here and say, you know, say the man you're in touch. In touch. You get what me I say? But what I've realized, but a majority of our government is out of touch. That's how Favor could have said, and the baby self. That's how people could have come with the foolishness about the pro box. Them out of touch. But Crawford has been in touch all along. And every time they mess up, that's when they call upon Crawford to come do some form of sluicing over. You know what I say? And if he stop
gymnastics.
Yeah. Then we stop it, bro. Them only mean I esteem when foolishness go on and they need somebody to come make them look good. Give the man the stage for in the first place. I've seen where this man, stand up in a parliament and agree with certain things that JLP do, and him get beaten in their back feet afterwards, Because the man is not there for politics, the man is there for the people. So
when he lost his seat, right? And he congratulated the winner and said he would work with her to make sure the constituency is okay. And they drag him under the bus for that. But that is what you want from your politician. I see he he and Lisa Hanna, that requires numbers, and they didn't present suggested numbers, and the numbers tally. I'm saying the current opposition leader should just resign, retire, and go home. The PNP is not going to win the next election. And I'm not a Jamaican. So the best thing you could do, give the young people who can take the party forward, who have fresh ideas, as Alexia says, when the government does something, these people commend the government, and vice versa. This is the kind of leadership you want, not people like the current opposition leader who keep recycling the nonsense from since Adam was alive. Yeah? And don't know the numbers and talking about better lead than ever. A significant portion of the country vote for you. Yes, you don't have a majority seat, but if you look at the quantity, the numbers of the Jamaicans that you represent, you are failing them when you come with this kind of nonsense. Because you are there to keep the current administration in check. And God knows, sometimes Mr. Holness, as brilliant as he is, need checking. But ayo.
I mean, noise.
You know something like a behavior moment? Me not like your behavior. A dog literally has a talk truth, Lexi. Talk truth. And you are at the over here. It's alright. So
The dog was backing his opinion. Roof.
I tell you, I already said. I tell you, I already say. Me is an embarrassment to my family, you know. I'm a total misfit in my family. My head that's grand, right? See. But Jingle, I have to play that one there before. One more piece of what listeners, Alexia. One more piece of carelessness. I laugh so much. And I go out with my foolishness that the last the clip. Hold on, see it here.
Butler's father. This reminds me of the classic tale
Oh,
of what we in Jamaica sometimes regretfully call Butler's father, who caused the mother so much pain and then abandons the child. But when the child grows up to be successful, out of the blue they turn up and associate with success.
Oh, Jesus. No.
This leader of the opposition is a man of convenience, flip-flopping between prudence and popularity when it suits him. 1 minute he disowns the child of fiscal discipline, and then the next he claims the child of fiscal discipline. The mother remembers the pain of FinSAC and the high interest rate policy, the largest transfer of wealth from the poor to the rich. And she knows that she cannot trust this worthless man. So the DNA test was done. What?
Hey.
Ruckus.
Song I played on my head. As me here.
Moments campaigning on the slide, you know. I have to watch you. I just check the roster of new candidates.
Politics there still without telling no lie. I've always wanted to be involved in politics. I find it a rather interesting space, but I have been warned to steer clear because it's not a pretty. I don't want pretty place to go. Itch up yourself, you know. But you know, yes, Alexa, Parliament is one big Jerry Springer. Listen, I don't care what I want to say. No, I don't think any country nice like Jamaica with them foolishness still enough. You know.
The House of Commons will give it a run for its money.
You think so?
Oh my God.
On the phone, the theatrics turn up like ours.
Yeah.
I never know. Sorry. I was pulling up a clip. I didn't know that. I think I did have like a behavior over here.
Like the other day, one member of parliament was sleeping on the bench, and someone raised the point of order with this House Speaker. And he said, well, what else do you expect me to do? I am bored out of my mind. I might as well lay my eyes and sleep.
But you know, as you talk about sleep, you know who always asleep? Who always asleep in the parliament of Jamaica? Who can guess?
Oh, you have a sleeper in chief?
We have a sleeper, and usually it's up right next to Mr. Holness. Eh? Who do you think that is?
His missus?
No man, one man ever asleep. Alexia, you don't know who that? Come on, man.
Oh, is that guy? He been in parliament forever, right?
Hold it there, YouTube. Hold it there. No, Anna Pernal, Anna Warmington. No, man. Come on. Me I send the whole on go back to school. Can I not pay attention? Hold on there, YouTube.
Please, boy.
No, man.
I have never cussed my PM before, but yesterday I said no. I need to call my mate here and ask her what's up with the socks and the tie yesterday, because they were not matching on the pants. It was a Michael Jackson style pants. I'm like seriously, on a day like today.
Hold on, I try to keep it together. You know, so no behavior. None of us have no behavior. I'm ashamed to be associated. You know, my parents always tell me, careful who you associate. Lord of mercy. Nee, so I can't do Mr. President so bad. I wouldn't could have found in the closet. The man swears and just to the 9. You can't tell my girl say her husband not fine.
Great thing is always on point, always perfect. Why him choose yesterday to go wear one sky blue with one baby blue?
You must not think about Messi. I don't know.
The pants almost reach up just below him.
She set him up. He's trying to get somebody distraction. She set him up. She's sitting right there.
What the pants name? On a cargo pants.
Like my expect flood. I don't know. You know the news.
Is a psychological warfare thing, man. If I know yourself, watch your pants. Yeah, you want him man to watch your pants.
You see why me can't do regular news people? I have no behavior. Come here, the people them station and broke out in one piece of careless behavior.
It's a new style.
Actually, I the new style of the news. Everybody stiff up. No, sir.
That's a mainstream news in DM. All Fox. MSNBC. You're that nice. More people that watch news.
Come over, let me tell you the tea. Did you hear? Okay.
Did you hear? Short. All right, so moving right along.
Okay. All right, doggy. All right, doggy.
That's Alexia dog who did in the conversation. Because the dog did a talk up things there. Yeah. The dog say, yes, Alexia. Adapt me a lot.
And on cue, the dog was just barking. Yeah. Tell them. No. Tell them. especially for that one at the back.
Oh, Jesus. Hey, you know what? Let's keep it moving, folks. It's time for us to hop on over to St. Lucia. Let me sound professional. St. Lucia launches a national survey on living conditions. This article courtesy of CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com. St. Lucia officially launched the 2025 Survey of Living Conditions and Household Budget Survey, the SLC HBS. This was done on Tuesday, March 25th, marking the start of a nationwide data collection initiative. The Central Statistical Office, CSO, in collaboration with the Ministry of Equity, Social Justice, and Empowerment, is conducting the survey, which is supported by the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States, the Commission Data for Decision-Making project funded by the World Bank Group. Anytime data collection is happening in any island, in any country outside of the US, the World Bank is always present. Are they the only ones who know how to collect data or fund the data collection?
Monopoly? They have a monopoly in the Caribbean between the World Bank and the IMF. If you look at most of the country studies for the Caribbean, it's done by them. World Bank, IMF. CDB do a little bit, ECCB do a little bit, but mostly World Bank and the IMF. And then they had who had the problem with AfriBank in Barbados? I think it was the US.
Yep.
Had a problem with Mayor Motley welcoming AfriBank.
The Afrexim Bank, yeah. So apparently the crucial survey will assess poverty levels, update the consumer price index, and gather essential data on household spending, health, education, nutrition, housing, and demographic trends. The findings will provide valuable insights for shaping evidence-based national policies aimed at what? Improving the lives or the quality of life for St. Lucia. So there's nobody qualified within St. Lucia or is the St. Lucia government able to designate or delegate, excuse me, so don't make me laugh too much, with that dog. I hear a dog, Alexia. Are they able to have a team of, say, 3 to 5 people whose responsibility it is, not saying you have to hire additional people, but look within your workforce, see look amongst your assets, see what you can put together. If necessary, then you head outside. But why not have a team of approximately 3 to 5 people who are able to keep the data up to date, data collection, and it's done quarterly, biannually, or annually. So that way you don't need funding from the World Bank Group to come in to be able to gather data on your country. I feel your country. Why me? I gonna make Mr. President come on my yard, come tell me what going in my yard. Go ahead, niece.
What they were saying sounded a lot like what we call census in Jamaica. And I think all the Caribbean countries have census. They do census taking, I don't know how often, whether it's yearly or like twice within a, yeah. But that sounds like census. I mean, if it is census, why would they need funding from the World Bank? That is something that is already within their budget. I mean, all it needs is a software update where if there's 1 or 2 questions that are not in there, you use a coding and you add those questions to the questionnaire, So that's very concerning.
Very. Go ahead, Mr.
President. The reason why you need the World Bank in there, because when you do those surveys and they sponsor, they own the data.
They do what, the data?
They own the data. So then they get the data, that's why they fund so much stuff.
Can't the data be manipulated if they own the data?
No, well, they use it to their advantage.
Okay.
They know more about us than we know about ourselves.
Well, Rufus,
there's organizations that gather information within the region, but there is no coordinated effort amongst countries, even sometime on a country basis, where you have a central depository that we can utilize the data and get all the information effectively. The World Bank and the IMF put together has more information on the Caribbean than the Caribbean governments. No, I'm not saying that to be facetious. I'm serious.
Right.
Because I've seen it. And we need a coordinated effort throughout the region to work collaboratively to have these central repositories where every country can pull from. And listen, the World Bank and the IMF has been alleviating poverty around the world since Adam was a lad, since Big Ben clock was a watch. And they still, the same poverty they eliminating is still there, and in some cases worse. So how it is Ibrahim Traoré could go in Burkina Faso and change the country in less than 3 years, change the infrastructure, change the mindset, change the education level, everything about this country. But 60, 100 years, the World Bank and the IMF can't make no difference. And they have all the austerity measures, they have all the structural adjustment programs, they've been given all this loans, they've been eliminating poverty since before poverty was poverty. And the countries they're eliminating poverty from is still poor. We have to rethink what we're doing. It might that is why I like, to me, this whole aid stuff that the 47 is doing would help a lot of places, you know? Because it's time we check ourselves. Time we check ourselves and stop with the plantation things that we inherited. We have to cut out some of those. As Nick said, to do a poverty census, why do you need the World Bank? Anyhow,
Remember the article we read from the Jamaica Observer? Remember the article I just read? Let's not forget what was said in the article. Let us not forget. Let me go back and remind you. Everyone. Wait there. Let me go back and find it. Because we need to remind you now. Whatever is being done is never to our advantage. The essence of it. I want me do it. Let me last the people them article. It is never to our advantage. It is always to the advantage of the giver. Because remember, you know, them have to control you, and the only way you can control somebody is to give to them. Me not forget the things that my father said to me in this thing called life, you know. Careful who you take things from. Be careful. Because when people give, and usually from the generosity of their heart, it's not out of generosity. They're expecting payback at some point, and you don't know what that payback is going to be. So do for yourself as much as you can. He was a staunch believer in that. The man have a credit card. And as he swiped his also and turn around and pay it off, because he would use it because there is some advantage to be gained from using a credit card to pay for something. But before cock put on in draws, it pay off. He don't play that. And we need to adopt that same behavior. We have to. Otherwise, we're forever on the mill.
Moments. When it comes to these things, as to be independent and self-sufficient, we had Thomas Sankara did it. We see the results. Now Traoré is doing it. We had Maurice Bishop do it in Grenada, a tiny little island in Grenada. Look at the period 1979 to 1983. Look at the progress, economic and otherwise, education and all the changes that was made under the Maurice Bishop government. And tell me if those kind of progress is far-fetched in our current climate in the Caribbean. Forget about the political arm of it. Look at the economic development. Look at the structural changes. Look at the educational changes. And tell me why in the Caribbean, where we have so much resources, so much intelligent people, so much at our disposal, that we cannot do better than we are doing. I yield.
So I would say to Philip, Pierre, do me a favor, Mr. President, Mr. Prime Minister over there in St. Lucia. rethink some of the decisions that you and your government are making over there. All right? Some things are necessary, really not necessary. The less outside involvement you can have in your internal affairs, the better. And I'll just leave it right there for you. Moving right along, next up, we head on over to Trinidad and Tobago. According to loopnews.com, China and Trinidad and Tobago continue to deepen bilateral relations with annual trade volumes of over US $1 billion between the two countries over the past 4 consecutive years, and opportunities for even stronger collaborations in the future. Charge d'affaires of the Embassy of the People's Republic of China to Trinidad and Tobago, Yang Han, told Loop News that relations between the two nations continue to strengthen with the completion of several collaborative projects, such as the Phoenix Park Industrial Estate, which is part of the Belt and Road Initiative, as well as the new central block of the Port of Spain General Hospital and the ANR International Airport's new terminal. The 50th anniversary of diplomatic relations lays a significant milestone in the history of bilateral relations between China and Trinidad and Tobago. The leaders of both countries exchanged congratulatory letters, and legislative bodies conducted high-level mutual visits, further deepening practical cooperation through friendly and in-depth exchanges across various sectors. You notice a difference in the how the sentences are constructed. Maybe the same thing, but the wording. What you call it? Soft power, Mr. President?
Yeah, soft power.
Soft power. Thank you, Adesoji. They're not saying anything different from what Marco Rubio said, where Marco Rubio is saying the policies have to align with our. In other words, they have to appeal to us, be in alignment with our morals, our values, our standards, yada, yada, yada. But the way China brings it across to you is a little more palatable, less forceful, more amicable, more relatable. Yeah. You don't feel as threatened. Yeah. Listen to it again. The leaders of both countries exchanged congratulatory letters, and legislative bodies conducted high-level mutual visits, further deepening practical cooperation through friendly, in-depth exchanges across various sectors. Not the same thing that Adesoji. Or am I wrong?
No. I mean, it's the tone and the sense of engagement. You're engaging with someone. You're not talking down on them. Even though the size of the country is, I mean, you don't even Stevie Wonder can tell you China is huge.
You see, there's a thing called diplomacy.
You see, the Chinese also moments, what they do is they're willing to give and take. And they're playing the long game. So they always have their goal. Nobody just gives you nothing for free. We understand that. But the way they do it is different. They don't interfere in your internal politics too much. They would sway you however they could sway you. They will sign the best deal in their interest, but you have the option to push back. They don't come and try to wring your hand to do something and say, do as I say and don't question what I do. And that is the difference. Another thing is, again, they come with less stipulation. So when you get funding from them, if you utilize it prudently, it can be a net benefit to you. They don't tell you what you can and cannot do like the US and the West does. They give you so much parameters that at the end of the day, what you take the money for become impractical. So it's just another loan that would do nothing and you have to pay back. I yield.
So less aggression, in other words. Thank you very much. Thank you. Moving right along, next article. It is time for us to go down in the islands, our lifestyle, travel, and features segment. All right. So direct flights between Jamaica and Dubai begin in April through Emirates. Let me get another one here. This article comes to us courtesy of CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com. In a landmark development for Jamaica's tourism sector, Minister of Tourism Edmund Bartlett has announced that Emirates Airline will commence flights to the island starting in April. This marks the first time a Middle Eastern airline will serve the English-speaking Caribbean, signaling a major step forward for Jamaica's global connectivity. The new route will operate from Dubai with a transit stop in Germany before landing in Montego Bay. Minister Bartlett emphasized the significance of this milestone, highlighting the years of negotiations that led to this moment. This is one of the greatest accomplishments of my tenure, as Minister Bartlett said. We began discussions with Emirates before COVID, and now we are finally seeing it come to fruition. According to Bartlett, this move strategically positions Jamaica as a hub for Middle Eastern tourism into the wider Caribbean. This will achieve a number of objectives, including reinforcing Montego Bay's role as a hub. It aligns with the multi-destination tourism strategy we've been championing and firmly places Jamaica at the center of a new wave of travel connectivity. The announcement comes amid Jamaica's broader efforts to expand its global tourism footprint beyond its traditional markets in North America and Europe. With Emirates now on board, Bartlett said the island will strengthen its links to emerging markets in the Middle East, Asia, and beyond, creating new opportunities for investment and cultural exchange. Do that Tom beats with PNP.
Hey, leave PMP out of that. But as this said in the comment, right? Almost imagine what we can do for the region. The same way you're looking to do it for Jamaica, right? And yes, the wider Caribbean. Imagine what we can do when we start to forge these ties and create hubs in the Caribbean, coming from the Middle East, coming from Africa, coordinating with the Brazils and the South America. If CARICOM come up with a plan to just increase travel throughout the region, regardless of which country would be the hub for which sector, whatever. Imagine how much all the islands would benefit from trade and tourism and everything like that. To the point where we don't even have to nickel and dime to see who get the tourists. And that is where we need to get to.
And you know what, Mr. President, back in the day, Air Jamaica, when it was taken over by Butch Stewart and then BWIA, remember those two airlines? Back in the day, you used to do island hopping. And herein lies an opportunity for regional airlines. I don't know if Caribbean Airlines will embark on this idea, or another airline. Liat, I think, is still in existence, but they could do the
I don't think Liat is there no more, but I used to do the island hop with Liat regularly.
Okay, well, whichever airline, here is an opportunity to partner up, have a conversation with Edmund Bartlett. Let us see how we can have people take advantage of the entire region. Go from island to island. I'm going to tell you now. You see, if Adam listening, Adam darling, this may be an opportunity for you, because we know the folks out of the Middle East, they love luxury. And I'm not promoting Sanders brand, but you know, other folks who are in the industry, the tourism industry, let the alarm bells go off in your heads. There's a huge opportunity here for all of you. And this is across the region. Next, when we talk about trade, now we have another market open to us for our goods, our products, then our culture. There are a lot of Jamaicans who do live in the Middle East, in Dubai. Yep, they are there. We have now opened up a trade corridor. Let us take advantage. We not only want to see Grace, we want to see other brands out there. Okay? Come on, folks. Herein lies a phenomenal opportunity. And I want to say, ring the bell to Edmund Bartlett. Carry on.
Moments. You see, the island hopping you're speaking of, it can be expensive. The islands are close. You don't have the volume of people, fuel consumption, and so on. So it could be difficult. That is why I keep saying for years now, to improve the region as a whole, we need to treat travel in the region as a public good. The governments of the region has to subsidize it. You have to create an airline that serves the entire region, that is based on efficiency, based on access, and not based on profit. We will subsidize it, because if we have a good subsidized program where you can hop from island to island at a reasonable rate, and then you're bringing in these big carriers into the hub destinations. You could choose Jamaica for Dubai, you could choose Barbados for Nigeria, whatever. And you start bringing them into the region. The increased tourism and the money that will be coming in could help subsidize the cost of running an effective regional airline. And then you're looking at the movement of people would increase the commerce and everything like that. You're talking about people visiting for different shows and a lot of different things. The regional tourism would increase, and the effect of regional tourism, because what you will find happening also is that within the region, when you're traveling, you're more likely to go to the Airbnbs, you're more likely to interact with the locals because you share common heritage and cultures and stuff like that. And that would increase the microeconomic activities, the increasing the small and business operations within every island chain. A lot of things would happen, but we must treat transportation as a public good, where we collaborate between air and sea travel, because it is a bottleneck that is choking the Caribbean, and unless we unclog that, we would not see our full potential. I yield.
And I agree wholeheartedly with you on that. And it needs to be fixed. We need to look into it. It's a conversation that we have had here several times. It's a concern that you have raised several times, Mr. President. And we hope that it is my hope that they're listening. And of course, because everything takes time, right, to come together if you want it done properly. We hope that those who are of like mind, we hope that they're listening and they will take it to heart and do what they can. But in the meantime, and I shouldn't use the injunction, but however, in the meantime, what I don't want us to do is at least make a start. Yesterday, we spoke about, in our Women's History Month segment, we highlighted the 29-year-old out of the Bahamas, the 29-year-old woman out of the Bahamas, who is running one of the most successful Black-owned airlines in the world. Her parents started Western Air. So I'm thinking luxury. And the reason I'm thinking luxury, we can start there. We do have folks out of the Middle East with deep pockets who want that luxury lifestyle, right? And they will, if it is properly put together, a true concierge style, if they can put a package together where, yes, you're coming into Jamaica. Now, Western Air can take you throughout the Caribbean, because it don't make sense to take the long flight for 2 days and 3 days, right? You come, you stay for a week or 2 weeks, and we can take you to a couple islands. At least we can start there on the luxury end, and then we bring, hopefully, that will encourage or stimulate folks to get on board and offer it at a lower level, if I'm making sense. How we feel about that?
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, it's just a niche market. You could tap into that niche, and yeah, because these people will come. You'll book a luxury package, and that package include travel, accommodation, transportation, food, and everything else. That would allow you to tour a couple Caribbean islands. Everybody divvy up the profit or divvy up the monies, where everybody get their share.
Right.
Yeah, stuff like that can be happening.
I don't
know. Just as I just said, just provide the flights. Provide the flights, and they will take care of the rest.
Mm-hmm.
And they will love the Caribbean.
I don't know if Sandoz still does it, but I remember at one point you were able to, if you stay at one, you could vacation at all. That idea, folks, if it's no longer in existence, they still have it. Thank you, niece. Yeah. So you decide to check into Sandoz in Antigua and Barbuda. You can take advantage of the other Sandoz locations in other islands over there in the Eastern Caribbean.
No.
Oh, they don't?
No, not like that. So if you stay in Ocho-Rios, you get access to the Ocho-Rios properties. If you stay in Montego Bay, you get access to the Montego Bay properties. If you go to a different island, you then have to pay.
Oh, it's different?
Yeah. If there's a what you call a natural disaster and you're relocated because of the natural disaster, then there's some amount of compensation with that. But yeah, you can't stay in Jamaica and then move over to another island.
Well, herein goes an opportunity then to take it up a notch. Take it up a notch.
So there was an island, for example, that they had a property at in Bahamas, Exuma.
Yes.
And Exuma is kind of like Navy Island for us, for Jamaica, right? Right. So they were off to the side. So there wasn't any direct flights going there. And because the hotel went there, because of how they do their bookings, they were able to then invite, I think it was American Airlines, to do straight flights there, right? And it improved the destination as a tourist destination. So it's the same thing with this Dubai one-way trip. I mean, initially, because I think even now, there are some states that offer seasonal one-way trips to Jamaica or to the Caribbean. They don't do it every day or every week. They only do it certain times of year or whatever it is. And I think there's somewhere in UK also that does the same thing. So because it's new for them, I think it's something that they can play around with by doing it seasonally, during festivals and stuff like that. And trump up the interest so that persons can see and that kind of thing. Because I would hate for them to start it 100% and then think it's not viable because it wasn't marketed thoroughly. Because who was it? Somebody said, when the planes come down, and people will come, that's for sure. But how many Caribbean people have the pocket to go to Dubai?
You'd be surprised.
The planes are probably not going to be full. The seats probably won't be filled, right? So it would be a loss for them unless they're going to come to the US, pick up, and then go again,
You know something, niece? You'll be surprised. A lot of people think money not in the Caribbean. A lot of Caribbean nationals pockets deep, they invest in they have a lot of their investment portfolio, let me put it this way, is so diverse and very fruitful. They're just quiet with their money. Very quiet with it. But no make goes fool you. And remember now, if then we take out loan, if we go to Chris Brown concert, then we take out loan for God to buy.
Yeah, but remember, Chris Brown is once a year or once per whatever, right? And the volume, yes, we have people here with lots of dispensable money, but it's not the mass. It won't full a plane every week.
Think twice on that, niece. The numbers in the bank accounts said differently. And then remember, they have a lot of the TikTokers now who are making the young. You have not all of them. Some of them, yep.
Yes. I actually agree. Like the travel to the Caribbean would be skewed, but as you say, it could be done seasonal. And what we can do too, even the commercial airlines has a certain amount of cargo space. We could find ways of sending back stuff. So, for instance, in Dubai and those places, things like the city pepper sauce and so we use in the Caribbean, the demand for those kind of things is high. They love it. So let's find ways where we could have like a central market that you could put these kind of things back and go back cargo to cut back some of the costs, the sunk costs of the airlines. And as you said, do the charter flights. So for instance, I know for Grenada, during Carnival season, almost all the major airlines go direct flights because the demand is high. And we could start like that. And then we would see, so because you're flying there, you don't have to fly there every day, every year. But as she said, you fly during the season and then you have the one-off travel in between to make sure that it's not a big loss for the airline so that everybody could come off on top.
Exactly. Agreed. And it needs put in the chat, trademark Jamaican and other Caribbean brands. And as you were saying, Mr. President, so herein lies an opportunity for all the Caribbean islands, as you know, Jamaica is over here, so, and everybody over there. So just send the things them come to Jamaica so they can go up on a plane to go back to the Middle East, to go back to Dubai. right? Coordinate. You know when the plane are going to land, you know when it are going left, and you know you have goods that can be sold because the demand is there, as Mr. President just mentioned. Get the things to Jamaica, and then they will take them to Dubai on United Arab Emirates. All right.
But
So
every country have a chamber of commerce.
no, we're not
So
saying that. We just need them to work together to get the
so what I'm
goods
saying is
there.
you work through the chambers.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Make the producers, the farmers, and whoever it is be signatory to the country chamber. The country chamber of commerce will coordinate with them. They would know the demand and supply, right? And they will coordinate at the chamber level. So even if you have to get it to a hub destination, for instance, you could fly from Jamaica to Barbados. Okay.
No, but
And you
hold on, Mr. President. Hold on. Remember, no, Jamaica is where Arab Emirates, the airline going, right? So what we need is the folks in the Eastern Caribbean, them can coordinate over there, as you're saying, and get the things to Jamaica. It's not Jamaica going to the
yes,
Eastern Caribbean for
no.
them.
So what I'm saying is, look, for instance, okay, so you have St. Kitts, Antigua, and all the country up north, right? They're closer to Jamaica. Then you have the Grenaders, the St. Lucia, the St. Vincent, Barbados. So I'm saying you could create hubs such that if it's coordinated at the country level through the Chamber of Commerce and different people, that you can have a flight that leaves, let's say, from Barbados, that have already collected stuff from Grenada and those places, and fly into Jamaica and service that part of the region. And something coming from Antigua that covers the St. Kitts, Nevis, all the islands on the side that go into Jamaica. And vice versa, when you have a flight out of Barbados, Antigua, or wherever, going any other destination. But it's just a matter of coordinating it at a high level. It's a matter of coming up with a strategy for the region through the Chamber of Commerce. The reason I say the Chamber of Commerce, because the Chamber of Commerce don't just work, they work with the private sector. And the private sector is usually your productive arm. So you incorporate everybody. This is the level we have to start to think of.
Yeah. And I agree. So, folks, we have given you the ideas where we are not paid to do the work for you. So now I want to take it and run with it and go do the research. If you don't want us to do the work for you, send on the money. Now say, Mr. President, tell them to cough up the money. I'd really be happy to coordinate.
Yeah, we already have a panel of
Exactly.
experts here.
Yeah.
And what we don't have, we will source.
Exactly. We got you. We're thinking for you. Think tank. All right. So coming up tomorrow in our Compama Veranda Make We Talk, we're going to be talking about the data showing how more Jamaicans in the diaspora are choosing to return home. So that's coming up tomorrow in our Caribbean Corner segment. And it is 9 minutes before the top of the hour. I want to say thank you to everyone listening on QMZRadio.com for quality music while you work or play. Keep it logged on to www.qmzradio.com. Everyone listening on JanoRadio.com. Don't forget to download the Jano Radio app. It's available in your Apple and Google Play stores. Jano Radio, take us on the go. Everyone listening on madmusichouse.com, any genre, anytime. Thank you so much for tuning in. Weekdays starting at 9 a.m. Eastern. I invite you to subscribe to the Coffee Into YouTube channel as well as follow us on TikTok, Coffee Into. Thank you to everyone right here with me on YouTube Live. I appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you so much. And of course, TikTok family, appreciate you. If you're just coming in, thank you so much. Thank you for the follows that we've got since morning. Thank you for tapping up the screen and all that good stuff. All right, continue to follow, share the live, tap up the screen, go on a self. Yeah, right. That's all. All right. So next up, it is stories on the international scene. So, why leaving his own charity will matter so much to Prince Harry. This article comes to us courtesy of BBC.com. It was Sunday, January 19, 2020. All attempts to negotiate a new role for the Duke and Duchess of Sussex within the royal family had failed, and Harry and Meghan were about to head off to a new life in the United States. Prince Harry made one final speech about how he was feeling. He delivered it at a dinner for his beloved charity, Sentembale. This was a safe space for him amongst charity workers, donors, and friends. He spoke of the love and happiness he had found with Megan, of honoring his mother's legacy, and described his sadness at leaving the UK. Together, you have given me an education about living, and this role has taught me more about what is right and just than I could ever have imagined. We're taking a leap of faith, so thank you for giving me the courage to take this next step. Sentenbale had been a part of Prince Harry's world for his entire adult life. It had ridden the storm of family fallout and leaving royal family behind. He first visited Lesotho, the landlocked mountain kingdom in southern Africa, when he was 19, and that was in 2004. He had just left Eton and was on a gap year before his military training at Sandhurst. It was a formative time for Harry. What he saw during his gap year prompted him to set up the charity 2 years later. It would support children who had lost parents to HIV and AIDS. And then there is the Diana factor. Sentembale means forget me not in Sesotho, the language of Lesotho. Back at the dinner in 2020, he told guests, when I lost my mom, you took me under your wing. You looked out for me for so long. The connection to Diana, Princess of Wales, is an important personal part of the story. His joint founder had also lost his mother, and that is Prince Cecil. They were both motivated by a sense of loss. Remembering their mothers drove much of what they did over the past 2 decades. Prince Cecil, and I think I'm pronouncing it right, I think so, became a personal friend of Harry. He was a guest at his wedding in Windsor in 2018. He had also been at the wedding of the Prince and Princess of Wales at Westminster Abbey 7 years later. This makes their joint decision to walk away from the charity all the more powerful. Prince Harry's move to the US has impacted his ability to be hands on with some of his charity work. But his team in California says he remains a strong supporter of them all and plays an active part in what they do. He last visited Lesotho in 2024 and with Prince Ceiso saw the latest work the charity was doing. His commitment to the charity would never falter, he said. But for now, Prince Harry has walked away in what has clearly been a catastrophic breakdown in the trustees' relationship with the chair of the board. There has been a personal fallout, a wrangle over the charity's future direction, and broken relationships with damaging accusations being made. Prince Harry has been here before. It's sad. It's unfortunate that, thank you, thank you, thank you. It is so unfortunate that one has to take the decision to break away from that which one loves. You know, when I came across the article, I thought about Shaggy and what he had been doing over the years as it relates to fundraising for the children, Bustamante Children's Hospital. You know, the love affair always starts out good and everybody loves it and yes, and then somewhere along the line here comes an individual or individuals who ruffle feathers, come in with a different vision, I guess, that doesn't align with the reason for the charity being established in the first place. It's not about you. It's about those whom you seek to serve or whom the charity seeks to serve. And we must always remember that. Always remember that. You know, sometimes when we're thinking of doing charitable work, Less is more, meaning the less people you have involved, the better. The better. Not always a reasonable stance to take or a reasonable approach to take, but sometimes less is better. Go right ahead, Jack.
So I recently stepped away from my duties of my HOH. And even though I enjoyed volunteer work, like you just said, sometimes certain people just don't work together. And for me, and I had to tell them why I'm leaving, if you have something that's established and we have a communication to say that if we want certain things changed, we need to have a certain amount of people come and say, this is how we're going to change it, and everybody kind of agree. And you agree with the consensus. But when there's no consensus and there's just infighting, for me, I had to step away from that. And it felt sad because you guys know that I like to give of myself, but I had to think of my mental health in my community. And I told them I'll still be here if anything is needed, but can't work together. For me, it's more important that I step.
Yeah.
So I understand his decision, and it's sad that they couldn't come together and stay because he did initially establish it.
Yeah.
But it doesn't stop him from establishing something else, somewhere else, a thought process in mind. So
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you for that, Ja. And thank you. Thank you. Morning, Ozzy. Just want to say welcome to everyone listening to Coffee and Chill. And just a little bit about Coffee and Chill. So, Coffee and Chill is a dynamic and engaging live show that streams across multiple internet platforms worldwide. This podcast brings you real time news updates. We try. But you also get in depth analysis, and there, as you have observed, interactive discussions on global events. And we also strive to make you a part of the conversation, whether you want to chime in vocally or you want to, put your thoughts in the chat. We welcome them, right? We do have a diverse range of expert guests that make up our panel, as well as who pass through. And we strive to be your go-to source for staying informed and connected to the world. All right. So just a little bit about Coffee and Chill. That being said, let's keep it moving. 1 minute after the top of the hour. So next up on the international scene, I don't know why I'm laughing. Trump names conservative media critic as U.S. ambassador to South Africa. This article, courtesy of BBC.com. U.S. President Donald Trump has named conservative media critic and pro-Israel commentator Leo Brent Bozell III as ambassador to South Africa amid worsening diplomatic ties between the two countries. Mr. Bozell's nomination follows Washington's expulsion of South Africa's ambassador Ibrahim Rasool for remarks deemed critical of Trump. The Trump administration has condemned South Africa's legal action against Israel, the International Court of Justice. Well, this happened at the International Court of Justice over the war in Gaza, and has accused its government of discriminating against white South Africans to seize their land. The nomination must still be confirmed by the U.S. Senate. It's going to be confirmed. Let me tell you something. I don't know, but we're not going to hold with Brett. We're not going to say no, it's not going to confirm, because everybody that has gone before the Senate, as inept as they are, still get nominated, right? So should we worry? I don't think so. He's going to get nominated. Mr. Bozell, pack your bags and get ready. Mr. Bozell is 69 years old and was previously nominated to lead the U.S. Agency for Global Media, a now closed umbrella organization that oversaw Voice of America and Radio Free Europe, but the bid was later withdrawn. Earlier in his career, he founded the Media Research Center, which has the stated mission, excuse me, which has the stated mission of identifying liberal bias. His son Leo, listen to this. We can't wait to get to the juicy part, His son Leo, yes, the son of Mr. Bozell, who is 69 years old, who will be the U.S. ambassador to South Africa. This is telling and troubling at the same time. His son Leo was among those who stormed the U.S. Capitol on January 6, 2021. He was convicted last year and sentenced to nearly 4 years in prison. Need I go on? I don't think so. Hey, Miss Donna, I don't think I need to go any further. Go right ahead, Jack.
So your first sentence said that he has allegiance to Jerusalem, right? I think I heard that correctly. And then you said he was part of something that has liberal bias.
Right.
How is that going to allow him to have an open mindset when obviously he's already has his mindset on certain things?
We're not looking for people to have an open mindset, Jack. Where you go with that? That not gonna work in this current landscape. You have to have a one-sided view of things and a one-sided opinion. Remember, now, he's a I have to be so careful with how I construct my statements. He opposes the liberal view, so he would be in opposition to us and how we view things.
Moments. Or
Yeah.
to us or to Red Cap?
Okay. He opposes a liberal view. We are liberal thinkers. He is not in agreement with that. So he stands with our president. He stands against us who view things from a different perspective. Making sense? His allegiance is to Israel.
Oh, I understand what you're saying, and I just want you to keep repeating it.
No, why you want me to keep repeating it?
You can understand the next thing that Mr. President is getting ready to say. Go ahead, Mr. President.
I don't really care about all the shenanigans. With who they select or not select is the same nonsense. But anyhow, I just want to correct the record. When the articles say that South Africa are stealing the white population land,
Thank you, because I wanted to get to that point too.
that is the only part I want to highlight here. These people stole the South African land. It is global knowledge. During the apartheid system and everything, they took all the resources. And they're still holding on to it. And that is one thing I think Nelson Mandela should have done a better job fixing. But anyhow, the land don't belong to them. They don't have titles. It's fake. It's phony. It was stolen. So don't come with this, oh, you're trying to take white South African. Listen to it. Let's just listen to how it sounds. How could what 6% of the country own what? Over 70% of the land or something like that?
Of the land, that is correct.
What kind of madness you telling me here? And it's talking about white land? Man, give the people back their land and you get refugee status here. Leave South Africa to the South Africans and come back.
Then go back to the
yes, give them land in Idaho or wherever else you want to give them land. They don't have to go. They could come here.
No.
But give back the South African their land.
Have the resources that they need to stay on top. No.
We don't need more racists in the United States of America. I don't.
Okay.
What is the issue with why racists won't go back to where they come from? Why they don't go back to where they come from? That is what I want to know. If you have a problem with integration and you uphold segregation, you don't want to be amongst the indigenous of a nation. I understand you're there not by your choice. I get it. You're there, what, 4 generations in or more? I get that. But if you are disgruntled, so you know what? Let me go back to where my ancestors came from. Let me go. Just like how we like to tell people here, if you don't like it, leave. Why don't they leave and go back to Denmark or wherever them come from? Because they're the Dutch, right? The Afrikaners, they're Dutch, of Dutch descent.
They don't know anything else except for what's in front of them right there. They don't know their history. They only know their new story.
Well, they need to be quiet. You're in another man's land. You are not the indigenous of the land. If we want to take it there, it's the same problem we're having in Australia with the Aboriginals. Everybody comes into everybody's country and take over. And then you have the audacity to have an issue with the indigenous of the country. Your forefathers stole the land from them. And they're not just taking, and you see, disinformation is such a problem. It creates confusion and chaos. Because if they would just take the time to understand what's truly going on over there in South Africa, they would recognize that all of this here is a farce. Ramaphosa never said, "My God, just go to and take up land." He never said that. There is a process. But y'all are so dumb that you just hear taking from, and God forbid it's done to you what your forefathers did to others. You can't handle it. I don't know. Go ahead.
They're not dumb moments. They know once you go through the legitimate process, you would see and identify the true owners of the land. And they know it's not them. That is why they're afraid. It's not the process they're afraid of. They know the land do not belong to them.
So here you have someone whose son was one of those fine people who stormed the Capitol. Who, oh, by the way, you heard about the reparation story for them? Yeah. Because they're patriots. So that mentality right there, we have to be careful for. Mr. Bozell being in South Africa, who raised a son who think it's okay to storm buildings and impose harm. That's who you really want to send to South Africa? Let us be careful. You know what? Elon must have a hand in this. Are we trying to reinstate apartheid in Africa? And you need the right minds there? Let me just say this. Be ye warned. The South Africans of then are not the South Africans today. So be very careful. Be careful. The South Africans today are not the South Africans of yesteryear. It's a different mindset. They will not be trampled on. They will not be bamboozled. They will not be hoodwinked. They will not be taken advantage of. Them not even want other Africans in the country. Look at what they did with Nigeria. The young lady representing Nigeria, well, representing them, bonding, but because she have Nigerian heritage, they said, no, she can't represent me in a Miss World. No, other people are not easy. So be careful how we proceed. We need level-headed people, people without biases, people who understand that segregation is not the way forward. You need clear thinkers. But anyway, what am I? Who am I? Call me. The US scales back Greenland visit after criticism. Hey! Oh, okay. They didn't get the reparations, Jad. They talked. Okay, it's coming up. It's coming up. Hang tight. It's coming up. So US, as a matter of fact, I think I have it coming up. I think I did put it on the runner show. Um, I think I have it on the runner show coming up. But anyway, let me stay focused there. So, next up, courtesy of semaphore.com, US scales back Greenland visit after criticism. The Trump administration on Tuesday said it would scale back a visit by high profile delegates to Greenland this week after the plans triggered intense criticism from Danish and Greenlandic officials. The White House said the delegation, which includes National Security Advisor Mike Waltz, Energy Secretary Chris Wright, and Second Lady Usha Vance, would only visit the US's military base at Pituffik, I don't know, canceling a planned stop at a popular dog sled race on the island. Vice President J.D. Vance will now head the visit. There was so much excitement around Usha's visit to Greenland this Friday that I decided that I didn't want her to have all that fun by herself, he said in a video posted to X. The decision came after Denmark's prime minister criticized the US for putting unacceptable pressure on Greenland and Denmark amid concerns that the Trump administration is looking to seize the Arctic island. US President Donald Trump has repeatedly threatened to take over the strategic semi-autonomous Danish territory, and he has said this several times, one way or another. One way or another, that's a threat. That is a threat, a direct threat. And Danish is not taking kindly. The Danes are not taking kindly to that at all. No, you're not going to do that to us.
I applaud them. Yes.
Yeah. There's a right way to do things. All right. But I do have a video here that I must play, and it relates to this article. Where are you, my friend? Okay, here we go.
Greenland is confused about the second lady, the national security advisor visiting this week. They're concerned that this is further provocation, whatever it is you ultimately want for Greenland. Could you further explain why they're going? What is the ultimate end goal when it comes to?
Yeah, well, not provocation. This is friendliness, not provocation. We're dealing with a lot of people from Greenland that would like to see something happen with respect to them being properly protected and properly taken care of. They're calling us, we're not calling them. And we were invited over there, and I thought it would be I have great respect for the wife of our first, of our great
her name is
vice
Usha.
president. I think she's a brilliant woman. She's a very nice woman, and she loves the concept of Greenland. And so she's going there, and I think Marco's going there, and some others are going there. But we've been invited, and they really like the idea because they have been somewhat abandoned, as you know. They haven't been taken good care of. And I think Greenland's going to be something that maybe is in our future. I think it's important. It's important from the standpoint of international security. And if you look at the ships outside of Greenland, you have Russia, you have China, you have lots of different people and lots of different places. And it cannot go on the way it is. It's not going to go on the way it is. I'll make a statement. It's not going to happen. So they're going there, and that's purely friendship.
Okay, listen, I guess.
About the second.
So hold on a second. I'm confused. One way or another, or they're calling us? If they're calling you, how then you're going to flip and say one way or another? One way or another, I'm going to get you, one way or another.
Double talk. It's double talk. He gets your mind to shut down so you only pick out certain words.
One way or another, I'm going to get you. I'm going to get you, one way. Her name is Usha. Who abandoned Greenland? Because as far as I know, they're happy people there. They're okay with Denmark, who owns them. Is Denmark aware of everything that's going on? Hello? Hey, what's up? Tasha. You see you, Tasha? Tasha is trouble. You hear me tell you? Tasha said, you see you, Tasha, you are trouble. Tasha said, oh, Jesus. When I hear about the dirty, careless things, why me and Marvin Sapa going with? That's why people don't want to go to church. Now, I hear about it. We have to take a break from reality, from the madness that is reality at this point in time. You heard the craziness that Marvin Sapp did? Talk about he need $40,000 and nobody now come out to church till them give him the money and tell the usher them to lock the church door them. Did I hear about it? I should have beat the blouse and skirt. Hey, 911. Someone please call 911. Isn't that a form of kidnapping? You're gonna lock me up in a building until you get the money? I'm telling you something. My head chipping up. My mad smaddy. You're gonna lock me up because you want $40,000. Everybody fi go in them pocket and find the money give you.
It's not a form of kidnapping. It is kidnapping. You cannot forcefully hold people against their will. And on top of that, you're asking them to give you money. So that is kidnapping and extortion.
Okay. So we can talk about it later on. I have to take a quick break 1 second because me tell you something. Some things we're going to do something I call life. And a pure mad. It's madness. These people who call themselves pastors and preachers and deacons and deaconesses and bishops. May God forgive you all. I pray you all will take off your garments, put on your sackcloth, rub up yourself with ashes, bend down on your knees, or lie prostrate on the floor because only God can help you and save you. Uno is a bunch of wicked. Wickedness cannot done. For the hearts of man don't love people. They're only about themselves. Never would have made it. Amen. Yeah, I him sing that one day. Never would have made it. Hey, hey, you know what, sir? Rosola, please pass around the collection plate. Thank you. The show now go on till me get $40,000. Since that's what I don't know, not true. We hold people and none of the can left the space until $40,000. And that's where I don't know. Anyway, I have to take a quick break, folks. I'll be right back with you. So today's one piece of carelessness from the people them show. I'll be right back with you, folks. Hold on a second. Thank you for your patience, everyone. Listening online, qmzradio.com, janoradio.com, madmusichouse.com. Everyone here with me on YouTube Live and on TikTok Live. Thank you so much. Yeah, so back to regular programming. Lord of mercy. Marvin Saturn Warrants. Anyway, so back to the article. We were discussing U.S. scales back Greenland visit after criticism. Yeah, the people them not want him over there. And I think they remembered what happened when Usha and Vance and the family went for vacation to go skiing up there somewhere in the northeast. Which state was it again? And the people then protest and show up at the hotel and say, "No, you can't come as a come vacation. Come out of come out of a place." They released the dogs. Who let the dogs out? Woof, woof, woof. Yes, them could not vacation in the people them state because them say them don't want them there. And the people in Greenland say we don't want you here. You're out of order. Well, I don't know it go. There's nothing no over frightened. Next up, so we already did the article regarding Ibrahim. Yeah, we did that one. Next up, it's time for stories out of North America. The Canadian Prime Minister Carney calls Trump's auto tariffs a direct attack on his country. Let's go ahead and get into this one. This article, courtesy of apnews.com. Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney said on Wednesday that U.S. President Donald Trump's auto tariffs are a direct attack on his country and that the trade war is hurting Americans, noting that American consumer confidence is at a multi-year low. Trump said earlier on Wednesday that he was placing 25% tariffs on auto imports, and to underscore his intention, he stated, "This is permanent." "This is a very direct attack," Carney responded. "We will defend our workers. We will defend our companies. We will defend our country." Carney said he needs to see the details of Trump's executive order before taking retaliatory measures. He called it unjustified and said he will leave the election campaign to go to Ottawa on Thursday to chair his special cabinet committee on U.S. relations. Carney earlier announced a Canadian $2 billion strategic response fund that will protect Canadian auto jobs affected by Trump's tariffs. Autos are Canada's second largest export. Carney noted the sector employs 125,000 Canadians directly and almost another 500,000 in related industries. He said Canada will be there for auto workers. So I guess that's it. No, hey, Miss J.A., no car now go sell in other states, right? Who is prepared to pay a 25% markup on a vehicle? So hold on a second. Let me jump here upon a let me see. Where my Google there?
Moment, don't get too excited. Give it about a month or two and he gonna reverse everything. You know that how you do. Put it on for 2 to 3 weeks and then he reverse it.
So the cost of a Honda Civic Basic starting at, and this is MSRP, starting at $24,250, right? Where's my calculator? I'm in the mood for the maths in my head today. So 24,000, what am I way highlighter? 24,250 times 25%. What are we talking about? That's an additional $6,000. So a car, which is already high in cost for, a first-time car owner, you add to that, what me say? How much did it say? 6,000. So we are $30,000 now.
30,312.
Thank you. That wasn't too bad. $30,000 is where we are now. And I'm supposed to take out a car note. Right now, may I tell you, my 2 older sons, each of them have a Honda Civic, brand new off the lot. Great credit. Them credit scores in the 700 when we went with them to get their cars. They didn't have to put any money down, thank God. and said, train up a child the way they should grow, keep your credit clean. No matter nobody ramp with you. Their car payment, 500, one is 503 and the other one is $512. Reason the difference? One has a sport, the other one is just the regular. That's with good credit. So now you jack up the price. How much is going to be for a Honda Civic? And a Benz we're talking about, you know, and a BMW, you know, and a Porsche and a Maserati. And none of them there. What is the car payment going to be now, Mr. President?
30,312.
So now you're looking at a car payment of approximately $750 for a Honda Civic. And you expect that cars are going to sell? Mr. President, you're not only crippling the economy of the Canadians within the auto industry, but you're going to be crippling the auto industry here in the US. So when a person would be in the habit of changing them car every 5-6 years, now they're going to make sure the car lasts them a good 10-20 years because you're saying this is going to be permanent. But then again, it can be reversed because it's just an executive order. And even if it was something else, you could still reverse it when the next administration goes in. The next administration has a lot of cleaning up to do. I don't know what I miss. I miss something. The maths now maths. But I don't know if that's the education that we get when we all attend the Wharton School of Business because and I beg to differ. Some of us do show up to class and some don't show up to class. Auntie Favel went to class.
Oh.
Who are the advisors advising our darling president? Because, Mr. President, your advisors not making you look good. We want you to look good. Because you told us, Mr. President, that you were going to make America great again. You told us, Mr. President, we were going to be richer, not poorer. You told us, Mr. President, just the other day on Air Force One that we are going to have so much money that we won't know what to do with it. Your advisors are sabotaging you, Mr. President. That's the only thing I can say. They're not making it look good, Mr. President. I think we need to all check our circle. Mr. President, may I beg you to check your circle. Them don't mean you're good. Them I tell you something when all right, Mr. President. So a Honda Civic, MSRP, and this is basic, not with no GPS, not with no fancy things, no upgrades. Basic. MSRP, $24,250. Now we're going to be paying approximately $31,000 for a Honda Civic plus taxes. Mr. President, did you put the taxes on it? Could you put the taxes on the figure for me, please, Mr. President?
Right now, all your calculation, they think you make me feel like I'm back in calculus class. Listen, I've been saying since the campaign that this maths not mathsing. I was saying that, you guys was telling me no, but I was saying that he wouldn't do it. I thought he was just bluffing, but then I lost that bet. So I have to concede. I lost that bet because I'm trying to figure out from an economic perspective, from policy perspective. I couldn't imagine he would do the things he's doing right now.
He's been ill-advised, unfortunately. Unfortunately.
But that's what we voted for, you know. I still don't blame him. He said what he's going to do. He's doing what he said he's going to do. And we elected him nonetheless. So he's carrying out the mandate of his election promises. He promised to deport people. He promised to put tariffs. Granted that most people thought tariffs was paid by China, just the same way Mexico built the wall. But he said what he was going to do. He said it. He was very clear. and people voted for it. So now the people that have voted for it are affected adversely by it. That's what you vote for?
What I don't understand is how everyone is so quiet. Everybody who was like, yes, and that we want. Everybody's quiet.
So what do you want people to do? The people that don't vote for him knew it was coming. So they're saying, okay, well, we in that season, we just wait.
No, I need those who voted for him, Mr. President, to come forward and defend it.
And say what?
Explain to us so that we can have an understanding as to why we're going through what we're going through.
Well, if some of them did not even know they were DEI hires, you think they could come and explain anything else? People that got their job because of DEI voted to abandon DEI and was surprised when they lost their job. You know, because they thought it would have affected every other DEI hire except them.
Right, that's so. Right, that's so. No, but you see, everybody gonna beat them chests and I say yes and blah 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 blah. No, you need to come up with a full chest now and explain to us how y'all are really feeling. No, be honest. You see, the thing about us here at a Coffee and Toe is that we don't have any problem saying yes, we were wrong. Right? We don't have a problem doing that.
Like the same way I admit I was wrong saying that he would never implement those policies.
No problem. So understand, we're not going to attack, we just need to come forward and explain to us so we can have an understanding, because I'm sure they have a different perspective and we're not seeing it, and we want to engage in that kind of conversation so that we have a better understanding, so we can grasp it and be like, oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. But right now, as it stands, we are lopsided in our view because we don't know. We really don't know. But so folks, do me a favor, make sure it's on the service in the vehicles, get your oil changes done. See to it that your spark plugs are good. Don't allow the gas in your vehicle to go below 3/4. As a matter of fact, try to keep your gas tank above half full, because you don't want to be running low, because that can damage your engine. What else we need to advise people to, rotate your tires, check your brakes, your brake shoes, the discs, your wheel discs. What else we need to advise people to make sure that just take your car in every 6 months, especially if you do a lot of driving. You do a lot of driving. A lot of you're up there in Atlanta, Rosolo, when you have to go into the office. Please, my begging, get on a vehicle serviced, because with a 25% surcharge, we're not going to be able to afford a brand new car, much less a used car, much less a brand new car. So take care of what you have. My begging, do get on a vehicles detailed at least once a year, so them get a deep cleaning and all these things. Polish the body so they look as new as possible. Check your rubbers and your seals. Check your what you call it, the belt. What you call the belt? What go around now? The timing belt.
If you open a mechanic shop, man. You could just a service shop. That's a business idea here, because the demand for servicing will be more higher. Will have be higher now. So come. Business for Coffee and Toe. Coffee and Toe detail.
Yeah, Coffee and Toe detailing and
express detailing.
Or Auto Boutique, come in, get your coffee while you wait for your car to be serviced. And try on the best. No meeting an accident. Not do it. Don't do it, because your insurance rates are going to go up. Why? Because even though you may not have to replace the vehicle, but you have to get it repaired, the cost of the goods to repair the vehicle is also going to go up. Right? So we're going to drive carefully out there on the road, because the insurance rates are going to go up, because the insurance company, them now going to dip in their dilly. I said, no, we can afford to not increase the insurance rates. No, they're going to increase the insurance rates to offset the expense. All right. So you see, it's a domino effect in every industry. Yes. It's not as simple as we think. Moments mechanic show. Next up, according to europeafrica.army.mail. Now, this one is the next piece of foolishness. One bag of foolishness are going in the people them atmosphere. No. Search for US soldiers. Have they found them yet? Because as of this morning, I don't have an update. If anybody is aware, this there's a search for US soldiers in Lithuania. The vehicle was found, but they're not found the soldiers. Let me know if we have an update. Thank you for the time check, Jam. So the M88 Hercules armored recovery vehicle of the missing, hold on, what is the M88 Hercules armored recovery vehicle? The 4 missing US soldiers were operating during a training exercise has been located in Lithuania. The vehicle was discovered submerged in a body of water in a training area after a search by US Army, Lithuanian Armed Forces, and other Lithuanian authorities. Recovery efforts are underway by US Army and Lithuanian Armed Forces and civilian agencies. The soldiers, all from 1st Brigade, 3rd Infantry Division, were conducting scheduled tactical training at the time of the incident, and they say they will provide further updates as new information becomes available. But this is what is most concerning to me.
We have some stunning news right now. Donald Trump was just asked about the 4 American soldiers in Lithuania who are missing and potentially dead, and his response was shocking. He said he hasn't even heard of them.
No, I haven't.
This video was from minutes ago. The soldiers went missing hours ago. The fact that an American president does not know or claims to not know about 4 American soldiers who are potentially dead right now is stunning. Now, TikTok could get banned in about 10 days, so be sure to follow me on my Instagram, Substack, and YouTube. All are linked in my bio. And take a minute and imagine if President Joe Biden had this response to soldiers who passed away in Afghanistan, for example. Donald Trump and the right would have crucified him. And while Donald Trump now is literally admitting that he does not know about these 4 American soldiers. Now, the latest update about these soldiers is that it's unclear what the status of them are. The NATO Secretary General previously said that they were dead, but Lithuania's armed forces are still conducting an investigation. I'll provide you updates every step of the way, so follow along for more.
So someone asked the question. You're the commander-in-chief, right? And you don't know where your you don't even know about these assets? You don't know where your assets are? You don't know what has happened to your assets?
Wasn't it said that he don't want to attend in his first tenure? He was reluctant to attend his morning briefings. So maybe he was just not briefed. There is no more briefing. Because aren't they supposed to get a daily briefing?
So Hegseth didn't update him. Hegseth didn't update him. Hey, Mr. President, this is what's going on. Hegseth has just embarrassed our president. Has caused our president to look bad.
No, he was busy texting the reporter the war plans. He was indisposed.
You are supposed to keep your president up to date with matters of consequence, matters of importance. And I can only say that they dropped the ball, and because Mr. President can't know everything without him being informed. So why wasn't Mr. President made aware of what happened in Lithuania? Pray tell.
Imagine you're one of the family members who just lost your loved one or is missing. You don't know what happened to them. And to hear the person in charge saying they didn't even hear of the incident of them going missing when the story is on the news.
I said this yesterday. How much worse can it get? What other surprise can we get? Every day is something else in the news. And I just said it in the previous, when we were talking about the previous article, Mr. President, you check your circle. They are making you look bad. And I don't want them to make you look bad, because when they make you look bad, they make the country look bad. And we want America to be on the pedestal where it belongs. I would like to ask the team, the security team around Mr. President, who were in the group chat, please get it together. Get it together. Clean up. Time out for all of you.
Why are you asking the team that when the president said yesterday that the team is doing the best that they can do? Isn't it the same team? They're doing the best that they can do. You don't have to ask for anything else.
Next. How much worse can it get? Turkish student rather at Tufts University detained. Video shows masked people handcuffing her. This article courtesy of apnews.com. A Turkish national and doctoral student at Tufts University has been detained by U.S. Department of Homeland Security agents without explanation. Her lawyer made the statement yesterday. She's 30 years old and she had just left her home in Somerville on Tuesday night when she was stopped. Her lawyer made a petition and it has been filed in the Boston Federal Court. Video obtained by the Associated Press appears to show 6 people, their faces covered, taking away her phone as she yells and is handcuffed. "Where are the police?" members of the group are heard saying in the video. A man is heard asking, "Why are you hiding your faces?" She's Muslim. She was meeting friends for iftar, a meal that breaks a fast at sunset during Ramadan. We are unaware of her whereabouts and have not been able to contact her. No charges have been filed against Rumesa. That is to date that we're aware of. Ozturk has a visa allowing her to study in the United States. Neighbors said they were rattled by the arrest, which happened at about 5:30 p.m. on a residential block. It looked like a kidnapping, said Michael Mathis, a 32-year-old software engineer whose surveillance camera captured the arrest. They approach her and start grabbing her with their faces covered. They're covering their faces. They're in unmarked vehicles. Tufts University President Sunil Kumar said in a statement that the school learned that authorities detained an international graduate student and the student's visa had been terminated. The university had no pre-knowledge of this incident and did not share any information with federal authorities prior to the event, Kumar said. Kumar did not name the student, but university spokesperson Patrick Collins confirmed that Ozturk is a doctoral student in the Graduate School of Arts and Sciences. Democratic U.S. Representative Ayanna Pressley called the arrest a horrifying violation of Rumesa's constitutional rights to due process and free speech. She must be immediately released, Presley said in a statement. We won't stand by while the Trump administration continues to abduct students with legal status and attack our fundamental freedoms. Massachusetts Attorney General Andrea Joy Campbell called the video disturbing. Have you all seen the video?
No, and honestly, I don't want to see it because it's just going to remind me of past history in several countries.
When I saw the video, I was concerned. I was concerned. I was deeply concerned. Why? Faces are covered. And the video that I saw was someone recording the video from a balcony, it seems, and the person kept calling out to them, "What are you doing? Why are your faces covered? Blah, 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 blah." How was anyone to know that it was ice or nothing? Nothing. Oh, by the way, you heard about the additional leak with passwords and stuff from Venmo. Listen, it gets worse in this country. But anyway, yeah, deeply
We're
concerning. Go
we're
ahead, Ja.
we're in trying times, and I have to say this for everyone. Make sure you know where your family members are, because right now they can pick you up and disappear you, and no one will know where they put you. And honestly, I feel it's not going to matter what your color is.
Doesn't matter what you look like. Absolutely.
Exactly. Know where your family members are. Make sure that you check in with family members, or at least tell them where you're going, especially if they can come pick you up masked without any type of vehicle identification. Yeah.
This is deeply concerning. Deeply concerning. I don't know. I'm hoping. What I don't like is several instances of folks saying that they can't, lawyers, let me not say folks, lawyers who should be able to access information to determine where you are. Lawyers cannot find their clients. They can't find them. And that's disturbing. It's disturbing. It's frightening. Um, I don't know. I don't know. Oh, what can I say? Anyway, let's keep it moving. I just sincerely hope all ends well in the situation. I just hope they're able to find her, find out what's going on, and be able to provide information, clarity, so on and so forth. Thank you for the time check, Ja. Trump signed an order to reshape how elections are in the U.S. are run. Now, is it constitutional? This article comes to us courtesy of apnews.com. With a stroke of his pen, President Donald Trump restructured the way Americans can register to vote or when they can cast their ballots. Or did he? AP News, say it's slick. And I can't see why AP News that, did he? Because he did say he did not sign the alien, what it act name, the enemy alien act, or however you want to put it. After the president signed his executive order on Tuesday calling for broad election changes, such as proof of citizenship for voter registration and an election day return deadline for mailed ballots, election officials, state attorneys general, and legal experts said it would face legal challenges for encroaching on state powers outlined in the U.S. Constitution. The order is unlawful. That's according to Colorado Democratic Secretary of State Jenna Griswold. This cannot be done through executive action, said David Becker, a former U.S. Justice Department attorney who leads the nonprofit Center for Election Innovation and Research. New Jersey Attorney General Matt Platkin said he expects his and other states will challenge the executive order, just as they have several other of Trump's actions. He said he's never seen a president threaten the integrity of state election rules like Trump did through his order. The Trump administration says it has the authority to require the changes to secure U.S. elections from voter fraud, which the president falsely claims is widespread and responsible for his 2020 election loss. A decision about the order's legality will ultimately rest with the courts. So, you know what? Let it go. Let's see what happens in 4 years. Let's see what's going to happen in 2028. It might reset things, Ja. It might reset things. We don't know. Let's see. The Supreme Court upholds federal regulation banning ghost pew-pews, ghost arms, if you want to call it. I think we can use that term. And this one is an article courtesy of NPR, and we do have a soundbite for this one. Let's take a listen.
Held a Biden-era federal regulation. The Supreme Court today upheld a Biden-era federal regulation that essentially bans manufacturers from selling so-called ghost guns. These are build-it-yourself gun kits, mainly bought online, that include all the parts of a gun, but they're untraceable because when assembled, they have no serial numbers. NPR Legal Affairs correspondent Nina Totenberg reports.
In 2022, as ghost guns became more and more of a problem for law enforcement, the ATF enacted a new rule classifying these kits as firearms under the 1968 Gun Control Act. That law defines a firearm as any weapon that is designed to or may readily be converted into a functional firearm. Gun manufacturers promptly challenged the new regulation, contending that a bunch of gun parts is not a gun. But today, the Supreme Court, by a 7-2 vote, upheld the regulation. Writing for the court majority, Justice Neil Gorsuch said that under the broad language of the 1968 Gun Control Act, the ATF was well within its authority in requiring those who make or sell gun kits to mark their products with serial numbers, keep records of their sales, and conduct background checks on buyers. None of these requirements was in place for unmarked guns prior to 2022, and as Gorsuch pointed out, the consequence was an explosion of ghost guns found at crime scenes across the country. Indeed, in 2017, law enforcement agencies submitted only about 1,600 ghost guns to the federal government for tracing, but by 2021, that number had jumped to 19,000.
This is an important decision that will help reduce access to guns by criminals and others who are barred from owning firearms.
UCLA law professor Adam Winkler has written extensively about guns and gun rights.
I think the best way to understand the court's decision is that there may be some gun kit out there that would not suffice to be a firearm because it required too much work for the owner to put it together. But the courts seem to suggest that those occasions would be unlikely or rare.
Indeed, in his opinion for
So it's a very long article. I'm not going to have the whole thing. So can we say this is a win? The Supreme Court upholding the federal regulation banning these ghost weapons. Yes, it's a win. We'll take the win on this one, right? We need more to be done. Dissenting from the decision, though, were Justices Clarence Thomas and Samuel Alito, who wrote separately.
Whatever.
Whatever, indeed. I'm with you on that one. Next up, top Trump security advisors' private information now available online. God have mercy. They tell us that every day is something new, you know. This article can be found on yahoo.com, Yahoo News. I have to, hold on, I need to sip a coffee before I start because I strongly believe that this administration is, there's a mole within or a couple moles within. I strongly believe that they're being sabotaged. I have to, at this point, because this can't be real life. What I'm saying, in a real life, this cannot be real life. This administration is being sabotaged. They're being set up. I strongly feel so. Because everything can't just be going wrong so. We're in what? February, March, 2 months in, right, Ozzy? 2 months in. And so much has transpired rapidly, a rapid decline, a rapid breakdown.
You forget they fired everybody. Can I use that word? They let go everybody.
Yeah, and I believe that letting go, Ja, is because of them wanting somebody, the advisors, somebody wants to sabotage the country. The person they think love, whoever the people are, what them think love the country, they don't love this country. Whoever those people are who are sabotaging this country, I'm convinced that the administration is infiltrated.
You ever work at a company and they bring in an entire new staff without the staff waiting to hear how old things are run? They just come in with the mindset that they already know. until they get there, and then they see things falling through, and then they have to come back to the ones that's left to get some help. That's what's going on right now. I've been through this several times in corporate America.
I have serious concerns, Jad. This is really concerning now because every day there is something in the news that makes us raise our eyebrows. Right? Let's go ahead and wrap up on air. Thank you, Jad. Thank you for the reminder because we get so caught up in the news articles, right? That yesterday I forgot to do the on-air wrap up, and I have to apologize to my on-air listeners for that happening. Yeah, forgive me. All right. Thank you, Jack. I want to say thank you to everyone who tuned in online, qmzradio.com. For quality music while you work or play, keep it logged on to www.qmzradio.com for that good music to get you through your day. Thank you to everyone listening on JanoRadio.com, your non-stop party vibe station. Don't forget to download the Jano Radio app, JAHKNO. It's available in your Apple and Google Play stores. And a big thank you to everyone listening on madmusichouse.com. Any genre, anytime. We will be back with you tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Eastern, for another episode of Coffee Into World News on the Go. I invite you to join us on YouTube or on a TikTok. And don't forget to check out the Coffee Into website. That's www.coffeeinto.com. Have yourselves a wonderful rest of the day. See you tomorrow. Thank you so much, TikTok and YouTube. It is the top of the hour, and we are officially off the air. Oh boy. Thank you to everyone just coming through for joining us on YouTube Live. Don't forget to go ahead and subscribe. Thank you to everyone joining us here on TikTok. Hit that follow button. Go ahead, Ja.
I listened to a video last weekend of a gentleman, I'm not going to say his name, but he spoke about basically what's going on right now with these politicians. And what he said made sense to me.
Ja, what you doing in the background? I hear a whole lot of noise in the background. What are you doing? What are you doing? You in the kitchen, Ja? You're preparing lunch?
No, I'm sitting still.
Oh, okay. I hear a whole lot of noise. I don't know, like in the kitchen. But go ahead. I'm sorry. Just letting you know.
My air conditioning just came on, but I barely hear it.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
The architects of P2025 are using red cap to mess up the world, and then they'll get rid of red cap, and then they're going to come in and they are going to seize power. And what he said made a lot of sense to me. Red cap is a puppet right now. Everyone around him are puppet masters, and it makes a lot of sense. One, they know he's not going to listen to them, so he's going to do all these outrageousness, and they're just going to sit back and let it happen.
And that, what Ja just expressed, those are the concerns of someone else, not Ja's. Okay, so no, don't come for Ja. She's just repeating something that she heard, which is of grave concern. Yeah.
Oh, Rosola said she saw it too. I was listening to a video, but yeah, when you sit and think about it, it's like, it's kind of playing out.
Yeah.
I have said it as well, because here's my thinking. The fact that let me tell you one thing with him. If it's in his mouth, in his belly, in his mind, any at all, he's going to speak about it. So if he knew about the connection with the BRI, he would have said something. There's no way he's gonna hold his tongue.
Right. Interesting. Right. Ja? So another theory allegedly that is being thrown around out there, not our sentiments, it's what we're seeing swirling around. Another theory is that they're creating the conditions to incite martial law. We've heard that argument from various media outlets and all across social media. Yes, Ozzy. And I hope that's not the case. And that is why I'm saying I think he needs to examine the people he has around him, especially now that the leak happened, right, with the text messages. There are some concerns within the text messages. There are some serious concerns. There are opposing views. Because right now, based just on the text message, allegedly, JD Vance is not too much in alignment with him. They have opposing views. And he has shared his sentiments in the thread. Not me making that up. It's in the thread. He has concerns. And he has, it's not just today, JD Vance has concerns. There are recordings all over that have surfaced. He's not based on the recordings, he's not fond of the president. He's just using this opportunity, or was he put there by those behind him? Because everything is being orchestrated. And I'm saying we need the president to take a look at everyone around him. Go ahead, niece. Who is first? Niece or Ja?
I was just going to tell you to ring the bell. Ding, 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 ding.
I was gonna say to you, I'm almost sure somebody said that JD used to work with
Peter Thiel?
No, Black Hat.
Hold on a second. Let me double check that.
JD, that is how he got in that position. He used to work with Black Hat. Because remember, as you rightly said, he was very vocal against Red Hat in the past.
Very vocal against him.
Yeah. I don't know if it's with him or in a project or he was assigned to something with him.
I know about Peter Thiel. Hold on, let me go in here. 5 things to know about JD Vance's ties to tech billionaires. All right. This one can be found on NPR. Let me move it over here. Let me move it from this device to this device and see if I can play this one. Hey, Lord have mercy. Let's see what this one says. Hold on a second, folks, because where's the search button on this side? Why I can't find it over here? So no, don't play with me. All right, I know. Let me see if I can do it another way. Hey, Lord of mercy, may I tell you something? No, it is always something, isn't it? All right, let me do this. Let's copy this here. I wouldn't be surprised, but I don't remember hearing that. That's the thing. But anything is possible. Anything is possible. Hold on a second, folks. May I come there? Anything is possible. And hit send. So them say, all right, make we go over here, pull it up over here, Lord of mercy. Mummer. Okay, here we go. This one, let's see. And let's open it here. All right, let's take a listen to this one. Finally got it. Let's go.
The Republicans. Night 2 of the GOP convention was a night of rivals coming together to back Donald Trump, including his final
Okay, and before I go any further, let me just this article, this audio clip that we're listening to, is courtesy of NPR, dated July 17, 2024. The title is 5 Things to Know About J.D. Vance's Ties to Tech Billionaires. All right.
On making one thing perfectly clear. Donald Trump has my strong endorsement, period.
Tonight, Ohio Senator J.D. Vance will accept his party's vice presidential nomination.
You might be aware of Vance's roots in Appalachia thanks to his best-selling memoir, Hillbilly Elegy. Less known are his roots in the worlds of Silicon Valley and venture capital. As NPR's Bobby Allen reports, Vance's close ties to tech billionaires could supercharge Trump's re-election bid.
Shortly after J.D. Vance published his memoir, Hillbilly Elegy, in 2016, another career began to rise in San Francisco. He was hired to work in a venture capital firm run by Peter Thiel, the co-founder of PayPal, who is one of the most powerful figures in Silicon Valley. Here's writer Max Chafkin, who wrote a book on Thiel that mentions Vance.
Vance worked for Thiel for a relatively short amount of time, less than 2 years, and then moved to Ohio, where he continued to invest, but clearly was starting to, think about his political future.
But before his political life even started, he launched his own VC fund with backing from Thiel and other tech-heavy hitters like investor Mark Andreessen. In other words, he was compiling a deep-pocketed tech roster that came in handy when he ran for Senate in Ohio and won with financial help from Thiel and other tech investors. And now, as Trump's vice president pick, Vance is tapping his tech billionaire contacts once again, and a growing group of them are embracing the MAGA movement, says author Chafkin.
It's tempting to paint this with a broad brush and say all of Silicon Valley is getting behind the former president, but what's actually happening is that Silicon Valley's right wing has been activated and persuaded to open their pockets.
A new tech-aligned political action committee called America PAC was unveiled just after Trump announced Vance as his running mate. Elon Musk is poised to flood the group with cash. Venture capitalists Mark Andreessen and Ben Horowitz also plan to contribute. On the duo's podcast on Tuesday, Horowitz said he wished they didn't have to pick a side.
But the future of our business, the future of technology, new technology, and the future of America is literally at stake.
Many big players in Silicon Valley traditionally sat on the sidelines for presidential elections or voted for Democrats. But now that has changed. Samuel Hammond is an economist at the right-leaning think tank Foundation for American Innovation. He says many of the new financial backers of Trump and Vance are placing big bets on 2 industries, artificial intelligence and crypto.
Whether that bet pays off depends entirely on the policy of the U.S. government.
Chafkin, the book author who is also a reporter at Bloomberg Businessweek, says there is a fear that AI policy in the Biden White House will be too heavy-handed.
They perceive, to some extent, I think correctly, that Joe Biden, less so than pretty much any president that they have encountered in their lifetimes, is not as willing to accommodate them.
Newly added to the Republican Party platform, just in time for the RNC, repealing Biden's AI executive order that attempts to provide some modicum of AI oversight. Bobby Allen, NPR News.
All right. Okay, so I have been instructed to do some research. All right, Ozzy, let us see where this one leads us. I'm down in another rabbit hole. Ozzy's sending me down into the rabbit hole. Oh, boy. Oh, wow. Peter Thiel, Ken Howery, Max Levchin, Luke Nosek, UPenn. Which name is supposed to recognize? Yes, sir.
Didn't he say something with Peter Thiel a little while ago?
I said Peter Thiel. Niece probably did too. Yeah. Oh, it's not showing unless the information has been redacted. Ozzy. He may be friends with them and may pump money into them, but in terms of presence, physical, But let's see. Let me dig a little deeper. I'm going to dig a little deeper. But as you're sending me down into a real rabbit hole, I hope you have a lot of carrots for me when I come out. We cannot. What to call it? Spanish needle will not be sufficient. Yeah, no, not at all. I need carrots and the best carrots, organic carrots, please and thank you. I was sure I saw him thing, then I sent the invite. Okay, okay. But the rate at which I'm digging, I might end up digging into some bauxite.
Yeah, hello.
Yes, Ozzy.
All right, look up PayPal Holdings.
All right, Lord Jesus. Whoa! But sound like my dear upon the calculator. All right, so PayPal Holdings. Who are the investors? PayPal Holdings. All right, why this? Okay, my Google telling me something different. All right, let's hold on. You have Vanguard, BlackRock, State Street, Comprehensive Financial. What this is what it's giving me. All right, you're going to have to tell me what you.
On the founders list of PayPal Holdings, you'll see Elon's name right there. Because remember, he is a part of PayPal and eBay as well.
Damn. All right. Okay, internet, slow down. She's hold on. What? They must have do a number for my I'm not seeing that. I don't for some reason it's not showing me his name. None at all. It look like my Google search bringing me something else.
I'm looking at it right now.
So all right, okay. Found something. Go ahead, Jack. Found. Lord Jesus, and then block me to rotted.
Not owned by Elon Musk. He was a co-founder and he merged with Confinity, which became PayPal, but he sold his shares after eBay acquired the company in 2020. I mean in 2002.
Okay.
And yes, major institutional shareholders are Vanguard, BlackRock, and State Street Corp.
So he was one of the founders,
He
correct?
was one of the founders then.
So why is he showing as one of the founders on the internet? That's my question.
He has a connection, though, I'm sure of it.
Because it's kind of indirect. That's what I'm saying. It's all connected. It's all connected.
Okay. Now it makes sense. One way or another, I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you.
Because then based off of that story that you gave earlier, remember that moment where they had all the CEOs of those social media companies on stage and all that. Mm-hmm.
Okay, make it
It's
make
all
sense.
connected.
It's all connected. Indeed. Definitely all connected. All right. Ah. Fire there must stealing think a cool breeze. Huh. That's all I can say. So let's get into this article. Top Trump security advisors, private information now available online. According to yahoonews.com, if Mike Waltz knows anything about national security, he sure isn't acting like it. As it turns out, adding a journalist to a signal channel in which top Trump administration officials discussed imminent airstrikes in Yemen isn't the only security breach that's occurred under Donald Trump's national security advisor. The German newspaper reported on Wednesday that several senior administration officials had their personal data, including account passwords, cell phone numbers, and email addresses listed online. Some of the compromised cabinet members include Waltz, as well as National Intelligence Director Tulsi Gabbard and Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. The foreign publication was able to track down their information via commercial search engines as well as databases composed of hacker or hacked customer data. Most of these numbers and email addresses are apparently still in use, reported the paper. Through those details, reporters were further able to uncover Dropbox accounts and personal files on running apps that track users' health data. Reporters were also able to locate WhatsApp and ultimately Signal accounts for some members of the administration. Hostile intelligence services could use this publicly available data to hack the communications of those affected by installing spyware on their devices. The Weekly News Journal reported it is thus conceivable that foreign agents were privy to the Signal chat group in which Gabbard, Walls, and Hegseth discussed a military strike. Former intelligence officials are warning that America's adversaries undoubtedly already have the chat records. Well, that's thanks to the Trump administration's special envoy to the Middle East, Steve Witkoff, who was physically in Russia when he was added to the chat on the retail app. In an interview with Midas Touch on Tuesday, former National Security Advisor Susan Rice said that Witkoff's use of Signal while in Russia would have basically hand-delivered news of the attack to the Kremlin hours before it took place. Russians have whatever Witkoff was doing or saying on his personal cell phone. That's what Rice told the network. But Witkoff wasn't the only group chat member traveling abroad at the time. During a House Intelligence Committee hearing on Wednesday, Gabbard admitted that she had been in the Indo-Pacific at the time that the strike was being coordinated over Signal, though despite her sudden recollection, she could not remember which country specifically she had been in before Yemen was hit. Bull crap. You can't remember which part you did there. Time. Travel log. Your damn phone will tell you which part you did there. Me take a picture. Me can go to the photos from my phone and the phone will tell me exactly where I was. It gave me the geographical coordinates on my phone. And me is a regular civilian. So miss me with the BS. What your name? Little girl. You never know which part you did there. You don't remember which country specifically you did the inner. I saw you travel that you don't even know which part you did.
What about her expense report?
Then take us for idiot. She took us for idiot. So she was reportedly in transit from Thailand to India on March 15, the day of the strike. Days later, Gabbard delivered a keynote address. Have mercy. This is what lack of DEI do. Lord, make a hurt me for all the foolishness for we are reading at the news. She never know which part she did there. She don't know she did up on the ground in the air, just touched down or what. She don't know where she was. And as a taxpayer, we're supposed to be satisfied with that response. I see a lot of incompetence. A lot of carelessness, a lot of avoidance. What's going on, Gabbard? Is the position too much for you?
It's different if she said, let me check my notes and get back to you versus I don't know. Or I don't remember. That's different.
Take care, Lormel. But may have a clip. But listen to this before we go any further. I have a clip, which is so in an update where Gabbard says that Signal comes pre-installed on government devices. It gets more interesting, doesn't it? Okay, hang tight. Don't move. Hold on there. Don't move an inch. Ah, now a court is declaring DACA illegal. Lord have mercy. Every time I open up my device, then I see something different. Lord Jesus, I'm gonna pray for me then. Because it's too much. It's just a little bit too much. Too much, too much. And then Lipless leave it. Lord forgive me, Lord, I should not have said that. Carolyn leave it, the press secretary, right? She double check anything before she goes to the podium in the media room and doubles down and supports? She's like a yo-yo at this point. I don't know. But where's this thing? I'm gravely concerned. Deeply concerned, to say the least. I remember the video with Kamala Harris. Who remembers, right? When Kamala said that, and even Barack Obama said it. Them phone have nothing. But Kamala said that she's not allowed to text. And vice president, not allowed to text. But here we have JD Vance with all the privileges of texting. You know, something I lick my head, you know. Me know me not lick my head. I know I haven't. We have matters of grave concern. I want this country to be secure. Okay, here it is. I want this country to be secure. I want this country to do well. Listen to this.
I don't get to text anymore. I have not received directly an emoji in a year and a half. I have all these things on my phone that prevent, for the sake of security. And, the family group chat is no longer a thing. I don't get to text anymore. I have not.
Anyway, the video. What I mean for play. The video what I mean for play. Because this is a believe it or not moment. But it's in our TikTok talk. It's in our update segment. Is it a video? Or am I to read it? Oh no, I have to read it. Lord of mercy, never punish. But what to not punish the dolly. So according to Politico.com, Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, testified to House Intelligence Committee members on Wednesday that encrypted messaging app Signal comes pre-installed on government devices, a potentially major shift in official communications on the heels of a massive Chinese government-linked hack of U.S. telecommunications networks last year. Gabbard's comments are likely to raise further concerns from lawmakers about the security of the transmission of sensitive information after the Atlantic reported that Trump officials used Signal to help plan a recent strike on the Iran-backed Houthis in Yemen. The spy chief pointed to guidance issued. Fear woman is not a good spy chief. Fear woman, you're not doing a good job. You're let me down. Because we are the best at what we do. Not true, Ja. You're disappointed with.
Yeah.
Because woman, no man can spy like a woman. Remember me tell you that. You're not doing a good job. Give it up to somebody. It's probably a woman of color. Oh, did I say that out loud? Look, a lady, you're not qualified. Look, a girl, you're not qualified. The spy chief pointed to guidance issued by the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency in December that recommended highly targeted individuals, including government personnel, use only end-to-end encrypted communications. They named Signal as an app as an example of such an end-to-end encrypted messaging app. You know what I would strongly recommend to you, Gabbard, since you just made a blunder, right? You all up there just made a mistake, and we'll give you a pass. So here's what I'm going to recommend. For any administration, just for government, period, do not use external apps. There should be an app, if at all, strictly only used by government officials. Point blank. Nobody else should be on these apps that y'all are using. How about that? Is that a reasonable enough suggestion to me? Because we're tired of the foolishness now. We're tired of it. Have a secure thing designed and created, designed, whatever you want to use, developed strictly for use within the government. Nobody, it cannot be downloaded on anybody else's phone. Cannot be hacked if there's such a thing as hack proof. That's just a recommendation. Little old me, it's a recommendation. Because national security is a threat, is at threat, is under threat. But we can't talk properly. Let me just put it out here. I don't know. The safety of everyone up there in Washington concerns me. You would think, niece. You would think. You would think. You would think. So yes, folks. It is what it is. That's a landscaper in now. It's a lot of not being proactive, but rather reactive. That's where we are, right? Operating like a certain country that I know. Not good. Next up, we head on over to TikTok Talk. Let's jump over there. Listen to this madness.
Should the defense secretary?
What country are you? Wait, what country are you from?
The UK.
Okay, we don't give a crap about your opinion and your reporting. Why don't you go back to your country where you have a major migrant problem?
Okay,
And no. You should care about your own borders.
Do you care
No.
about American
I
lives
don't,
being put at
no.
risk?
Let me tell you something. Do you care about people from your country? What about all the women that are raped by migrants?
Do you care
No,
about
by migrants. No, do you care? Okay, you're
Do
done.
you care
I'm
about
not-
American lives being put at risk?
You know what? I don't care. I don't.
Members fighting for your country.
I don't care
And
about your
your vice
fake news.
president
Do you have a
and your
relevant
defense
question?
secretary.
Yeah, this is an American journalist. Thank you.
I'm American, and I'd like to hear your answer to what she's asking.
I'm not answering her question
All right,
because I don't care about her network. If you would like to ask, I can
Do you
answer.
have any concerns whatsoever about the complete disregard of operational security from the top level of this administration?
You want to know about complete disregard about operational security? You should talk about the Biden administration and how they ripped our borders open.
Should the defense secretary?
What country are you?
Moments, who was that?
Who you think? Bleach blonde?
Oh, the young woman.
Margaret Taylor Greene, Ja.
I don't know her name. I have not been paying attention to anybody's name. You see, I'm calling people red cap and black cap, right? So she came straight out in a meeting with reporters and said, "We don't care about your country." Wow. Wow.
Hold on, let's listen again.
Wait, what country are you from?
The UK.
Okay, we don't give a crap about your opinion and your reporting. Why don't you go back?
Is Starmer listening? Is King Charles listening? Are our allies listening?
I was nice. She said they don't give a crap. Wow. I'm missing a lot staying away from the news.
Don't worry, we got you. Is that how we talk to our allies? Now, if all our allies, based on that, decide, you know what, we're done with the US, what's going to happen to us? What's going to happen to us? Because we can't fight any war alone. We cannot protect our borders alone. We cannot protect our country alone. We rely on international intelligence. Notice I said international intelligence to be able to make effective decisions. When 9/11 happened, who showed up? Canada showed up. The UK showed up. Marjorie Taylor Greene, you owe her an apology. Who is doing damage control? Go ahead, Jack.
So you got me here laughing. So after she said that, what happened on the nightly news? Did anybody say anything about it?
I don't know. That me no know.
Would you call that aggressive?
Huh?
Would you call that aggressive behavior?
I have a
You
different,
know that
I have a different name for it, but I can't say it.
that term they always put on some of us, Black women. Aggressive language.
That's not even aggressive. That's a whole nother word altogether.
Disrespectful.
Not even that. We need something a little more harsh. And that's a representative. Marjorie Taylor Greene, sometimes referred to by her initials MTG, is an American far-right politician, businesswoman, and conspiracy theorist who has been the U.S. representative for Georgia. That's you, Rosolo. Great production. For Georgia, 14th congressional district since 2021. That's the best you all could spit out of Georgia. She's 50 years old, born 1974 in Milledgeville, Georgia. That's the best you all could do.
For Warnock and Ossoff, I did not vote for Marjorie Taylor Greene. I don't care if it's a different level of government. I don't acknowledge Marjorie Taylor Greene. I don't listen to Marjorie Taylor Greene because she's disrespectful. What she did was disrespectful. She should, and other members, her constituents, should literally look at how she is behaving and how she chooses to treat someone who is in the media doing their job from an international country, and you're going to tell them that you don't give a crap.
She almost cursed, you know. If you watch the video, she had to catch herself.
She might as well have cursed as far as I'm concerned. Cursing would have made it no different at this point.
I thought that was the young girl that we put her credentials up against.
No, that wasn't Leave It. Carolyn Leave It is who you're talking about. No, that's Margaret.
That's who I thought that was. It was an older person. That makes it even worse. But someone
it's probably Marjorie Taylor Greene is probably about our age, from what I remember. She's not that much older. She's just rude.
She's 50. She's 50 years old.
I said our age.
Yeah, she's our 50. Well,
it doesn't matter. She's rude. She's rude, and she's a poor representation of Georgia and Georgians. But right about now, like I said, y'all voted for them. Y'all have them there, and this is what they do.
Go back to your country.
Why doesn't she go back to her country? Why don't they? Oh, no. All right, I'm a mute.
But who got in trouble yesterday for using the term Hot Wheels?
That part.
Do you think Jasmine Crockett could have spoken to someone like that and told them to go back to their country and that she doesn't give a crap and she's not answering any questions? Do you think it would have been this just a TikTok clip?
Oh, jeez. Mela type on a wrong keyboard.
These are our representatives. Here in Georgia, she's one for us. Yay.
It's concerning Rosolo.
She won't be there forever. She won't be there forever. Her time will run out. And then she'll be a normal human again. And people can tell her the things that she's saying to people. People just don't have the cojones to tell people what they should. Now, I appreciate the reporter who said, actually, you know what? I'm a reporter here from America. I want to ask you the same question. So it's clear you didn't want to answer the question, but you had to disrespect and belittle someone from another country because you think you're more powerful. You think you're entitled because you're an American and you're a representative of what, Georgia? That's how entitled they feel. That's the power right now.
Who is she going up against in Georgia in the upcoming elections?
I have to find out because it doesn't even matter to me. I won't vote for her. It could be Winnie the Pooh.
Hey, Krista. Hold on. Did you really say it could be Winnie the Pooh? You don't care?
It could be Winnie the Pooh. I actually wish it was someone like Donna McLeod or Austin Thompson. Some of the Caribbeans in this community who are lighting fire to these people. And based on their policies, let me say that because you TikTok.
Yeah, based on their policies, they are countering them, right?
Seconds, Marjorie.
You're looking at that. Look up something. So I'm deep. But you know something? Why would we Crystal said Winnie the Pooh found a way. Why would we expect a different behavior though? Why? Why should we? Should we be surprised? Come to think of it, I don't think so. Hold on. Let me listen to this again. That was beyond disrespectful. Beyond disrespectful. And that young lady stood up there like a lady. She did. Because let me know. A 3 letter, yeah, get out of me, if I made it tell so. And we all know what those words are. If you're Jamaican, you know, you know. A 3 letters, yeah, get out of me.
Country are you? Wait, what country are you from?
the UK.
Okay, we don't give a crap about your opinion and your reporting.
House Republican member Marjorie Taylor Greene lashed out at a Sky News correspondent, Martha Kellner, when she asked about the Signal Group chat controversy.
Why don't you go back to your country where you have a major migrant problem?
Okay,
And you, no, you should care about your own borders.
Do you care
No,
about
no,
American
I
lives
don't,
being
no,
put at
no.
risk?
Let me tell you something. Do you care about people from your country? What about all the women that are raped by migrants?
Do you care
No,
about
by migrant. No, do you care? Okay, you're done.
Do you care about American lives being put at risk?
You know what? I don't.
About
I don't.
service members fighting for your country.
I don't care about
and
your fake
vice
news.
president?
The congresswoman from Georgia then called on an American journalist, but the reporter redirected her back to Kellner's original question.
Do you have a relevant question? Yeah, this is an American journalist. Thank you.
I'm American, and I'd like to hear your answer to what she's asked.
I'm not answering her question because I don't care about her network. If you would like to ask, I can answer.
Kellner reflected on the incident during an appearance on a Sky News podcast, saying she was, quote, aggressively insulted.
Yeah, does that happen to you often in this job?
Not too often, but you know, has happened in the past.
What's the difference between the man asking the same question?
Because the man is an American, Josh. She doesn't want the question being posed to her from somebody from Britain because she thinks that their news channels are fake news. She wants the question from an American because American news outlets are more reliable.
And what did she do when
invite them?
So what did she do when he? I'm sorry, John. What did she do when he asked the question? Did she answer the question to the American?
She didn't answer the question because it's still it's the Brits' question.
You see the ignorance. I'm sorry, Jack. Go ahead.
Ja.
Sorry, my hand's in water.
Oh.
You know what? It's not even worth it. It's not even worth it. It's just a shame. Why invite them if you don't want to answer their questions? Just shut it down.
Exactly. But you know why, John? For that moment to show that I think I'm more powerful, because she's not more powerful than the woman. It's only because the woman had a little bit of respect and dignity. Because I'll meet the press conference with a mash up.
S-Y-M. S-Y-M.
Yes, and a song,
S-Y-M.
and I would sing it like the song while I'm going down.
As a matter of fact, Ozzy, you forget to put the G. G-S-Y-M. I need one shirt with them letters there. And a cap.
I saw a shirt like that.
And a cup. We need to put that on the cup too, right? G-S-Y-M.
No, I've seen a shirt like that.
A whole brand.
You know, you said, I think, I don't know if it was in reference to this where you said, "Don't be no for frightened."
Jumping off a
But,
friend.
you know, and I love doing media. I love doing interviews, and I've had some crazy
You're
moments.
too ignorant for that.
But that's to disrespect me when I'm just doing my job just because you feel you're entitled. She either going to get it then, or she's going to get it when the media, the press conference is done. But she's going to get it. She's going to get it. I may hold my composure for the cameras,
Downright out of order.
but you're not going that is not one. And what is being done to prevent that, to prevent any other member of Congress from going forward and doing that to another representative from a foreign media outlet? That is disrespectful.
Mhm. I need to print a shirt, a cap, a cup, a mug, right? GSYM. Lord, forgive me. Lord, I'm trying. I'm really trying, and Lord, but I'm still under construction. Please don't give up on me, Lord.
You know
Please
what?
don't give up on me.
What are things that I feel like I've made progress until someone gets me angry again?
You see what he's putting in the chat or solo? BBC.
What?
That's another one. I'll move
Yes.
your BBC.
Yes. All of them. But he should have gotten all of them because I would not have stopped
You know, so
until
I got print
security
the
came
shirt
for me.
though. I have the print of them. I'm a vinyl. I'm a t-shirt. I got print the shirt. Yeah.
Please print one for me, please, size medium, possibly a tank top that I can wear in the summer, all summer long.
Add me
Because
in
you know
there
that's,
too.
yeah,
Add me in there too.
because you know that's my favorite saying. Even to this day in my piece, as soon as you start with me and touch McCon, that is what you get.
Merch coming soon, folks.
Wait, mine has to say GSYM, right? And what else?
You don't know what else you want, Penny. Listen, it's one at a time. You'll get GSYM pound one and that's for the next one.
And the fracker knuckle on another one.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Lo solo no.
Yes, fracker knuckle.
I need
This
to
is
fire
fracker
up
knuckle.
the heat press them. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna go into my Cricut and I'm gonna design the shirt GSYM.
I don't need a G on mine. I don't need a G on mine.
No, me want the G. Come here, tell us God do it.
Okay. And I want the words. I don't want it. I want the words clearly. I want it. I don't.
Laura Solomon, I get the word. Me, I get the initials.
No, no, I don't want people trying to come. What does that mean? I don't have time for that. Know what it means when you see me in it. That's the kind of mood I am in today.
Listen, hey, I want the Caribbean people, you know, we really have a level to we want to know about.
But what am I wearing the initials for? Who's gonna understand it but us?
I'm trying to be ladylike.
He wasn't. She wasn't. No decorum.
I have to maintain some amount of decorum. You know, I was raised. I wasn't dragged up like.
And that's the difference. You know, when you hear people talk about where were people raised, where was she raised?
We said GYMS. Mother's. Oh no! Oops, sorry, I was.
Oh God.
The one where the Guyanese always. Your mother.
No, VIP%. That's what I was saying. VI say it so.
Oh,
I'm trying to say it so.
Hold on, we're not
Yes.
on internet radio. Them have another one. Your mother's cunt.
That's yeah.
That one
That's what they're
cracked me
saying.
up. No, I was saying that I worked on a project site, right? And all the engineers, most of the engineers were from Dominican Republic, mainly speak Spanish. So they know a few words. So when they go and meet up with the construction guys and come back to the office, everybody's singing, good word. They're smiling, you know. Oh, that's not how you say good morning in Jamaica.
Listen, niece. So my father's best friend when he was alive, may his soul rest in peace, Uncle Jerry or something else. But his wife, who is still alive, Aunt Johnny. So she's white, right? And I remember the first word she wanted to learn coming to Jamaica was those words. Yeah, that's what And she actually got a shirt printed with it. Mhm. And that was it for her. And every time we're gathered together and there's some joke, you hear her burst it out. Oh, my God. Them love it. Them love it. Them love it. Yeah. But my mom never print the GYS. I never design it and print it. Yeah. Who's mic that? Jai, your mic. You.
Sorry.
Okay. All right. So Marjorie Taylor Greene, I would seriously ask you to do some damage control, because it goes beyond that press conference. It goes beyond what national media and those of us within the confines of the US, it goes beyond our borders. You are sending a message to the international stage. You are sending a message to our allies. And the message is not good. It's not a good one. You have to do some damage control. If you care about the United States of America the way you say you do, and I believe you do, Marjorie, I really believe you do. You're very passionate about the United States of America and where you want to see the United States of America, your idea of the United States of America. So remember, we have allies for a reason, right? Despite what came out in the thread on Signal, and how our representatives feel about Europe and the European Union, let us not be fooled. We can't do this thing alone. We need our allies. They are strategic. They are a strategic part of our existence and our ability to maintain first world status, believe it or not, right? She don't know about it. I say you're crazy. So I'm going to ask you to do the right thing. I'm not going to ask Carolyn, what's her name? Leave it, to even attempt to try, because she's going to fail miserably at that job. I don't know whom we have up there in Washington who can clean this up, write a speech. It doesn't have to be long, just a sincere apology, or let it come across as being sincere, please. But do something and do it quickly. It needs to be rectified immediately. Immediate. All right. That's all I'm going to say on that one, and we're going to keep it moving. The next one in our TikTok talk, Jennifer Jacobs asked if the White House can definitively say no one will lose their jobs, and this is all stemming from the leak what them did have. Let me take a listen.
Can you say definitively that no one will lose their jobs? No one will lose their job at all because of this Signal situation.
What I can say definitively is what I just spoke to the president about, and he continues to have confidence in his national security team.
One more, can I ask one more, Karen? On the targets in Yemen on March 15th, can you say were 100% of the targets that were planned for March 15th, were they all destroyed? Because that would be an indication if some of them were moved or they were not all hit, that maybe perhaps some of the enemies were able to get some of the information in that signal.
What I can say about the operation is what the Department of Defense has put out there. I would refer to them for any further operational details. But there have been more than 100 strikes conducted against Houthi targets, and they have hit key Houthi leaders, air defense systems, command and control nodes, headquarters, weapons manufacturing and storage facilities. And these operations will continue until the freedom of navigation in our seas is restored and U.S. shipping can safely transmit without the fear of attack. And again, we believe that this has been a very successful operation thus far, and it will continue until this administration feels it no longer has to. And these terrorists have been taken out, which again is something previous administration should have done, but they didn't. And now we've inherited this crisis.
Can you say definitively that no one...
Stick a pin. Where is the U.S. located? Anybody? Where is the U.S. located? I need. No, seriously, I'm not being facetious right now, because I don't think I know where the U.S. is located. Unless I'm the only one who heard her say our seas. So that being said, where exactly is the U.S. located? You see, I tend to pay attention to certain words because words, as simple as they may be, have meaning. Hmm. Have meaning. And it's very, you have to be very careful how you articulate. You have to be careful how you articulate. Because if you're going to say, you know,
Will lose their jobs. No one will lose their job at all because of this signal situation.
What I can say definitively is what I just spoke to the president about, and he continues to have confidence in his national security team.
One more, can I ask one more, Karen? On the targets in Yemen on March 15th, can you say were 100% of the targets that were planned for March 15th, were they all destroyed? Because that would be an indication if some of them were moved or they were not all hit, that maybe perhaps some of the enemies were able to get some of the information in that signal.
What I can say about the operation is what the Department of Defense has put out there. I would refer to them for any further operational details. But there have been more than 100 strikes conducted against Houthi targets, and they have hit key Houthi leaders, air defense systems, command and control nodes, headquarters, weapons manufacturing and storage facilities. And these operations will continue until the freedom of navigation in our seas.
Okay. So the Red Sea, the Bab el Mandeb Strait, the Arabian Sea, where in the U.S., what is it on the East Coast, the West Coast, the South? Where exactly are those waters in the U.S.? I dissect. I really do. I failed biology, but in high school I failed biology. Because I wasn't paying attention. I didn't care, but
Biology and biology.
biology. I agree. We do think the world is ours, right? The style was her sighing as if to say, "You're bothering me," right, Ja?
I thought I heard that. I was like, "Oh, she like a teenager now. She's sighing."
She does it all the time. She does it all the time. Whenever she feels pressured or cornered, she does it all the time.
I have not watched her since she's been given that position.
She earned
And
it.
I don't want.
Nor will I.
And I don't want to.
I don't want to. I'll just listen to the news through in coffee and toast. But I nor will I.
So the Gulf, I'm sorry, the Arabian Sea and the Red Sea. Okay, so for those who don't know, the Red Sea is between the continent of Africa. It's a piece of sea. You have Saudi Arabia over here, so you have Africa here, so below Saudi Arabia is Yemen, right? And then you have the Arabian Sea. So to get into Jordan, if you want to go to Jordan, Israel, Lebanon, and you're coming from over here, so you have to go through the Arabian Sea, go through the little piece of land between Africa and Yemen, go up between Africa and Saudi Arabia. So it's, for those of you who didn't know, effective today, that water belongs to the US. Based on what Leavitt said. Based on what Leavitt said, it's US territory. Okay? People do pay attention, Leavitt. So I would strongly recommend that you be extremely careful how your sentences are constructed, right? How you identify ownership, right? You don't want to misconstrue or mislead. I'm not sure if your speeches are edited prior to your going to the podium to respond, because you were flipping through papers, which tells me these are questions that are anticipated. These are questions that are probably expected. So you have the pile of papers and you're flipping the pages to go to where you can read the answer. So gather your team, because I really want you all to look good up there. Hey, Tev, gather your team and see to it that when it is red, there is zero Zero possibility that what is read can be misconstrued, misinterpreted. All right? Okay, good. I'm having to be doing damage control here. I'm tired. Oh Lord. I need my paycheck. Somebody reach out to Washington for me, please. I need a paycheck. All right, next up. So they're going after controversial tattoos. Let's take a listen to this one.
So we've got some more horrifying news. One of the men abducted and sent by Trump to an El Salvador prison camp was sent to the prison simply due to his autism awareness tattoo. This is new reporting from Aaron Reichlin Melnick. Neri Alvarado, who was working as a baker at the time, was questioned by an ICE agent who said that they were questioning all men who had tattoos. Neri showed the ICE officer his autism awareness tattoo, which he got to honor his 15-year-old brother with autism. The ICE agent told him that he was clean and that they would put down that he had nothing to do with the Tren de Aragua gang. Yet they detained him anyway and sent him to this El Salvador prison camp. This is the epitome of evil, a horrific violation of human rights. We're going to be following it all. So remember to add the Midas Touch podcast on Apple and Spotify for all the updates. So we've got some more horrifying news. One of the men.
It's a beautiful tattoo. It's the ribbon in the shape of the breast cancer awareness ribbon and the autism colors in the ribbon.
And they mistook that for a gang tattoo. Is that what they're saying?
Yeah.
The ribbon that it's in every color representing autism, cancer, lupus, all of that. I mean, lupus is cancer. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That ribbon. That they mistook that for a gang
Tren de
tattoo.
Aragua.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
The problem was it was a rainbow.
And they didn't understand what it meant. And even though he was explaining to them, Google is free. It's free. It's free.
There is no way, if they already know what tattoos this specific group wears, that they can mistake anything. So please don't give them that. They did not mistake anything.
Ja, we know that. We know that.
Telling whomever's listening, do not mistake that.
This tape is such a political disaster. I feel like I almost have to close my eyes because I can't bear to watch it. Just, here you go. Check it out.
Let's say Social Security didn't send out their checks this month. My mother-in-law, who's 94, she wouldn't call and complain. She just wouldn't. She'd think something got messed up and she'll get it next month.
Yeah.
A fraudster always makes the loudest noise, screaming, yelling, and complaining.
My whole adult life, we have thought of attacking Social Security as the third rail of American politics. You touch it, and it is a guaranteed political death. Well, we are now witnessing the strongest test we've ever had of that aphorism as Donald Trump grabs that third rail firmly and unmistakably. Trump has announced plans to fire thousands of people who work at the Social Security Administration, more than 12% of its staff. He has released plans to shut down dozens of local Social Security offices across the country. Simultaneously, Trump is also making changes that will force millions more people to have to go to Social Security offices in person rather than dealing with the agency over the phone as they can now. That means millions more elderly people and people with disabilities will be forced to somehow make their way physically to a Social Security office in person.
So how many of us, our elders, are able to go a month without their Social Security check? That it wouldn't bother them that they did not get their check this month. Do we know many of those people who are able to carry on as if nothing happened? How dare you sit there and say, if somebody picks up the phone to call Social Security to see where their check is, it means that they're a fraudster. That is what you're in essence saying. So if you did not get your Social Security check, keep yourself quiet. Don't call. Don't try to find out where it is. Or am I hearing wrong? Y'all can let me know. Am I hearing wrong? I'm sorry, I shouldn't use the term y'all because the last time I used it, I offended someone. So what did you hear? Everyone here with me. Be quiet if you don't get your check. You're a billionaire, my friend, or a multimillionaire. So you're sitting in your position of privilege, because if your mother-in-law doesn't get her social security check, your wife will be happy to, cover her expenses for her. The majority of social security recipients don't have that luxury. They don't have that cushion. That's not an option for them. They need their social security checks so that they can pay their rent, they can buy their groceries, keep the lights on, have water running through the taps, pay their phone bills. Social security comes out of paychecks. In case you're not aware how the social security thing goes. Whenever you get a paycheck, it is one of the statutory deductions that is made, right? So what I'm trying to say, the money doesn't really belong to government. Not really. It does not belong to government, period. It belongs to the persons who pay into it. Capiche? Capiche. I'm trying to make it as simple as possible.
So the other night, I went to see a movie called The Psychology of Retirement. And they spoke about how Social Security started and who it started for and why it was started. So initially, after our great little depression, you had elderly people on the street who could not feed themselves. And the government decided that we needed to do something to help these people live. So they came up with the Social Security, right? Mm-hmm. This, like you just said, that only comes out of a person's paycheck, not an individual person that has their own business that is getting money or whatever. Only from the people that walk in an office every day and come back out and get paid. What happened is, over the course of the years, the ideology of Social Security moved into helping people with disabilities and, some other factors. But again, it's only funded by people who are actually working and getting a paycheck. So me now thinking that I am giving money to Social Security for myself, right? No, I've been funding all those people behind me, baby boomers. That's exactly what when it started. I am allowing them to live. Now, the reason why there may not be any money for me is because we don't have any of our people working in offices for them to take that money and put it in a fund for myself. So the scales of how many people you have to fund the elderly demographics of this world is changing. And that's why there may not be any money for me as I age. And one of the greatest things that I got from this movie is, don't think of, at least not us, don't think that Social Security, which we've already said, is going to be able to fund the style of living that you have right now, or even less than that. You have to make a plan to find a way to come up with money so you can live even to where you're living right now, how simple that may be. Social Security is not going to help us because we don't have the amount of people employed in order to fund it. I yield.
Thank you, Ja. Thank you. Next, in TikTok Talk.
Now, Ms. Kerger, the American people want to know, is Elmo now, or has he ever been, a member of the Communist Party of the United States? A yes or no?
No.
Now, are you sure, Ms. Kerger? Because he's obviously red.
Well, he is a puppet, but no.
Now, that's not all. He also has a very dangerous message about sharing and helping each other. He's indoctrinating our kids that sharing is caring. Now, maybe he's part of a major socialist plot, and maybe that's why the chairwoman is having this hearing today. But let's talk about somebody else. Let's talk about Cookie Monster. Now, we know that Health Secretary RFK Jr. is coming out against fast food and baked goods. Are we silencing pro-cookie voters? Yes or no? Ms. Carter.
But cookies are a sometime food.
Well, thank you. And now I agree with you. And let's also talk about the most important maybe character on Sesame Street. This is actually Big Bird. Now, Ms. Kroger, since Elon Musk actually fired USDA workers who have been working on the bird flu, does it make sense to also fire Big Bird? Yes or no?
We would like to keep Big Bird.
I completely agree with you. And now it gets even worse. Now, this is actually a tweet that Big Bird actually sent out about the COVID-19 vaccine, encouraging folks to actually get their vaccination, which of course we believe in vaccines. Now, perhaps the reason why we're having this hearing is because our chairwoman, Ms. Green, has actually said some really negative things about getting vaccinations. And that perhaps is why we are here. And so we support Big Bird being pro-vaccine and promoting vaccines across this country. Now, I will admit, though, the extreme liberal agenda that you're all pushing, I think, doesn't stop there. This, of course, is Bert and Ernie. Now, these two guys actually live together. They're friends. They're supportive of each other. Now, that might be triggering to our chairwoman and some on this committee, and perhaps that's also why we're here today. Ms. Kerger, an important question. Are Bert and Ernie part of an extreme homosexual agenda?
No.
Thank you, Ms. Kerger, and thank you for being a good sport. Now, I'm obviously using some humor here, but the fact that we're sitting here today talking about defunding public television is actually not funny. At a time where we can't agree on basic facts, and while the free press is under attack, we need public media like PBS and NPR more than ever. A large majority of Americans say they trust PBS. And that's exactly why extremists are trying to tear it down. Public broadcasting is a tool for education, for emergencies, and a cherished part of our national fabric. We get huge benefits from a tiny federal investment. The majority and our chairwoman should drop this attempt to silence media voices they don't like. So the message, I think, today is very, very simple. If we're going to get rid of any puppeteers, we should get rid of the one that's actually controlling Donald Trump. Fire Elon Musk and save Elmo. And with that, I yield back.
Oh my God, I need that. I need that. Send that to me, please. I love it. I love it.
Send.
OMG. Couldn't explain it any plainer. Hit every point that needed to be hit using the characters that even the same woman he's speaking to probably grew up on. But when he said Elmo, I was thinking a man for Elmo. And then when he said the red character, because I love me some Elmo. Oh my God. Love that.
Elmo.
Love that. Oh my gosh. I yield.
Telling you. Next up, South Africa's leadership got the usual suspects panicking. Oops, why is that? Hold on.
Rubio, he's been side-eyeing South. Oh, he is mad now. Now, if there's one thing about Rubio, he's been side-eyeing South Africa for a minute, and one of his more obvious moments was snubbing the G20 summit in South Africa for foreign ministers. Now, shout out to South Africa for being the first African country to host a G20 summit. Now, did they cry about his absence? No. Did they cancel the tour in his honor? No, they simply took his chair away and they kept the summit pushing. And based on the photos that I've seen, it had a solid turnout. Now, I don't know if he caught feelings or thinks that South Africa needs a bit of a democracy adjustment because they're standing a bit too tall, But in a weak political chess move, he posted this on social media. He says, South Africa's ambassador to the United States is no longer welcome in our great country. Ibrahim Rasool is a race-baiting politician who dislikes America. We have nothing to discuss with him about, and because of that, he's considered persona non grata. Now, guess what South Africa's ambassador did? He packed his bag, hopped on Qatar Airways, went home to a welcome of 100 of people. Guys, it looks like there was an election going on. However, here's where things get interesting. Ambassador Rasool shared his take on what actually went down and how he was making sure South Africa doesn't bow or bend the knee on key issues. One of them was the pressure for South Africa to drop their case against Izzy, and maybe the US won't touch AGOA. So it's like, sell out your principles and we'll keep the money flowing. Another one was, let us pick your friends and enemies or else your trade agreements will start looking real flimsy. The list goes on. Anyways, will President Ramaphosa station the ambassador somewhere else? I can't tell, but what we do know is that he's going to link up with him for a debrief. Let's see how this plays out. Oh.
That was our TikTok Talk segment. Time now for business and tech news, brought to you by Grant Coffee House. Head on over to grandcoffeehouse.com and enjoy 20% off all coffee products. Use the code COFFEEINTO20 at checkout. And we spoke about this earlier, that 25% tariffs going to be added on all cars shipped to the United States. A significant escalation, which is in the global trade war. So the tariffs are set to take effect next week, folks, April the 3rd at 12:01 a.m. Eastern. And they're aimed at expanding America's auto manufacturing prowess. For decades, because of free trade agreement, automakers have treated Canada, Mexico, and the United States as one big country. Cars, and that is going to include, thank you for the follow, Matthew. That is going to include parts as well, because the car parts go into cars. But anyway, the tariffs are set to take place April 3rd at 12:01 a.m. Eastern and are aimed at expanding America's auto manufacturing prowess for decades because of a free trade agreement. And if we have been in class now since how long? Who remembers? Don't y'all put your hands up all at once. Who remembers who signed the free trade agreement? Do we remember? The same person who said quite recently, whoever did this, forgetting that they're the ones who signed it. Okay, let's keep it moving. So for decades, because of a free trade agreement, automakers have treated Canada, Mexico, and the United States as one big country with no tariffs among them. Although the United States is home to a significant automaking industry, Trump wants to grow it. Now, what in recent weeks, we reminded everyone that sometimes vehicles get assembled in different locations, right? They're not always put together in one location. They may start off in Mexico, then have to be shipped to Canada, and then come into the US. Now, what I would like to know is, how is this going to be handled? There are times when parts, components come from China, get shipped into Mexico or to Canada. The assembly gets done, comes into the US for finishing. It's not a one-stop shop for everything all the time. Right? Similar to our food, similar to our toys, right? You will see product sourced from one place, assembled in another, packaged in another. Yes, it happens. All a part of trade. Frankly, friend has been oftentimes much worse than foe. And what we're going to be doing is a 25% tariff on all cars that are not made in the United States, Trump told reporters on Wednesday before signing an executive proclamation in the Oval Office. If they're made in the United States, it's absolutely no tariff. So my question then, with that being said, if the production starts in Mexico and is completed in the US, how are those vehicles being treated? Are we going to be slapping on the 25% or no? And I'm asking, it's a valid question because I need to know. If Chevy sends a vehicle apart, some of its manufacturing to Mexico, is it going to be exempt because Chevy is an American owned company, even though a part of it is going to be done in Mexico? How is it working? I need details. Double taxation? I hope not. I sincerely hope not. There are a lot of nuances and there's a lot of gray area. We need an explanation.
It's going to be double taxation, like we spoke about last week when I watched the story about the Canadian person that does shipping parts for cars. Taxed in Canada, then he's going to be taxed in the United States. Actually, it's past double then.
I hope it's not, Ja. I sincerely hope that we don't have a complete understanding and we're making that assumption. So I hope someone is able to give us clarity, an economist. But we need the answers because it is concerning. It is seriously concerning. We need those answers. How is it going to affect the end user? The person who has to go out there, they don't have the wherewithal, the means to come up with the cost of the vehicle in full to purchase the vehicle cash, but they now have to turn around and take out a car loan. They're going to be impacted. Their monthly payments are going to be impacted. Because when they're paying for the vehicle, the taxes on them included. And I'm not talking about the taxes in terms of tariffs. I'm talking about the sales tax that's applied. Dollar Tree is selling Family Dollar to a pair of private equity firms for $1 billion after a decade trying to make its acquisition of the bargain chain fit. This article comes to us courtesy of WSVN. Dollar Tree Inc. acquired Family Dollar for more than $8 billion in 2015 after a bidding war with rival Dollar General, but struggled to make it fit. I can tell you what the struggle was, all the warehouses with the rodents. And that came to the forefront. And nobody wants to purchase things knowing that rodents are scurrying up and down the warehouses. But anyway, let me continue. Last year, am I right, Jad? Didn't we have articles about the rodents? Okay. And I think that tarnished the whole situation. Welcome, Dr. Leslie. Last year, Dollar Tree announced that it planned to close hundreds of Family Dollar stores. The company also said at the time that it would record a $950 million impairment against the trade name Family Dollar on top of a $1.07 billion goodwill charge. The company had been scouting options for Family Dollar for a while, and it said on Wednesday that the sale to Brigade Capital Management and Macellum Capital Management will allow it to focus on its core business. Hey, Dr. Leslie, just popping in.
What's up, boo? How you doing?
Long time no see.
Long time no see. Let me show my quick face. I'm looking at a hot mess.
No, you're not looking at a hot mess. What's up?
Well, a cold mess. Okay, I'm good. How are you?
We talked about it the other day because Dr. Sharon had us laughing the other day. And I said, you, Dr. Sharon, and Rosola, you need your own comedy tour.
Listen, I am not trying to be funny. These people is trifling out here, honey. Honey, baby. They were trying to keep me up late the other night. I'm like, listen, I am not going to get old on TikTok. You know what I'm saying? You don't get sleep, you get wrinkles. And I don't have needles like Dr. Sharon to be pumping no Botox and all this kind of stuff into my skin. So I have to do drinking my water, taking my hydro, all them pills, exercising, good juju vibes, Yeah, so you doing good?
We're doing good. We're doing
all
good.
Right.
We're here in the madness of it all, and we're surviving.
Oh! You know what I needed to follow up on? Yes. I don't know why they make that midget. No, what's his name? Little Marco. Why did they let him? Oh God, did I say that to all the midgets out there? But why did they? Why did they? What he went there for? What he went in Jamaica for? And I need your Jamaican Prime Minister to not be a sissy.
So hold on. Guess
Okay.
what? We spoke about it earlier this morning. So
Right.
I will say, I have to give it to Dr. Andrew Holness. He represented. He
Good.
came out strong and he did not disappoint us. I had serious concerns. I felt that he was going to abandon ship, and the ship is the CARICOM community. But no.
Because we have a history of Jamaica and the Caribbean unity. Okay, we have a history. 1 from 10 equals 0, Eric Williams say, because una Jamaican wabi, if all ain't head or ain't what, let me not start with the Jamaicans. Okay, CARICOM, yes. Go ahead, sorry, go ahead. I had to get that out.
We know. Listen, I can accept the truth. Me not have a problem with it. And we talk about the issues here all the time. And we believe that unity, we can do a much better job when we talk about unity across the Caribbean.
Sure.
But this morning we had a couple articles where the US is now committed to reviewing the travel advisories against Jamaica, because based on the audio clip that we heard, Marco Rubio's statement,
Little Marco.
Clearly, he only reviewed the stats while he was on the flight
On
from
the plane.
Washington to Jamaica. Yes.
No, not even then, when he landed.
I tried to give him some grace, right?
And they have more quote unquote gangsters in America than they have. Like, what are they really talking about? There's a travel advisory against the United States. Did you not know?
Of course. Every country
There have been travel advisories within the United States for people who live here. Florida, stay away, Black people. Don't go Florida.
Florida person. And then the other article we spoke about also was Jamaica not singled out in Roe over Cuban doctors. So he was spreading a blanket over the entire Caribbean, again, without the facts. You cannot make accusations without the facts to substantiate your argument, your position. So right now it's back off of Jamaica.
Back off of Jamaica, back off of Trinidad, back off of Tobago, back off of Barbados, back off of Haiti. Well, give Haiti the money. Back off all of the Leeward Islands, the Windward Islands, and back off of Cuba. We're not going to not employ or utilize the Cuban specialty because they are fantastic doctors. So don't tell us we're independent nations. You could tell us what to do.
But you see, you know why they tell us what to do come into play? As long as we have our hands outstretched like this. He also brought up the USAID issue. He also brought that up. And
that was a fool.
Listen, and he is saying pretty much the essence of his speech is that USAID is being overhauled, right? It's being revamped, revised and revamped. And they're seeing to it then that whatever monies is distributed to countries, okay, there has to be an alignment, policy alignment. So in other words, it has to be in the interest of the US.
Let me tell you something. Right now, the US is without leadership. It's without real policy, and it's without real integrity. So why would I or any other decent nation want to follow US policy when it is discriminatory? I mean, it's mediocre. Look at little Pimp Boy Pete, right? Pimp Boy Pete was probably drunk doing people thing. I wouldn't even tell you what he was probably doing when he was starting out the messages, but like, why would we as decent human beings with diplomacy and statesmanship, except Kamala, in the Caribbean, except Kamala, want to give that up to follow that thing that they have there? So no.
You want to hear about diplomacy? Did you see what happened with Marjorie Taylor Greene when she was speaking to the British reporter? Did you see that?
Ma'am, we already know that is trailer trash. So we're not even, I mean, No, seriously, these are uneducated people who weasel their way into position. I don't know who's voting for her, but it is really atrocious. So no, she's not a real human. So we're not talking about her. She's not human. She's not real.
She
But
disrespected.
she's rude. She's nasty. She's not smart. She's in charge of a whole committee and is as dumb as a doorknob.
Well, what can I say? What can I say? And
But that's where we've come.
We went in on it, and I said that we need somebody to do damage control. We need somebody to write an apology, because an apology needs to be given, because what she has done, if our allies are paying attention, she has gone ahead. Well, we're already doing it, but she has now further alienated us from our allies. And at the end of the day, we cannot stand alone. We can't.
Well, that's what they want to do. And I'm not putting myself with them. They cannot stand alone. I'm taking myself out of there. My citizenship is something.
Thank you, Leslie. Thank you. Say that again. Say that again.
It's them. They themselves and them. But no, I mean, diplomacy is out the door. I think it's a shame because right now they are trying to dismantle public PBS and public broadcasting, which if Marjorie had only paid attention to Sesame Street, she would have learned a thing or two. She would have learned about cooperation. She would have learned about being nice. She would have learned about saying thank you. She would have learned a whole lot of stuff with Mr. Rogers. I like you. Your feelings matter, because somebody tell her feelings and matter. So now she come out like, maybe she need to go watch Sesame Street, Mr. Rogers. That may be helpful for her soul. And that's serious talk, eh?
But she might just connect with the Oscar the Grouch. That's whom she might connect with, the Grouch.
The trailer trash. The trash. But there's hope, God has redemptive power. I believe God is redeemer person. Oh gosh, I don't even have
Dr. Leslie,
makeup on.
I wanted
Yes,
to say that earlier, what you just said, the TT, but I didn't know if it was appropriate, because that's exactly what I thought when I was watching her.
I ain't even know if it's appropriate. Well, look, TikTok will ban me.
We don't know.
Well, look,
You know
TikTok
where she's in Georgia.
We going on Substack. So hell with the TikTok.
Listen, let me tell you something. It's just right now, every day it's like a box of chocolates, right? You don't know what you're gonna get when you bite into that piece of chocolate. We don't know.
It's a good thing I don't do chocolate.
I don't eat chocolate.
I don't eat chocolate. Listen, I'm all the chocolate I need, madam. Right? I have all the chocolate I need.
And Dr. Leslie, I don't eat chocolate out the box. You understand?
Hey, wait. Keep your chocolate in your box.
The trio no need to go up on a comedy tour. Dr. Leslie, Dr. Sharon, and Rosolo. Boy, come and tell us I got sell out.
Keep your chocolate in your box. My God.
A lot's going on, Dr. Leslie. A lot is going on.
There's a lot going on.
Yeah, and every day is something new.
Yeah, but you know what? I ration the news. Like, I don't do it first thing in the morning or anything. I actually just coming on here. But I have to say that we have to be very mindful and very intentional about what we are consuming.
Yeah.
And know how to unload, right? Because if all you're consuming is this stuff, it'll eat at your soul. And when it eats at your soul, you become the thing that you despise.
Exactly.
So as you're beholding it, if all I am looking at is Marjorie, sooner or later I can't form a sentence. Right? I can't put two words together or make any sense, because if I'm beholding dumb, am I supposed to get smart beholding dumb? So no. Yeah, done no. It's good to see you.
Good to see you too, Dr. Leslie. Any art tonight? You doing any painting tonight?
Tonight is my Thursday. We'll see. I don't want to be up late because I like to wake up early in the morning, like 4, 5 o'clock, because it's quiet and nobody talking. And I really am an introvert. Believe it or not.
Believe it or not. Yep.
And I have to take this work call.
Yes, go ahead.
So
Go ahead. Later.
Bye. I'm gonna take off my camera and my phone. So
all right, cool. Yes, we need sanity. And that's why, you know what, at the end of the day, I appreciate how we do things here at Coffee and Toe. We get to laugh through the madness of it all, you know, and make light of some serious situations. Jennifer Jewel says Douglas is no introvert. We know that. But she doesn't come across as that. A lot of us who are introverts, surprisingly, Jem, a lot of us, you can't tell, right? But yeah, deep down, there are many of us out there. All right, so AT put here on YouTube, on the YouTube chat, anyone that is high in government with personal contact and info online is now compromised and should lose their position. Wow. If they were hacked because of someone else's carelessness, it's not their own doing, I would pump the brakes there. However, if they were made vulnerable because of someone else, let the person who created the vulnerable situation, circumstance, let them be relieved of their duties. I'll say that. Welcome to the space, Spice. I'll say that. Let them be the ones who are relieved. Dotting the I's, crossing the T, do a proper research. And that, so we were talking about Dollar Tree selling. Well, it is what it is. They have moved their headquarters, Family Dollar rather, not Dollar Tree. Dollar Tree is selling Family Dollar, right? And Dollar Tree need to change the name. It's now $1.25. So their headquarters.
$5 too.
Yes, them have $5 in there too. So it should be $1.25 and up. $1.25 plus, like you have Samsung Plus.
$1 plus.
$1 plus. Okay, all right. So that was our business and tech news segment brought to you by grandcoffeehouse.com. Head on over to Grand Coffee House, indulge in your favorite coffee products, and get 20% off at checkout. Use the code CoffeeInToe20. And now it's time for Health and Science News brought to you by Lormel Skin Food. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils, all 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. The Trump administration, according to CNN, pulls back billions in COVID-era funding for state, local health departments. Now, I know Dr. Keisha did a video on this, and I believe I reposted the video on TikTok. This is going to affect many folks. This is going to affect, where's the vid? Where's the vid? I know I reposted it. Yes, I did. Hold on. Let's take a listen here.
Breaking but unfortunate news. Trump is pulling billions of dollars from local health departments for vaccine testing and research for COVID. I want you to understand that this also involves those that are dealing with long COVID. They're closing the offices for long COVID. And testing. If we don't have the money, we can do testing and research to know if we even get another outbreak. And hundreds of people are still losing their life from COVID weekly. And guess who was affected and gets the hardest hit? The Black and brown community, low-income families, rural communities as well, and the long COVID community, because he did say they wanted to work on chronic disease, and I don't think they realize that long COVID is a chronic disease. They are also slashing global funding, which will directly impact COVAX, which leads to vaccine distribution to low and middle income countries. Two things you have to understand. First of all, globally, we have to worry about diplomacy and also global trust. And when you remove yourself from helping other countries,
it's going to affect that. Second of all, do understand these programs that he's even flashing here locally are not just for COVID, and COVID programs help with other diseases. And tracking is also going to be effective for other diseases in research. So at the end of the day, this affects you because this affects all of us. So stay informed, continue to follow the Medical Collective and myself, Dr. Keisha Davis, as we navigate this together.
State and local public health departments are bracing themselves as the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention pulls back about $11.4 billion, yes, billion dollars in grants. These are grants that were allocated to state and community health departments during the COVID-19 pandemic response. Well, in a statement from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, this is the statement. You know what? Let me just go ahead and read it. The COVID-19 pandemic is over, and HHS will no longer waste billions of taxpayer dollars responding to a non-existent pandemic that Americans moved on from years ago. HHS is prioritizing funding projects that will deliver on President Trump's mandate to address our chronic disease epidemic and make America healthy again. These funds were largely used for COVID-19 testing, COVID-19 vaccination, and COVID-19 global projects, according to HHS, including for community health workers focused on populations most at risk from COVID-19. Since the start of the pandemic 5 years ago, the United States has had more than 100 million COVID-19 cases and about 1.2 million unalivings. And that's according to data from KFF. People who are older, who are in some racial and ethnic minority groups, or who have certain medical conditions have been more likely to experience severe outcomes from the virus. The CDC expects to start recovering this money in about 30 days. Yes.
You know,
waste.
I'm like over the conversation with these people today. And when I wasn't feeling well a few weeks ago, there was still coworkers that tested positive for this. So for the comment to say that we're past it, are we past it just because it's not unaliving us like it did initially? So much so that it won't happen again? It's just ridiculous.
The part that irks me is that you would actually think it was a waste of money. 1.2 million people are no longer with us. I got it. My husband had it. He was in the hospital.
I've had family members that have gotten it more than 2 or 3 times.
I have dear friends who have lost family members from it. I am still living with the effects of it.
And those effects, those are listening, is called long COVID.
Okay. Now, I got it. My husband got it in 2021, the summer of 2021. I'll never forget. Came back from Jamaica only to drop him off at the emergency room. And he was in the emergency room because they had no space, right? So that's where he was, in the emergency room for a week plus. And then I contracted it near the end of 2021. And I'm still suffering from it. I have bronchial issues. It doesn't go away. It doesn't go away. And yes, I did get the vaccine. And that's, so this is not something to take lightly. But I guess, Ja, they say sometimes things have to get worse before they get better.
Yeah.
And
or until it affects that person.
According to thehill.com, the Trump administration plans to end U.S. funding for Gavi, a global program that purchases shots to help vaccinate children in developing countries against some of the world's deadliest diseases. Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance, is a public-private partnership that helps vaccinate more than half of the world's children. Since its launch in 2000, the program has helped more than 1.1 billion children. Gavi supports vaccines against 20 infectious diseases, including COVID-19, HPV, Ebola, malaria, and rabies. The termination of the $2.6 billion contract for Gavi was among a nearly 400-page list recently provided to Congress by a whistleblower of canceled international aid programs previously funded by the U.S. Agency for International Development. Democrats say the list originated from the desk of Peter Marocco, one of the leading figures dismantling USAID alongside Elon Musk and his Department of Government Efficiency. Children. They call themselves Christians, but they don't know what it is to be Christian. Children. Suffer the little ones to come unto me. Children. If you want to withhold from adults, fine, I get it. Children. And I don't want to go down to the history of the countries that will be affected because that's a whole nother show. Because before we jump up and say, yes, withdraw it because these countries are a burden to us, go study the history of all these countries and the relationship, quote unquote, between them and the US. Please, before we say a word, let's do our research as to which countries will be affected and the relationship. Children. But you know something, Ja, when I think about it in the grand scheme of things, I don't think I should be surprised because our 14-year-olds are right here in Florida are going to be allowed to work overnight.
And also the story about that congregation where they lost a child due to the measles epidemic.
And said it's okay, they're okay with it.
And they're Christians, somewhat.
Somewhat. And those were our stories in our Health and Science News segment brought to you by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to Lormel Skin Food, Laurmel, Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. You know what I need to do, Jam? I need to roll out my whole collection of Lormel Skin Food products.
Yeah.
I need to really roll them up because I have a whole cabinet. You don't think I'm me at the owner of Lormel Skin Food? Because they were.
I know because I was taking some type of medication that was breaking out my face. I had to figure out what it was. And nothing I put on it was helping it go away. And then I said, okay, let me try this turmeric soap. And let me tell you, the first night I used it, I woke up the next day and I was using medication, a natural medication that you put under your tongue for allergies. And I guess it just didn't rock with me. So I was breaking out around my mouth area. It's gone now.
Well, listen, I have eczema, and for the past week and a half now, there's no cure for eczema. You can only manage it. It flares up every now and again. So right here, especially when I wake up in the morning red, and I have my jar of eczema thing from L'Oreal Skin Food, and that is what goes on. It soothes my skin. The Cersei soap, that's Rosola's favorite. I tried it the other day because Marlon loves that. I use the turmeric soap. I use the oatmeal and turmeric. I use the of course the castor oil, the rosemary oil for my hair. Me use the body oil, the goddess oil. There's the yoni oil. I have this. Yes.
Yeah.
Listen, I have the candle. I have everything. I have everything. Yes, folks. And it's for all skin types, all ethnicities can use it. It is not just for one group of people, folks. So head on over there and support L'Oreal Skin Food. And we're not just talking because it's with friend on it. We are day ones, if you want to call us so. It's 100% organic, natural.
And I'm allergic to everything in this world. And it does not do anything negative toward me.
You know what? Let me go for a soap bar and show you the size of the soap them.
And show the packaging. Show the packaging that you get when you receive it. Yeah, bring it here.
Hold on.
And I'm just saying to people. No, go ahead. I'm just going to talk. If you haven't tried it, and to Moment's point, we're not saying try it because it's our family. She's our family, yes. Family through love. But the products are amazing. You've heard Danielle talk about it. We talk about Mr. Days After Dark. You hear me talking about the Cersei soap. And trust me, I won't go to any other soap, Javed. Mr. Upon even the other day, I said, okay, I'm going to try the turmeric soap, or I'm going to try another oatmeal soap or something. No, I'll just stick to my Cersei soap because I know I can use the Cersei. I wash my alopecia, I wash my face, I wash my body, and it's like a baby's bottom. That's before I start using the body oil or before I use the bath scrub. So, yes, if you have not tried L'Oreal Skin Food, try it. Just try it. Buy one bar. And it's not expensive. It's affordable.
And let me tell you, I don't even use the whole bar at one time, okay?
And how long does the bar last?
Girl, I don't know, because I still have. I still have, even from since last year. And I've still been buying stuff. The only thing that I go through on a regular basis is the oil for your scalp.
The body oil.
I have the locks. So I go through that much quicker than anything else.
That's me and the body oil. I go through the body oil. So I have another friend who brought me something similar to L'Oreal. She's trying her own thing, and it's a balm, a body balm. And I'm gonna say it's just as good. You know, I don't know the name of the I gotta get the jar again. So I now I mix both of those. And when I say I glow, I can't wait for summertime to start putting on my sundresses and tank tops.
Okay.
I can't wait because the glow, it's wasted in the winter. Trust me, when you have to have on sweatshirts and tights and all that stuff to keep yourself warm. Summertime and I'm going to and don't be upset with me. Don't be upset with this 53-year-old little girl.
And she does have products for men too. Okay?
Yes, she does.
A friend of mine bought her beard oil and he says he loves it.
Yes, yes. And she has yoni products as well.
I have not used the yoni because my yoni is on hiatus. So when it comes off hiatus, I will be using it again. Okay. My yoni is on vacation. Okay.
Okay, I got you. I understand that. Good for your yoni.
I don't want to waste the yoni oil. Okay?
I don't blame. Okay, I got you. I got you. So some amazing products. So yes, we always tell you to try it out. Just try it out. I don't know where Moments is going for her product.
Like seriously, okay? She's trying to bring.
How far you gone?
I bet
you went to L'Oreal.
I bet
Did you go to L'Oreal?
Listen, let me show you something.
Thing I know.
No, everything. You know, this is not even the half. Jesus, have mercy. It was a long walk. Let me just
Yes, obviously. Go ahead. Show.
Bag from Lormel's skin. No mind the Walmart bag, okay? Some garbage bag. All right. That me have to grab. Me recycle bags, folks. I'm cheap like that.
Did she tell us if we should save our bottles? Because I saved the bottles.
I save all my bottles. I have all my bottles. I saved them. I need to find out from her.
Especially the larger
we're going to
ones.
this thing.
So
All right.
The large ones.
So this is the oatmeal soap, right? This one not oatmeal yet. Never oatmeal. I'll show you the size of the soap. Look on this.
Gotcha.
Look, that's the size of the soap. This is my hand. That's the size of the soap. You see how thick it is? Yeah. All right. That's how the oatmeal.
And the oatmeal. You can see the oatmeal in the soap.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
This one. Oh, Jesus.
That one now.
This is the turmeric. Look on all the something.
Oh, that's nice.
No lie. This is a clove soap. This one is clove. See it there? This is the
Have you used
soap.
it?
I haven't used it yet. But just take your time packaging. Because the soap don't take forever to done. The soaps take forever. Her soaps don't finish quickly like the commercials.
I like the. It reminds me of the Cersei soap because with the texture.
Watch her. Look here. What can go so? Okay. Next, so that's the Cersei soap. I mean the clove soap. She have Cersei soap. Then no, this is one of the bath salts. Look on this. Look on the size. Okay. This one is the Rose Luxury bath soap. But I have this one, which is the eucalyptus. This is a eucalyptus, right? I'm gonna open that one yet. Then no,
that one is nice. Very relaxing.
Beard oil for the man them. Yeah, you don't have to have a beard to use it. You can, after you shave, you can slap this on your face too. All right? Okay. Then no, Lord Jesus. Ladies, after your steam, this is the steam. Right? This is the steam. I don't know if I don't think YouTubers can see it very well, but this is the steam. After your steam, you oil down. See, your sister may use it though. This is the oil.
Dr. Leslie says some women have beard. They can get the beard oil, Dr.
Yeah, they can use the beard oil.
If they want their beards to grow.
Okay, so after your steam, and for those of you who do landscaping, this is good to use too after you have landscaped. All right? Okay.
Oh boy.
Next up again. Hold on there. We're not done yet. This is the real castor oil. This is not the castor oil where you see that they shot them up yourself. What dilute I talk about so them are
that's some more stuff. Hold on. Touch it on?
No, she gone back. She gone back.
Okay.
But this is the castor oil. I'm gonna have another full bottle up there. This is just a small bottle. I have the big bottle too. The goddess body oil.
Moment. So do you use the castor oil different from the regular the body oil?
So the castor oil, me use it in my hair, like my want steam my hair. They say it's good for pain too. If you're having a pain to rub it on certain spots. Me use it. I know Tasha said that it's good for your eyelashes, right? The ladies, your natural eyelashes, the castor oil. But I primarily use it for my hair when I'm going to steam my hair, give it a deep condition, before you do your thing. Yeah. The rosemary hair growth oil. I use this. I see the things in it. You see the things in it? Yeah, right. That's all. Me use this now for my hair like twice a week, for my scalp twice a week. And I massage my scalp and all them things there. Yes, everyone, me will hook you up, my girl. Me will hook you up, right? So this is the rosemary growth oil. When me there again, me talk about the steam up on yourself and landscape up on yourself, and then I use that. I spoke about the beard oil for men and the body oil. You have the one that is for both men and women. Oh, the yoni oil, there's a delectable flavor too. Yeah. So if you
and these are just some. These are just
this
some.
Is just some, right? So this is the body, the goddess glow oil. Lord of mercy, infomercial jam.
Do you have the goddess glow soap?
No, I
didn't
don't
realize
have
the
that
goddess glow
soap.
soap.
Listen. So this is the oil. on Miss Skin, on I can't see the thing, on a see it. Yes, child. After the dollar beer, the dollar after all dong.
Yes.
Yes, yes, yes. So
No, I'm confused.
and this is not everything. This is not everything. We've been ordering from her from before. It was a long time, couple years though. Yeah, been ordering from. I want to say about 2 years minimum since I learned about her products. Yeah, but I can't stop rub tobacco.
Dr. Leslie, they love how you smell because every day I go to work, they'll say
Yes.
you're wearing this or you're wearing
Yes.
that. You know, I don't give my information out to everybody, but you know.
Yeah, see that? You know? Yeah, yes. So yeah, yeah. So you're smelling like a whole herb god. Okay, Donna, where you there? See that one here. That one here, Donna. Where you there? Where you there? Make sure you get that one here. Me forgot to get it out. Me go order it.
It's which one that?
And Donna, this is the rosemary growth, the hair growth oil with rosemary in it. So let me tell you the ingredients.
I'm gonna try it. I'm an alopecia.
Jamaican castor oil, jojoba oil, rosemary oil, coconut oil, aloe vera, neem, fenugreek, tea tree oil, peppermint oil, argan oil. Twice a week, the scalp, yeah, and massage it in, When I discovered this thing, I say, you know what? Move away from commercial stuff that is filled with chemicals. Well, you need everything. But she's up there in New York, Miss Donna from AD1 Tax Prep. She up there in New York. So you will get your things quicker than me. Yeah? Your things will come to you faster than me. The bath salts, folks, so no need to soak on yourself and relax and de-stress, especially in this year.
And the eucalyptus oil has natural. It's all of them have natural
Everything
ingredients.
is natural.
But when you pour it in the bath,
Do me a favor. Put who can put in the chat there for me at
Good.
Lormel Skin Food.
You want me to tag her or put the
Yeah,
website?
I'm gonna send her the info. Donna, me send her the info. Me definitely send her the info. You can put the website and you can tag Lormel Skin Food in the chat too, because trust me, Lord have, oh Lord Jesus, hey, yes, oh yeah, yeah, man. The things them up there. Wow, Lord, you see when you get me distracted? Are you Rosolo?
Sorry. I love talking about her products. I love great products. I love great products.
I do. Yeah, I
She
absolutely
might get my pocket in trouble now. Look at this problem now.
But here's the thing too, and you know what is great? She also has a medical background, folks. She does, and yeah, so anything she does from her heart. It's with passion and caring about us, our skin, and how we look after ourselves, So, and as again, it's not just for women. There are products there for men, some of which I cannot talk about on the people them station, and YouTube and TikTok, but there. Yes, Lord have mercy. When you rub it on your skin, just feel so good. Right away, it's like I can't stop. You know what? Let me stop. Okay. We have one more article for the day. It's in our Believe It or Not news segment. And this is rather disturbing. I don't know what's going on with people that you would do that. You know what? Put it this way. You don't know who you're sleeping with sometimes. You are there pouring out your heart into this person, saying you're in love and you love them, and while you there love them a plan to take you out. Yes, me I found myself, Dr. Leslie. It's called Men to the Pause. So I'm saying that. Saw an interview. Listen, Donna, when you're there, we talk about the thing, my girl. We talk about it. But hold on, let me play this clip first. Your request. So hold on there. How long ago did we walk away from? Did I leave fan base? who remember when I left fan base? What's up, Miss Donna?
Wagwan.
Wagwan popcorn.
Me there, boy, me look for lunch, me love, but me can't come to work, sweetie, because I know me can't afford the things there.
All right. You mute your mic. Let me do that clip here, and then we're going to come back to your question. Let me stay on track. Let me stay on track because this is something out for madness. Listen to them madness here. Be careful who you fall in love with.
Over now to a doctor in Hawaii, arrested, accused of trying to kill his wife. But before he was caught and cuffed, police say he put up quite a chase. Dr. Gerhard Koning from Maui, Hawaii is in custody after a brief police chase Monday night. The 46-year-old was wanted for attempted murder. Koning allegedly attacked his wife, pushing her while walking down a trail, then hitting her in the head with a rock, leaving her for dead. Police say she was taken to the hospital in critical condition, but Koning disappeared, prompting a major manhunt, closing off the trail to visitors.
I don't know what to think, man. To be honest, it's a little scary, huh?
Authorities spent all afternoon searching for Koning before arresting him hours later. The incident raising questions from the Domestic Violence Action Center executive.
Has this happened before? Is this the first time? Is it just an accident? Those are the questions I believe the public might ask, but it's not something normal. Oftentimes we hear it, but we don't see it. So to see an incident that happens out in public, it's usually something bad, or it's dangerous and violent, because we just don't see it in public that often until it escalates to something harmful.
Maui Health released a statement saying Dr. Koning has been suspended from medical staff pending the outcome of the investigation.
Really? Accident, my behind? What accident?
How you gonna accidentally hit someone upside their head with a rock while standing next to them?
I mean, you are Bobo the fool, not true? Mm-hmm. And in his mind, that is a reasonable explanation. An accident, right? Reasonable. Very reasonable. Very reasonable. Me don't know where it come from. Not a very smart.
You said Hawaii, right?
Hawaii, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But he's not.
I don't think that was a.
Go ahead,
that was my MD. That was a nurse practitioner. That was a naturopath. That was my MD. I come here to defend my profession.
That was not an indigenous Hawaiian. Let me put it that way, Jai, in case you're questioning. It was not an indigenous Hawaiian.
Oh, okay.
It was somebody who relocated to Hawaii.
Oh, okay.
Okay, you know what I mean. All right. So Miss Donna, you asked the question. Let me talk about it. The child labor laws. Pray for our children down here in Florida. Our darling governor, our beloved governor, thinks it's okay for 14-year-olds to work overnight shifts to fill the gaps of the undocumented community who have left the state or who are going to be leaving the state, right? Even those who were granted TPS, temporary protective status, legally. But of course, with the executive order that was signed, they now have what? 30 days to vacate the premises. So our darling governor, instead of saying, you know something, we have people here who have been paying into the federal government, right? Collectively, almost $1 billion. No, lie, almost. Well, over $100 billion. Now, some my figures are confused because the money is so much. It not custom to them the amount of money there, right? But to the tune of 90-something billion, and let's round it up to $100 billion. And we know it's more than that. And that is just in taxes, because if you go to the state level, when you talk about spending, when them go to the register and pay for things, all right? So, that being said, boy, my body can't manage it. We are getting rid of that. And we're saying it's okay to bring in children as young as 14 years old who can now work overnight. So when do they go to school? Because before, you could not work before 6:30 a.m. and no later than 11 p.m. I said this yesterday, and I say it unapologetically. Parents, be the parent. Do not allow your children to fall into this trap. Oh, yes, you can go work. Yes, you can help us. Because you know what is going to happen? They're not going to be focused in school. They're not going to perform the way they ought to perform. And then they fall into this trap that is being set. Because what we want is low income workers. Because who stands to gain from low income workers? Those whose profit margins continue to burst at the seams. Not you and me. So, for example, you're going to have a family of 6 and everybody in their low income worker because nobody never get the chance to finish school. Nobody never get the chance to get them high school diploma. Nobody never get the chance to get an AA degree. Nobody would get the chance to earn a bachelor's of science or a bachelor of arts, and nobody can, because everybody is busy hustling to stay afloat. Parents, may I beg you no do. Don't go pick up the 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 job. Let your children go to school so they do not become a part of the ongoing cycle of poverty. That's what it is. And your children will not have to become dependent on the system. Encourage your children to stay focused. Tell them you will figure it out. I told y'all, I remember when my boys were in high school and they said, oh, they want to work. I said, work which part? Go sit down and go take up your book. And it's not because we weren't struggling, but I refused to make them become distracted. Me and them father will make the sacrifice so that their narrative will be different. They will not have to struggle the way me and them father struggle and have to figure it out. It will be easier for them. So I beg on parents to fall in the trap. Me don't want to hear nobody I tell them pitney to go work at night time. It is indentured. Let's stop right there. And you know something? If it works here, I believe it is a testing ground. If it works here, it is going to be grounds for them to say, let it continue, let it ripple through the rest of the United States of America. Was it last year, Ja, we had the stories about children found working in meat packing plants around machinery they had no business being around?
Because someone got hurt. Yes.
Thank you for the follow, Z Body Shop. Okay. Okay. Parents, we have to fight this one out. We have to fight this one out. And I know it's tough. And I know in the state of Florida, it's going to get harder. It is going to get harder. The cost of food is already up there. We have fruits rotting in the farmlands because there's no one to pick the fruits quickly enough. I'm seeing a package. One package of strawberries, $5, $5.99, $8.99 if you want the organic one. That's what we're seeing. I'm still waiting for the eggs, the cost of eggs to come down. Still waiting. I have no shame in my game. I'm not afraid to talk about my experiences. I shop at one particular supermarket. Why? Besides the neutral smell, have no odor in there, and then place ever clean. You know what brings me back there? Besides their customer service, the buy one get one free them. What I prepare for my family in the week depends on what is on the buy one get one free promotion. How can a box of cereal be $7? Okay. It's going to get worse. We had it in this news the other day, just since this year, Florida, and I hope they don't approve it. FPNL, our electric source company, is pushing for an increase in the electric bill because they need to gather together how much billions of dollars to do what with it? Pay out in dividends to shareholders. Was it last year or the year before? I had to shell out $700 because of a levy. Me and my neighbor, them, the whole of we in a shock. What the hell is going on? Why our light bills look like this? Why have our light bills gone up, doubled, only to find out it was a levy? And if we never paid the assessment, they would have turned off with light. I had to find the $700. We can't do without with AC in Florida. You want me dead? I beg you do. Make you pick them galanga school. Uno pick up the side hustle. Uno pick up the extra job. Do what you must, but let your children stay in school. I beg you do. When them graduate high school, then if they want to go and work full time, fine. Some of them want to take that gap year. If they're going on to community college or they're going on to a 4-year college, then they can look into getting a part-time job. But I beg you do. Let your 14-year-olds stay in school. Let them enjoy their childhood, because short are the years from 0 to 18. They're going to be an adult for more years than they will be a child. Don't force them into adulthood. May I beg you not to. And I know it's hard. And every mickle make a muckle and every penny adds up. But as much as you can, please, not putting a pity them out that 14 years old to work. Unless in a phone business. The fasting done, AD1 tax prep.
Why me fasting done, boy? Me say, but it was a good one though. It's a real good one. It was so important for our community. Just saddened by this whole Florida thing, and I am very disgusted because how convenient is it that we can change child labor laws now when it was put in place for a reason, so we don't exploit children, and children can go and learn and get up and have 8 hours sleep and all those good things. But because somebody complaining, somebody has workers, the roof can't get fixed, the factory, the chicken can't get plucked, and the farms can't be farmed. Now we have no workers. I saw South Beach the other day for spring break. Nobody over there. What is happening to Florida?
Florida ain't Floriding.
What is happening over there in Florida? I just feel bad for the businesses, and it's so sad. One community is not being affected. Everybody on every level is being affected by whatever is happening in the United States of America. I just feel like, it's just a sad reality we live in, and we really have to do the best we can. I think the people that's going to make the most money are therapists right now. Let me tell you something. People are going through it, okay?
Woo!
People are going through it right now, and it saddens me because some of these things can be avoided. We can find a different way to solve issues. I feel like it's just too much. Every day something, and people are tired. We's tired. We the people is tired. We're tired.
Do you think they care?
No,
Okay.
they don't care. I don't, like, you know, we all have to. I've always said, no matter who's in power, we got to do what we have to do for our own selves and our own businesses. I feel like nobody's giving me a free check, so I got to go out here and grind anyway. But just to see what's happening now, my clients call me. I don't even know what to say. I don't know what to say. I'm usually a talkative person, but I'm at a loss for words.
So let me ask you something. Let me ask you a question, Ms. Donna.
Yeah.
Right now, I'm not sure the update is as it relates to IRS, DHS.
IRS's mom, they're not saying anything. All we're hearing is that they're near, you know, trying to come together. But to me, to be honest, and I can only say my honest opinion, I don't think this is gonna fly. When I feel like when every number is ran and everybody sees the benefit, I personally, I know I don't know everything, but I don't think it's gonna fly. And if it flies,
it's not practical. Just from an economic standpoint, you are willing to throw away $100 billion just in federal taxes that the said community can't even draw down on, that they can't benefit from. And what is troubling for me is for just the 500 and something thousand that we're getting rid of, right? With TPS, who have come here, built businesses, working arduously, holding it down. Case in point, Springfield, Ohio, which was a dull community. Everybody was so excited. Well, not everybody, but people were happy, right? Manufacturers were happy to have them there because they would tell you, these people show up to work and they work. They don't take days off. They're on time. Everybody else just want to sit down on illicit substances and get a handout. They have seen an increase in revenue coming into the city. And we're willing to pull that check away, get rid of everybody, but we're okay with bringing 70,000 people from South Africa who don't want to work either. Make it make sense.
I have no clue. I am just flabbergasted. Every single day I wake up and I watch the news because I have to stay on top of what's going on. And it just amazes me about what really is taking place. I just feel like somebody loves to have a pen in their hand and they just love to write. Like they never wrote it. I don't know what to say. I'm at a loss for words. Is somebody advising? Like, what's happening?
I asked the same, but not asked. This is my concern, Miss Donna. I think he's being sabotaged. At this point, the people around him don't care for him and they are trying to make him look bad. And I am asking our president to take us, just stop for a second and do an assessment of the people around you who are speaking in your ear, because they're making him look bad. And we don't want our president looking bad, because him looking bad makes the country look bad. I believe they're trying to sabotage him and sabotage the country. What is the end game? I don't know.
From the tariffs to the undocumented to the documented, because now you want to do it the right way and now they're pausing stuff in USC. I just don't know. Nobody's safe. At this point, nobody's safe.
Nobody.
At this point, nobody's safe.
Nobody.
At this point, nobody's safe.
And I don't want naturalized people to think them okay either. I don't want them to think they're okay either.
Nobody's safe in terms. If you're safe to travel, that's fine. But we're not safe in jobs. We're not safe in our businesses. Nobody is safe. It's not doesn't have to do with deportation or anything. It has to do with all around life, food supply, everything. Nobody is safe. Nobody. It affects everybody. If it don't affect you in your pockets, affect you somewhere else.
Somewhere else. Absolutely.
And that's what the problem is right now.
I'm surprised though that they haven't pumped the brakes on the undocumented, especially within the housing industry, because they're the ones who build the houses.
Oh, it's gonna get ugly. It's gonna get uglier. I guess it's gonna get uglier.
I'm surprised companies like Lennar, DH Horton, and other companies are not yet at Pennsylvania Avenue saying,
hello,
Mr. President, what's going on here?
Yeah,
you
we
know,
need that roof. We need that roof laid. What's going on? We need that roof laid. You know, but other industries are feeling it really hard. I think maybe houses can be paused, but that food supply needs to keep flowing. And yeah, we see it from the prices in the supermarket. I used to spend $100 and maybe $10 at Trader Joe's. I think now my bill go up to $200, and I don't buy meat like that. I'll probably buy 2 packs of meat.
Hold on a second. You pay $100 and something for what? Grocery for how long?
Just for a couple of days.
Okay. I will send you my bill, and you see how you can my list, so you can cut it and carve it, because you don't want to know what I pay for food down here weekly.
Yeah, but I just me and Ari.
That's true.
I just a 6 own, so it kind of different, my love. Me don't know how to do it, sweetie. But how much money to spend on grocery cause me vex when me come out of Trader Joe's. Me vex.
And I tell us I cut and carve and go through. And I do not spend less than $300 a week, Mr. Donna. I'm not lying.
No, I can't believe it. It's 6 of y'all. That's different than 2. And not only that, I have to go on different store to buy me little plant and something.
You have to go from this, you go to this store to get your grown provisions, your planting, your pumpkin, your okra. Then you go to this one to get that. And then you move to another store.
Mm-hmm. Yup.
Okay.
Yup.
Just to make ends meet.
Just to make sure we have enough for it, because I'm very intentional with my lunch these days and my food, and not ordering as much. So you spend the money to make sure you eat okay during the week, and then you go back again. Because I don't do the 2-week shopping. Your fruit spoil, then there's something that spoils. So I just do my week. Every week I go to the supermarket. Every week. Kirk, walk on, Kirk. Thank you. Who sent me gift?
It was, let me tell you, Survivor.
Thank you for the gift, darling.
Yeah. Listen,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, folks, but what you said something pivotal. Regardless of which administration is in, if we weren't paying attention before, we ought to be paying attention now. We have to do what is called rainy day provisions. We have to set aside for those dark days. We can't just be a live with best life ever, all the time, all day, every day. We can't be brunching it up. It's so funny. I'm about to say something, and I know you did it the other day, a couple months ago. Empty out that Amazon cart if you can. If it is not a necessity, folks, think twice. Think twice. Some of us have to curb our spending habits. We have to make sure whatever it is that we're spending on is what we need.
Yeah.
Now, if you can afford to spoil yourselves, by all means, go ahead. Right? But even that, you have to exercise caution, because it's not looking too cute right now. And we don't know, with the tariffs, we don't know what is to come. Now, let me explain something. We might say, all right, 25% tariffs on vehicles not made in the US. Remember, if a truck is not made in the US, and a trucker buy them truck to put on the road for haul goods, the price of the goods going to go up, because the person, the shipper, yes, it's still called a shipper, even though it's being moved on land, the shipper and the receiver are going to increase their prices to offset the expense, the price increase that the hauler, which is the truck driver, are going to increase the transportation cost by. So it's a domino effect. Everything is going to be impacted, folks. Everything. So we have to think. I mean, I beg you to take care of the little car one of, in the words of Faval Williams, the little car, whatever little vehicle on have, please take care of it. Service your vehicles regularly. Don't bother try the flossing thing, you know. Make the vehicle serve. Oh no, unless you're on a lease program. If you're accustomed to changing out your vehicle every 5 years, you may want to think about that carefully, at least for the next 4 years. All right? We have to let common sense prevail right now. We have to. That's the only thing I can say. We have to make it prevail.
Perfect. Everything I come at Amazon, God, you need. You know the trick when I learned too? I used to get my stuff from Uber Eats on Target and have it delivered because sometimes I don't get a chance to go. So what I noticed now, I found my hack. I said, let me order stuff on Amazon. I'm not paying for shipping because, of course, you got to pay a little tip on Uber Eats and all this stuff. But Uber Eats is just there for convenience if you need something really desperately. But sometimes I can't get to Target, so I would do the Uber. Baby, I don't cut that out. I got it from Amazon. So if you don't need something, guys, you don't have to buy it. Tell them about the money pull up today. We're not doing a massacre money pull up. We're not flash nobody party. Right now, every undocumented person need a couple of months savings put on. If them lose them job, if something go down, we need some money. We need lawyer fee. We need all those things put aside. So it's not because we've been pocket watching. We're literally telling people, listen, times are hard for all of us. So we have to be conscious of every dollar that we're spending. Yes, have a good time. Yes, create experiences. But I tell people, you don't have to go far to create an experience. I drive half an hour and I create an experience. So just be mindful, everybody, of your surroundings and know that, you know what, everything have to come to an end at some point.
Yeah. We just have to ride the storm right now. Adjust our sails and ride the storm. Nothing lasts forever. But we have to be reasonable and sensible and practical in what it is that we're doing, how we move, how we interact. Right? Let's do that. All right.
Let me say this, Puppy and Toe. Congratulations, we doing well over here.
Thank you, my darling. Thank
you. Have been keeping up with the keep up.
I've been consistent, haven't I?
You've been very consistent, and let me tell you, it's not easy. And I can tell everybody who does TikTok or any platform, when you have to consistently look at that screen and you cannot multitask, you're here for a reason, and we got to make the reasons be known, and we got to let people know what we do and all that stuff, because it's time away from, you know what I mean? It's really putting in that work and that time. So make it make sense, and we do this for real. And it ain't no piece of cake, honey. We're not cooking while we're doing this. We're not multitasking. We're literally staring at the screen. So obviously make it make sense for you when you're on this platform. If anybody watching and you're starting any kind of podcast, any kind of business on here, make it make sense for you and make sure you're plugging what you need to plug and make it matter. Okay? We gotta love and everything else will follow, Bookie.
Everything, yes. That's absolutely right, folks. What's your reason? Why are you doing it? And you know, so I've been told about long time, and not just today, with about, and we have our purpose, right? It's where you can come get your news from around the world. Because let me tell you something, being in the US and only getting your news from the US is not a good thing. Understand that the news here is skewed. We get our perspectives from outside the country as well. So we get an international perspective. And it's also good to be aware of what's going on around the world, because yes, the tentacles go out. Whatever happens here in the US affects the rest of the world. All right? And we have our laughable moments. It's a roller coaster of emotions that goes on here on Coffee and Toe. But our goal has always been about education, raising awareness, the exchange of information, the lifting up of communities, supporting businesses within the communities. Yes, we do that too. We are big on that. It's important. And yes, it's not easy to snug in front of the screen, because Miss Dada no, and Rosola no, and John knows and being the one in front of the screen. I prefer being behind the scenes. But you got to do what you got to do, right? Period. folks, I just want to say love and no. I want to say thank you to everyone on YouTube Live. Thank you for sticking with me. Thank you for the engagement in the chat. Thank you, AT. AT is the cheerleader over here. All right, folks. Don't forget to hit the subscribe button for the YouTube channel. Share. Turn on your notifications as well. We will be back with you tomorrow morning, 9:30 a.m. on YouTube. Until then, have yourselves a wonderful rest of the day, and I thank you. Don't forget to check out the website, www.coffeeintow.com, for the resources that we have posted up there for you, as well as other stories we were not able to feature during the live stream. And this is where we come to an end, YouTube. Take care. Coffee in Tow is an interactive world news podcast, a dynamic and engaging live show that streams across multiple internet radio stations worldwide. This podcast brings you real-time news updates, in-depth analysis, and interactive discussions on global events, making you a part of the conversation no matter where you are. With a diverse range of expert guests and listener participation, it's your go-to source for staying informed and connected to the world. Coffee in Tow is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to lormelskinfood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food, for a natural, beautiful you. The world's best coffee, from our farms to your cup. It's Grand Coffee House.